HP unexpectedly the Dark Lord became my bestie. Chapter 1 The gears of fate begin to turn. Surplice lived in an orphanage in London's West End. All stories start from this orphanage, all of them. This is my future home. Sepulus held the hand of the old man with a white beard who claimed to be his future guardian with one hand, and carried a small box of his with the other hand. In that box were all the belongings he brought out from the orphanage. This is it, the old man patted his hand gently. It may be a little weird, but I believe you will be fine, Spulz. After all, this is just a place where you live temporarily, and you will spend more time there. At school you'll love it. Sir Pruse's eyes lit up. School. This is what he has always been looking forward to. It was because of the old man's promise that he could go to school that he agreed to the old man's adoption request. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, he had no overly ambitious ideals or ambitions. His entire outlook for the future was that he could be adopted by a good family, let him go to school, have a decent job in the future, and have a good life. A gentle and kind wife can have a lovely and lively child if the wife is willing. But no one adopted him. Everyone in the orphanage had a strange hostility and disgust towards him, especially the elderly nursing mothers. And every time someone finally wanted to adopt Sepulus, he would have a high fever, which would make it impossible to meet the adopter, causing him to miss out on every hard-won adoption opportunity. This old man was an accident. He stubbornly asked to meet with Spulz, even though Spulz had a fever and was so dizzy that he couldn't get up and down from the bed. What surprised Spulz even more? When the old man put his hand on his hot forehead, his fever subsided so quickly. You are a wizard, child. The smiling old man with a white beard in front of him held his wrist. You want to go to our world with me. So Sepulus is here now. Austria, a tall tower called Nurmengard. To be honest, this looks like a perfect place to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. It is eerie and terrifying, with high walls that cannot be seen at a glance, narrow stone steps without handrails, cold, dark, and far away from human beings. There is a sentence engraved on the first entrance, engraved in German, for the greater good. Do you know German? The old man looked a little surprised. I don't know much, but I can spell and write at a relatively basic level, Sepulus shrugged. I'm really studying hard and working hard to try to have a better future, sir. The old man nodded. That's very good. You will definitely be a good student that all teachers like. He did not go to the tower with Surplice, but stood under the tower and told Surplice some precautions. He told Spulz that he had only one neighbor in the entire tower. As long as he was careful not to make his neighbor angry, he could use all the rooms at will. The only accompanying task was that he had to go to the hotel every morning, lunch, and evening. His neighbor who was difficult to get along with sent meals to ensure that his neighbor lived well. A little weird. Sir Pruse blinked. I leave you an owl, the old man reassured him. Anything you want, you can write it down and put it in the small cloth bag on the owl's leg. The owl will fly away by itself and give you what you want. Bring the things back, remember not to write too much at once. Otherwise the owl won't be able to carry it. The owl appeared out of thin air with a roar, landed quietly on Sir Pruse's shoulder, and rubbed the side of Sir Pruse's face with its pointed, cold beak. Perhaps Surplice still looked too nervous, and the old man smiled again. It's true that your neighbor is a bad old man with a weird temper, but he is a very knowledgeable wizard. You can learn from him. Learned a lot, Sep, don't worry so much. Can learn something. Sir Pruse blinked again. Then nodded. I understand, sir, and I will do a good job. The old man left with satisfaction, while Sir Pruse stood in front of the tower and took a deep breath. Are you nervous? His friend slipped out of his sleeve, a black mamba named Natasha. To be honest, even Natasha herself didn't know why she appeared in London. The suburbs in the west of the city, but anyway, when Sir Pruse picked up Natasha, Natasha was already half dead. It was at this time that Sepulus realized that he might be slightly different from others. After all, Ordinary people seem to be unable to understand the language of snakes and communicate with them, right? So when the old man appeared and talked to him about the so-called magical world, Serpulus was not too confused or resistant. He can talk to snakes, so a magical being sounds normal, right? Surprise hid Natasha and returned to the orphanage, slowly rehabilitating Natasha, and established a very deep friendship with Natasha. To be honest, Surprise felt that he was with Natasha. Tasha's communication was much easier than communicating with humans who had their own thoughts. "I'm so nervous," Serpulus snorted, "I still feel like I'm dreaming now, he, Comrade Owl, don't get in trouble with my snake, she is a poisonous lady, she can directly kill you, send it off." "You are really crazy," Natasha wrapped her arms around Surprise's neck, "you are trying to reason with an owl, do you expect it to understand?" "My bad," Surprise shrugged, "obviously not all animals are as smart and understanding as our beautiful lady Natasha." Natasha flicked her tail and hid under Surprise's shirt. Unsure of what kind of person this eccentric and bad old man neighbor was, Serpulus had no intention of letting him know about Natasha's existence. It was as if the one just now was already his nominal wife. The white-bearded grandfather who was the guardian did not let him know Natasha's existence. Oh, Serpulus suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask his guardian's name. He squatted down and opened his box in a slight panic, and then pulled out his own adoption certificate in duplicate. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. And the following sentence was written in unclear handwriting: "Welcome to the magical world. Chapter 2 Wow, I found myself a capable father." Surprise walked up the narrow stairs of the tower with a nervous heart. The wind was not strong, and the stairs were all outside. Surprise needed to lean half of his body against the stone wall to feel at all safe, otherwise he always felt like he would fall down at any time and fall into a puddle, which was not very pleasant. "Appetite tomato sauce. Are you the little devil that Albus found?" He finally staggered up to the top floor, his legs as soft as overcooked spaghetti. Before he could see clearly what the room in front of him looked like, an expressionless face came right in front of him. Serpulus was startled and almost slipped and fell down. Fortunately, the neighbor inside stretched out his hand and grabbed Serpul's collar, saving his life. Serpulus lowered his head, and the howling wind blew past his ears. Although the momentary weightlessness passed quickly, the acceleration of his heartbeat at that moment was undeniable. Hunter flew away. Serpulus glanced at the suspended tower beside him with lingering fear, his heart beating wildly. What a waste! Before Serpulus could say anything, his neighbor spoke in disgust. "Ahahaha!" Serpulus scratched his hair, feeling a little embarrassed. "Well, it's time to repair the guardrail on this staircase, right?" "Guardrail?" His neighbor, a man with heterochromatic eyes, wearing a tattered coarse shirt, barefoot and with a white beard, said, "This is a prison. What kind of guardrail does the prison need? Besides, who do you think will really rely on their feet? Come up." Serpulus blinked, quite innocently, "Me." His neighbor choked up and looked a little strange. Serpulus smiled coquettishly, "Well, hello, Mr. Neighbor, my name is Serpulus, please take good care of me in the future." He was a little embarrassed, and even more embarrassed when his neighbor looked at him like a fool, so he scratched his hair and smiled. "Well, Mr. Neighbor, if you don't have any other requests, I'll go down and find a house to rest for a while, it's quite strenuous to climb up," Surprise said sincerely. "I told Mr. Dumbledore, if you need anything, just tell me, this owl." Serpulus pointed at the flying bird that was spinning in mid-air. "The owl will bring it back. It's quite magical, isn't it?" His neighbor's expression became even weirder. "Go away, you stupid boy who doesn't know anything." Finally, Serpulus' neighbor spoke, still in a condescending tone, thinking that Serpulus was a fool. "Call me the Great Grindelwald, not some stupid neighbor." Okay, the great Mr. Grindelwald." Serpulus responded, then held on to the wall of the tower and moved down carefully, and then settled one floor below the top floor. I didn't go down because I really didn't want to climb the stairs. The reason I took another floor was because I was worried that this high tower wouldn't be soundproof. Moreover, the great Mr. Grindelwald just said that this tower is a prison. Sepulus sat on the wooden bed with only wooden boards, frowning and thinking. Doesn't this mean that the great Mr. Grindelwald in front of him is a prisoner? But he quickly shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. What he should be worried about right now are more realistic issues, such as how he should sleep with only a wooden bed and no quilt, and whether he will starve to death here without any food or water. Does Mr. Grindelwald upstairs have bedding? Sir, please, asked Natasha, did you pay attention just now? Who would pay attention to that? Natasha swung her tail. That guy's eyes almost reach the sky. I don't like him. Ah, Sepulus nodded, it's true, he looks so fierce, but as the only human being around me, I think I should have a good relationship with him. Neighborhood harmony is still very important. Spulz pursed his lips, then put down Natasha and the suitcase, climbed up the stairs again, and stood carefully in front of the iron railing. That, the great Mr. Grindelwald. Grindelwald glanced at him and said nothing. Well, let me ask you if there is anything you need, Sir. Prue swallowed, the great Mr. Grindelwald. He watched his neighbor continue to face him with a silent back, swallowed his saliva, and once again summoned up the strength to speak. Great Mr. Grindelwald, I came from an orphanage and was adopted by the kind-hearted Mr. Dumbledore, who brought me here, but I have no idea about the so-called magical world I am about to go to. None of them understand. As he spoke, he also carefully observed the back of his neighbor. After a pause, seeing that his neighbor must be listening attentively, he continued to speak. Mr. Dumbledore said that you are a knowledgeable wizard. I hope you can teach me and let me live in the wizarding world. This sentence finally attracted a response from his unruly neighbor. Although it wasn't a positive answer, Sepulus' neighbor, the great Mr. Grindelwald, turned his head and glanced at him with a bit of mockery. Sepulus thought it was more of a mockery, maybe even a little mocking. It's a bit of a joke. I once heard an old saying in the East, which is that once you are a teacher, you will always be a father. Sepulus looked at the old man with heterochromatic eyes and raised a white eyebrow to look at him. If you recognize me as father, I will consider teaching you. Sir Prue only took a few seconds to think, and then he simply knelt down across the iron railing and kowtowed 3 times. His movement was crisp and the movement was not small. On the contrary, it made Grindelwald inside the railing a little confused about what to say. Sir Prue got up after kowtowing, patted the ashes on his knees, and said sincerely, I once had an Asian friend in the orphanage. He said that you have to kowtow when you recognize a relative. After a pause, he added, Dad. Grindelwald. What a mistake. I didn't expect this guy to be shameless. But if he said it, he would throw water away. He, Grindelwald, had no need to break his promise by talking to such a teenage boy, and it was also appropriate to pick up a son for nothing. If it's worth nurturing, take care of it and play with it. If it's not worth nurturing, just push it down and fall to death. Spulz didn't know that his life was already spinning in Grindelwald's mind. He just stood outside the railing earnestly. What's your name? Grindelwald snorted. Thuples, no surname. What an unlucky name. The once greatest Dark Lord made no secret of his disdain for his son who was picked up for free, but he then cleared his throat. From now on, your last name is Grindelwald. Don't bring shame on this name, you stupid kid. Chapter 3. Read thousands of books and then take a little journey. Aren't you tired of fighting with these bricks every day? Natasha smashed her tail on the wooden table in anger. This ordinary prison cell in the tower has now completely changed its appearance. Sir Prue knew that he would live here permanently in the future, and even specially requested books on interior decoration and so on, and painted them bit by bit with his own hands. Decorated this place. Even Grindelwald's cell upstairs is completely brand new now. Grindelwald's aesthetic is quite good, and his room is now perfectly decorated. At first, Sepulus was worried that the owl for the bookshelf and bed frame he wanted could not be delivered. Later, he found that the merchant was very considerate and placed everything in a small box with a shrinking spell. When he needed to take it out, he just had to remove the items from the box. Take it out of the box and put the magic potion on it, and the thing will become normal size. It's just magical. Technology changes life. Magic can also change the world. Sir Preux was shocked. Sir Preux was satisfied. And Grindelwald, who picked up a cheap and caring son for nothing, is also very satisfied. The only person who may be dissatisfied is Natasha, who has lost her human playmate. Natasha looked at Sepulus every day and knew how to read and read again and again, and she was very angry. "It'll be great when school starts, Natalia," Sir Preux comforted, pointing to an open page of the book for Natasha to read. "Hogwarts is a great school, and there is a very huge black forest behind the teaching area. You will definitely like it." "I didn't really see it. How do you know if I like it or not?" Natasha was non-committal about this, but she didn't have any more rebuttal. After dumping the one-tail bar, Natasha retreated to the Sepulus. It went into the pet nest that Si bought her. Sir Preux looked at Natasha, who only left him with the tip of her tail, sighed silently, and then pulled out a diary under his book. This diary was brought from the orphanage. It just so happened that he had to take all his luggage with him when he left the orphanage, so he carefully cleaned every corner of the room. Finally, the one under the wardrobe was covered with dust. This diary was found among the grey wooden boards. With the few confusing records in the diary, Sir Preux learned that the owner of this diary was named Tom Riddle, and he once lived in the room where he was. But the diary was scrawled, and the last few pages were even torn out. However, Sir Preux found the last few pages with charcoal pens to rub them, and he pieced together the words and guessed them. It was probably this Tom who was after being adopted. He said that he would definitely live the life he wanted. This actually coincides with Sir Preux. The essence of his heart is that he hopes to live the life he wants. Sir Preux felt that he was quite destined to be Tom Riddle, so he left this diary to use as his own diary. In the next few months, Sepulus was forced to learn by Grindelwald. Grindelwald wrote out a list of various books, and after giving them to the owl was able to bring them all. The room downstairs from Sepulus was already filled with 3 large bookshelves. He also learned from this that the eccentric Mr. Grindelwald in front of him, the father he vaguely recognized, what a powerful figure he was. And also learned about him and the man who took him out of the orphanage, Dumbledore. Some entanglements between Mr. Leto. But these are not things that Sepulus will worry about. Sepulus was just busy reading a book, crazily absorbing knowledge. Maybe another person would be dissatisfied with this boring and excessive life, but for Sir Preux, who is eager for knowledge and reading, this is simply a good life that cannot be obtained. His attitude also greatly pleased Grindelwald, and Grindelwald became more attentive to him, and he really wanted to teach him as his own cub. "Theory alone is not enough," Mr. Grindelwald told Sir Preux after another round of spot checks and questions. "You must practice it. Magic is something that cannot be understood with bare hands." "But I don't have a wand," Sir Preux blinked. "Can you send me one for this order? I read in the book that the choice of wand is very important, and it is a very important decision. Write a letter to Albus and ask him to take you to Diagon Alley or send you the craftsman directly." Grindelwald didn't care much about this. If Albus can't solve this problem, then he is really old. Sepulus nodded silently, and then went back to write the letter. Dumbledore's reply came back quickly. In the letter, Dumbledore told him that someone would pick him up soon and take him to Diagon Alley to buy what he needed. Sir Preux took the reply and went upstairs to find Grindelwald again, asking sincerely and seriously if he wanted to bring something back to Grindelwald. Grindelwald just glanced at Sepulus. "If you can, go to Godric's Hollow and take some photos for me and come back." Sir Preux silently wrote it down, then went back to endorse it. The person who came to pick him up arrived quickly. He was a huge man riding a dump motorcycle. He was 3 splendids tall. He had thick hair and a beard, and his eyes were bright and dark. Bright, like 2 shining little beetles. The voice of the visitor was like a bell. "Hello, little guy, I'm Hagrid. I'm here to pick you up and go shopping in Diagon Alley." Hello, Mr. Hagrid, I'm Surplease." He did not add his last name when introducing himself. After all, the surname Grindelwald has a profound influence in the wizarding world. Although he is proud of being accepted by this great first-generation Dark Lord, it does not prevent him from being slightly restrained. On edge. Only then did Sepulus realize that he was living in a high tower in mid-air, and that Hagrid was riding a dump motorcycle and was looking at him while hanging in mid-air. Wow, is this magic? Sir Prue blinked. He first went upstairs to say goodbye to Grindelwald, and then got into Hagrid's car. "Sit tight, little guy," the big giant named Hagrid patted Surplease on the shoulder with a smile, and he was so strong that he almost slapped Surplease directly into the car body to use as a seat cushion. I have to pick up another person, let's go to Diagon Alley together." He put a cardboard box into Sepulus's hand. "Help me take it, I'm afraid it will crush him." "What is it?" Surpulus was stunned for a moment while holding the box. "A birthday cake," Hagrid smiled. "Today is that child's 11th birthday. We can still make it in time if we set off now." Chapter 4 Hello, new friend, I am your new friend. Sir Prue was not a child with many problems. He sat obediently in the carriage, wrapped in the thick coat that his father, Mr. Grindelwald, told him to wear. Facts have proved that his father was right. Without this thick coat, perhaps Sir Prue was half frozen to death in the air now. The Natasha in his sleeve might just hibernate and sleep. There was a strong wind among the clouds, and Hagrid was driving the motorcycle very attentively. Surples was also quietly silent on the side, until they started to descend all the way, and finally Surples lowered his head and could see some distance ahead. Below is the glistening and moist sea after the moonlight has spread. Then, it rained. They landed on the edge of a house that looked like it would collapse if the wind blew any harder. Waves and rain hit the rickety hut, and rumbles of thunder followed one after another. Occasionally, lightning struck the sky, which provided a negligible lighting effect. Natasha climbed up to Surpulus's shoulder and complained in a hissing voice through the thick clothes that Hagrid couldn't hear. Surpulus could only respond by wrapping her thick coat tightly. "Hug your weak and pitiful self. Should I knock on the door?" Hagrid pushed the goggles on his face up to his hair. "I rarely interact with muggles." Muggles are the British name for ordinary people who don't know magic. Sepulus looked at Hagrid's height and shrank silently. He thought to himself that if you didn't knock on the door, you would be regarded as a robber who was ready to kill people and steal goods, right? But he nodded and stepped back, and Mr. Hagrid went up and knocked on the door. No one responded. "Are you all asleep?" Hagrid muttered to himself, and then knocked on the door harder. The sound of knocking on the door gradually increased as time went by, and finally it was as loud as fireworks exploding in your ears. At this time, they finally heard a voice coming from inside the door. "What's outside the door?" "I'm warning you, I have a gun." Hagrid looked a little confused, and then he knocked on the door again. This time there was a deafening crash, and the door panel fell to the ground. Hagrid looked a little shocked too. "It's really not strong." He muttered and motioned for Spulz to go into the house first. Spulz got into the house through the doorway without a door panel and held the cake in his arms while the people in the room were looking at the monster. The cardboard box stood against the wall, trying hard to reduce its presence. And Hagrid got into the room after Spulz. This was really not easy. The door was only as high as Hagrid's chest, and it took a lot of effort for him to get into the house. He bent down to pick up the door panel and put it back easily. The expressions of the several people in the room were simply varied. "Can I have a cup of hot tea? It's really cold outside. I'm almost freezing." Hagrid rubbed his hands and went straight over to occupy the only place in the room that looked like he could sit. Place, a tattered sofa. When he sat down, he did not forget to wave to Sepulus. "Oh, come and sit here, Spulz, you must be very cold too." "Sepulus, maybe I can be less cold?" But he finally went over and sat down next to Hagrid. Facing the different looks and gazes of the family. "Oh, you must be Harry," Hagrid's voice suddenly sounded again. Becoming more clear in this quiet and strange atmosphere, "You look like your father, and your eyes, so much like your mother." Spul's eyes followed Hagrid's voice and fell on the boy's face. The boy looked to be the same age as Spul's, but thinner than Spul's, with glasses on his face and hair. It was the same black as Spul's, and a pair of eyes looked at them in surprise. Hagrid patted Spulz on the shoulder, and Spulz understood what Hagrid meant, got off the sofa and handed the box in his hand to the boy in front of him. "For me." The boy looked surprised and disbelieving, until Hagrid nodded again and then opened the box in his hand. Inside was a huge chocolate cake with green sugar juice written on the pink cream, "Happy Birthday to Harry." The boy named Harry looked at the cake, then looked up at Surplice and Hagrid. He seemed to want to express his gratitude, but after struggling a few times to get the words to his mouth, the last thing he said was, "Who are you?" "Oh, yes, I haven't introduced myself yet." Hagrid stood up from the sofa. This time, he was a little shaken. Surplice felt that the whole house was shaking. "I am Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper and keykeeper of Hogwarts. I am Surplice. I am going to Hogwarts to study soon." Surplice showed Harry what he thought was the gentlest and kindest smile. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you." Harry looked very confused. "And you, Mr. Hagrid, nice to meet you too." He paused and then added, "Thank you for bringing the cake." Hagrid laughed happily at this. On the other side, the man who was probably the man of the house raised the shotgun in his hand and pointed it at Hagrid. He looked angry, but probably more panicked. He pointed the shotgun at Hagrid, his face flushed. "This is a trespassing into a private house." "A trespassing into a private house? I am the owner of this home. I ask you to leave here now and get out. Otherwise I will shoot." He brandished the shotgun while his wife sidled behind him, holding another boy in her arms with a look of horror on her face. "Save it, Dursley." Hagrid ignored the man's warning. He stretched out his hand and grasped the barrel of the shotgun, and then with a force, he simply folded the barrel into a U-shaped shape. "I'm here to take Harry away." Surplice looked at the poor U-shaped barrel. "Wow! Where are you going?" Harry ignored the panicked family behind him, but raised his head to ask Hagrid, his emerald eyes flashing, looking a little nervous. "He doesn't fit in with the family," Sepulus thought, feeling isolated. "That's pretty much it." "Go to Hogwarts." Hagrid was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Harry to ask him this question, and there was a bit of unbelievable hesitation in his words. You don't know? You don't know, do you?" Harry looked confused. He turned back to look at his aunt and uncle, then nervously scratched the hem of his clothes. He looked at Hagrid a little embarrassed and apologetically. "I'm sorry. Should I know? I'm sorry." Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then stood up suddenly. "They are the ones who should be sorry." Hagrid patted Spulz vigorously and pointed to a small room in the room. "Come on, take Harry to the next door for a while, I want to have a good talk with the Dursleys." Surplice nodded, took the still dazed Harry's arm and entered the small room inside, and then closed the rickety door properly. Immediately afterwards, a roar was heard outside the door. Sepulus silently raised his hand to plug Harry's ears. Chapter 5. "Hey, my new friend is the legendary Harry Potter?" But there's nothing wrong with blocking someone's ears all the time, so in the end Surplice let go of Harry's ears. Harry looked at Surplice with an innocent face, looking like a pitiful and confused innocent puppy. Surplice stared at him for a moment, then finally cleared his throat and spoke. "Your name is Harry?" "Yeah, Harry." Harry Dursley. Harry Potter, Dursley is my uncle. Harry scratched his hair nervously. My parents passed away. Sepulus was stunned. Harry Potter. Sir Please lowered his voice and exclaimed half in surprise. Yes, yes. Harry didn't seem to expect that Sir Please would have such a big reaction. He looked at Sir Please nervously for a moment, as if he was reflecting on whether he had said something wrong. Her eyes blinked, and her long eyelashes flickered, which looked quite beautiful. I may know why Hagrid is so angry. Sir Please looked at Harry in front of him and tilted his head slightly. You are very famous in the wizarding world. Even though I have just been exposed to the wizarding world for a few months, those who have simply read a few books know you, but you yourself have no idea at all, or even the existence of the magic world. Harry's eyes widened. I'm famous. You are famous. Sir Please nodded. The house as a whole was in dilapidated condition, and the small bedroom inside was no better. It was small and leaky. Hagrid's roar continued outside. Spulz and Harry sat on the floor, with their knees facing each other. Sit with your knees up. Sir Prue hesitantly looked at the thin pajamas Harry was wearing, and finally opened his coat and opened his arms towards Harry. Come here to warm me up? But there is a snake in my arms, are you afraid? When Sir Please finished speaking, Natasha stuck her head out in a cooperative manner, turned her head to say hello to Harry, and then obediently retracted under Sir Please' shirt. Gone. It doesn't bite. Sir Praise added. Harry hesitated slightly, but it was not the kind of hesitation that he was afraid of, so Sir Please did not give Harry any choice. Instead, out of affection or embarrassment, Sir Please did not give Harry any choice. He refused the opportunity, shook out his coat, and wrapped Harry in it. Thank you. Harry blushed. Sir Please shrugged and said it was nothing. You are well known in the wizarding world, but maybe I shouldn't tell you this. It's a bit presumptuous. Sir Please explained to Harry while meeting Harry's nervous gaze, which was a bit expectant. Since Hagrid has already come to pick you up, Mr. Dumbledore must have arranged the rest. We are still children, so we can just wait and make arrangements. Mr. Dumbledore. Harry blinked. My nominal guardian. Sir Please thought for a while. He picked me up from the orphanage, and it was Mr. Dumbledore who arranged for Mr. Hagrid to pick me up in Diagon Alley. Since he also came to pick me up, I killed you, probably because of Mr. Dumbledore's arrangement. Diagon Alley. Harry responded to every unfamiliar word that Sir Please said with great curiosity and exploration. Sir Praise also happily explained to him, it is said to be the largest commercial street in the British wizarding world. It has everything. But I have never been there. I came into contact with the wizarding world a few months earlier than you. I know I also read them in books. What book? Harry asked eagerly. Some little knowledge you must know about the magical world. Sir Please tilted his head and thought for a moment. Probably this is the kind of book that will educate young children and the like. When we all go to Hogwarts I can lend it to you. Harry's face turned red again, and he mumbled a blushing thank you. They stayed here for a long time, until Hagrid came in from the gate of opening, looking still angry. But when he saw Harry and Sir Please huddled together in the same coat, his expression softened. He took off his huge and thick leather jacket and gave it to the two little boys. Sleep with this covered. The weather outside is really bad. I don't dare to go through the thunderstorm area with you two. He stretched out. When you wake up tomorrow, we will go to Diagon Alley to buy you some interesting gadgets. So, by the way, if you feel your clothes moving around at night, there should be something in a pocket. There must be 2 dormice. After Hagrid said these words, Spulz clearly felt Natasha moving behind his neck. Ah, it seems that these 2 dormice may not survive until they wake up tomorrow. Sir Prue silently sympathized with the 2 poor dormice who were about to become Natasha's dinner, and he and Harry went to find a corner to sleep in. The conditions were not very good, the wind was blowing very hard outside, and even Hagrid's thick coat couldn't be said to be very warm. Sepulus didn't care about this environment. He grew up in an orphanage. He was not a rich kid and could endure hardships very much. What kept him awake was Harry's accelerated heartbeat and shining eyes. The boy was looking forward to and excited about everything in the future, just like he was when he held Mr. Dumbledore's hand a few months ago. So Spulz reached out and fumbled around, and took Harry's hand under his coat. Harry was obviously stunned for a moment, looking at Surplice with his eyes, a little surprised and a little panicked. "We will become good friends, Harry," Surplice said softly. "We will both have a new life of our own in the wizarding world." His eyes were also shining, reflected in Harry's eyes. And Harry nodded vigorously. They finally fell asleep. "I had a good sleep this time." Although the sound of waves crashing on the rocks is not a good sleep aid, but after listening to it for a little longer, it is very hypnosis. The next morning they were woken up by the smell of grilled sausages. Hagrid somehow lit a small fire in the house and was grilling sausages. He was good at his craftsmanship. The sausage was roasted by him until it was sizzling with oil. He also sprinkled pepper on it and exploded it in the fire. The tongue of a greedy person would fall off. "Are you awake?" Hagrid smiled at Harry and Sepulus, who were still in a trance and confusion. "Eat something when you wake up. It should be good to go with the cake that you didn't have time to eat yesterday. Eat it later. When we're full, we'll set off." Chapter 6 I Must Become a Very Wealthy Adult. They left this place the next day through Muggle means and headed all the way to Diagon Alley. It took a little effort, after all, to drive the flying motorcycle they came on the road. They didn't have a driver's license. "I can't use magic casually," Hagrid explained to them. "I was expelled from Hogwarts, so the Ministry of Magic has a restraining order against me. But you flew here when you came." Harry looked at the huge motorcycle and touched the outer shell of the motorcycle nervously. He also wanted to see the motorcycle fly. "That's because I haven't picked you up yet," Hagrid shrugged, "and we were not in the UK at the time. We have to abide by the rules when we are in the UK, otherwise we will get into trouble." But when they wanted to ask more questions, Hagrid would change the subject and refuse to continue. He refused to say anything, so Harry and Surplice stopped asking. Hagrid didn't understand how to use Muggle currency, so he asked Harry and Surplice to buy subway tickets. They had to take the subway all the way to London. This is a slightly big project, and you have to sit for a long time all the way, and you have to work hard to ignore the eyes of the people around you. Hagrid is so tall, he is almost twice the size of an ordinary person. When passing through the subway turnstile, he almost got himself stuck in the turnstile, not to mention that he had to occupy the space of almost 3 people. Fortunately, it's not a rush hour for commuting, otherwise Surplice felt that they would have received countless looks. But Hagrid obviously didn't care much. He was very focused on reading the newspaper. Harry didn't seem to care much either. Harry just looked out through the car window, his face full of envy for the outside world. "We'll split up into 2 groups later, okay Surplice?" Hagrid suddenly thought of something and moved his face closer to Surplice. "I'll take Harry to buy the things he needs to start school, you go buy a wand. Dumbledore seems to have other plans for your start of school shopping." "Other arrangements?" Surplice was stunned for a moment. "Isn't Sep with us?" Harry was also stunned for a moment. Harry was a little attached to his rare first friend. Although he was sitting on the seat, he was very close to Spulz. Suddenly he heard that they were leaving together, and he grabbed Spulz anxiously. "Seize hand. It's Dumbledore's arrangement." Hagrid spread his hands and said he was helpless, he must have his reasons. Spulz had no objections. "Okay, then I understand." Then he patted Harry on the shoulder again. "Don't worry, we can see you every day after school starts." Harry then calmed down the expression on his face and nodded a little uneasily. Hagrid also saw Harry's depression. He shook the newspaper and showed it to Harry, trying to find something interesting in it to show Harry and make him happy. "Look, we're talking about fire dragons here. It's said that Gringotts, which we're about to go to, also has fire dragons. Hagrid pointed to a moving photo in the newspaper. Fire dragons are the most beautiful animals in the world. I really want a fire dragon. You want a fire dragon? Harry's eyes were indeed attracted, and he looked up at the newspaper in Hagrid's hand. Always wanted to, Hagrid said. They got off the subway, and under the guidance of Hagrid, they found a record store with ease. And then pointed them to a bar next to the record store. This is a dirty and shabby little bar. If Hagrid hadn't specifically pointed it out, Surplice wouldn't have noticed that there was a bar here and would have simply ignored it. Even pedestrians on the road don't pay attention to this bar or even take a glance at it. The magic is amazing. Surplice muttered with emotion, and then was led into the bar by Hagrid. Both Sepals and Harry were a little nervous, but they felt safe following Hagrid. Hagrid walked into the bar with the two young boys with ease. There is a very beautiful and large clock hanging on the bar. It is very beautiful and interesting. There are no hands on it, but there are many birds painted on it. Spulz couldn't tell how this clock told time, but Hagrid obviously understood, so he panicked for a moment and patted Spulz on the shoulder. It's broken, we don't have enough time. Sepulus, can you go by yourself? Just go out from here and go straight along the road, and you will find Ollivander's wand shop. He looked a little worried, but Surplice was very sensible and didn't say much. He just nodded, but I have no money. Oh, you don't have to worry about this. Hagrid patted Sepulus on the shoulder again. You just need to go, there will be someone waiting for you over there. Hey? Is there anyone waiting for me? Sepulus was slightly surprised, but he nodded slightly, took note of the route Hagrid told him, and walked straight forward. He walked through the bar, went out through the back door, and turned out of a small alley. The road in front of him suddenly became clearer. There is a huge spacious road in front of you, and the sunlight pours down along the eaves, shining on the bustling streets and everyone's faces. Surplice is a well-known sensible child in the orphanage. As his ultimate goal is to be adopted, he has always been committed to making everyone like him, so the fat man in the orphanage went out to do shopping. Sepulus has also been there many times with his grandma. He had been to the market in London's West Street. It was also lively and interesting. There were rare things that he had never imagined or seen before. This was something that Surplice had only dreamed about. When he got rich, he would live a life like this. It's a good day, so be sure to buy all those things. But the market on West Street in London is far from as good and big as the one here. Sepulus swallowed silently. Natasha was finally able to get out of Surplice's clothes and take a breath. She poked her head out along the collar of Surplice's shirt. It's killing me, the two dormice ate them yesterday. I'm about to choke to death. Surplice glanced at her. Do you like it? Natasha turned her head and looked at the noisy long street around her. Her little head could not understand the meaning of the sign on the store door very well, nor could she understand the surroundings very well. Seeing the joy and smiles on those people's faces, she could only instinctively feel Sepulus' joy. She turned her head. You will make a lot of money in the future. When you have money, you can buy this place, and it will all be yours. Natasha was just a snake. Natasha couldn't think of anything more. She instinctively said what came to mind, but she still got Surplice's smile in return. You have a good idea. Why don't you want me to buy tens of thousands of dormice for you to make a midnight snack? Because I don't like eating dormice that much. Natasha didn't hear the joke in Surplice's words, but turned around and retracted into Surplice's collar. Don't you still have other things to do? Well, go and do your work, I'll just sit back and take a look. Most humans have a natural fear of snakes. Surplice was discovered when he was raising Natasha in the orphanage. At that time, some children secretly commented that Surplice was a freak, so later Natasha would intentionally or unintentionally avoid people to prevent his existence from being seen, and then talk about Sepulus. Although Spulz was also distressed, he had no choice but to stretch out his finger and tap Natasha's little head. Wait a minute, I think Hogwarts can even raise toads and mice, so I guess not. I'll be restricted from keeping a snake, Natalia. But Natasha just shook her tail. Chapter 7 The young master of the Malfoy family is so handsome. Sir Prue followed Hagrid's instructions and walked forward. The wand shop was actually easy to find. The signboard at the door has obviously been worn by years of wind and rain, and the gold characters on it have also peeled off the gold paint, making it look quite dilapidated. The glass on the display window is also covered with a layer of dust, and the purple velvet cushion holding the wand inside has also been faded by the sun. Now that it is placed inside, it makes the store look old and shabby. Weathered. Ollivander's Wand Shop. These words were vaguely visible on the faded signboard, but the lower few words were already a bit blurry. After squinting for a while, Sir Praise saw that it was a store introduction, to the effect that this store the shop has been making wands since AD 382. No wonder the stores are so old and they don't need to be repaired. It turns out that they have some real talent and knowledge, so they don't need to rely on glamorous decorations and weird features to attract customers. Spulz pushed the door open and walked in. The wind chimes hanging at the door rang lightly. The ringtone was crisp and clear, making Spulz's heart jingle and jump for joy as the dust shone with light. Hello. Someone was already standing in the room. Sepulus took a closer look and saw that he was a handsome young man. Although it was not appropriate to use beautiful to describe a boy, Spulz racked his brains to think of the person in front of him. That is to say, this person is really beautiful. Her blonde hair was meticulously combed on her head, her fair little face, maybe because she was a little nervous, was slightly pink, and her grey-blue eyes were focused on Sep. Onlay. Wearing a crisp little suit, he looked like an aristocratic young master. Hello, who are you? Sepulus smiled and greeted others with a crooked look. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. The young master showed a beautiful smile. Nice to meet you, Sepulus. Malfoy. Sir Praise was stunned for a moment when he heard this last name. The magic world actually still has a bit of a medieval feel, with some distinctions between aristocratic families and ordinary families, among which the 28 sacred magic families are the most famous. The Malfoy family is at the top of the 28 magical families, the top aristocratic family in the magical world. His young master wants to find me? Sir Please was not stupid enough to really take him seriously. With a little thought, he realized that the target was definitely not him. Most of them were for his guardian, the principal of Hogwarts, Deng Buldu, or Mr. Grindelwald, the cheap adoptive father behind him. Hello, I'm Spulz. Spulz smiled brightly at the young master in front of him. Nice to meet you. He was generous, and the young master of the Malfoy family smiled politely at him. I heard that you also wanted a wand, so I asked my father to send a message and let the two of us come together. He smiled, and you could see the scrutiny and judgment inside. I think we should be in the same group, right? Spulz could almost hear what he meant. Grindelwald mentioned it to him and said that the wizarding family has adhered to the purity of their bloodline so far. This is not a wrong thing, because the purity of their bloodline has kept the innate magic flowing between them. Nothing is lost in the blood. But at the same time, this also has big drawbacks. To put it in layman's terms, there are only so many people in the circle. You marry my sister and I marry your brother. In the end, everyone is in-laws on top of each other. They are destined to be together. Bring in new blood, otherwise we'll all die. You are the kid that Dumbledore brought into the wizarding world, and you are the son who I gave my last name to. You are regarded as a favorite by countless people. Grindelwald always spoke honestly and unceremoniously. You can just play with it casually. That's it, you are smart, sensible, and talented. As long as you don't poke a hole in the sky, Albus, and I can cover you. However, Sepulus thinks that he is not the kind of person who can poke holes in the sky, but he is not a white flower who can be taught by others. Maybe. Sir Prue smiled, a smile that was a bit arrogant and conceited. imitating Grindelwald's. However, Grindelwald's smile was basically full of pure pride and contempt for others. If I had to describe it, it was probably the kind of attitude where he felt that everyone in the world was trash and could not compare to him. That is truly the innate aura of a king. If I look down on you, I will look down on you without even pretending. However, Sir Pruse took a closer look at Grindelwald's first half of his life and found that he had the ability to be crazy. But even if he only learned a bit of Grindelwald's unruliness, it was enough to understand Master Malfoy's feelings. Sir Pruse looked at Master Malfoy and laughed. "Just call me Draco." Sprus. Sprus also laughed, and then the two of them walked into the back room of Ollivander's wand shop side by side. "I don't know much about the wizarding world," Sir Pruse chatted with Draco. "I read in the book that wands are very important to wizards. I was specially packed and sent from Austria for this wand." This was also what Grindelwald meant. He said that since Dumbledore had directly placed him in Nurmengard, he had no intention of covering him up, so he asked Sepulus to use his name to deceive him. It may be a bit too much to say that he is cheating, but Grindelwald also warned him, saying that the nobles are all contemptuous things. If a person like Sir Pruse has no background, he is called Dumbledore. The reputation of a man who makes a lot of money is bound to suffer losses. Grindelwald is still protective of his shortcomings. Sure enough, when Austria was mentioned, Draco turned his head and glanced at Spulz. When he spoke, his voice was low and slightly hesitant. "Who are you really studying under? Maybe it's not appropriate to say he is a disciple." Sepulus tilted his head and thought for a moment, then smiled. "Ah, my introduction was not good enough, Sepulus Grindelwald, that he is my adoptive father." He didn't give Draco more time to react, but bumped Draco's shoulder. "I came here but I didn't bring a penny with me, and now I'm a penniless man. Master Draco, are you trying to protect me?" Draco asked him to bump into him before he recovered from the shock. He didn't seem to be very used to such close physical contact, and his ears were slightly pink. "Can I ask you to spend money if you come out with me?" Draco raised his chin slightly and snorted. "I will pay for all your purchases today. You can just choose what you like and buy whatever you want." "Wow," Sepulus made a gesture of holding his heart with both hands. "Draco, you are so kind." Chapter 8. It seems that a son inheriting his father's inheritance is not a legal inheritance. They sat on the bench in the wand shop for a while before Mr. Ollivander came out from behind. He looked very much in line with Sir Pruse's idea of a craftsman. He is a slightly older man with curly white hair and a pair of very light eyes, which look like two crescent moons in the dim shop. "Hello, you must be little Mr. Grindelwald." The old man greeted Spulz with a smile. "You must be like your father, very suitable for elderberry. I see the same thing in you." Eager. Regardless of how this old man directly knew that I was Mr. Grindelwald. But the same desire? Sepulus felt that the old man in front of him might be talking nonsense. "What does your adoptive father long for?" "He desires to rule the wizarding world." "Do I look like someone who aspires to rule the wizarding world?" "I'm not. The wish I just had was encouraged by Natasha just now, so that I can make a lot of money and buy Diagon Alley. It doesn't seem to be related to ruling the magical world, right?" But he couldn't refute the face of the old man in front of him, so he had to smile and pretend that the old man was right. Maybe right. So Mr. Ollivander smiled gently at Sir Pruse, turned around and went back to the small room behind him. "What is he going to do?" Sepulus asked Draco beside him hesitantly. "Did I say something wrong?" "He went to choose a wand for you," Draco explained to Sir Pruse. "Wands and wizards are a two-way selection process, you know this, right?" "I'm not a novice to this extent." Sepulus raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his head. "I did my homework before coming here." Draco smiled softly. "That's good. It saves me a lot of introduction." So while Mr. Ollivander went to the back warehouse to pick and choose, Draco started chatting with Spulz. They don't have many topics in common, but Draco is also very talkative and can chat about all kinds of things. Thanks to the pile of books he has been reading recently, Sepals can also keep up. There won't be any cold spots. So after chatting for a while, Draco suddenly shrugged. You are very different from what I imagined. Sepulus looked at him from outside. What do you imagine me to be like? I can't tell. Draco seemed to be really thinking in distress, but it's definitely not like this. I thought you would be a little more nervous. Maybe, after all, my father told me that you are Dumbledore. It was picked up from the orphanage and only lasted a few months. After saying that, he seemed to realize that his choice of words was inappropriate, and silently added sorry, although there was no apology in his tone. Ah, I was nervous. Surplice did not deny it. But after reading a few books, I felt less nervous. The person who took me into the magical world was Mr. Dumbledore, who had various titles and honors. The nominal adoptive father is Mr. Grindelwald, the Dark Lord of the first generation. It must be because others see me nervous. He smiled, his eyebrows twisted. I came out of the orphanage, and the twists and turns there are no less than the undercurrents among the nobles since I have been chosen. It proves that I am still useful. Maybe he will become a new rich. After saying that, he paused pretentiously. Hey, isn't it a bad idea to compare an orphanage to a big noble? I'm sorry. Draco's eyes flickered slightly when he looked at him. He looked at Surplice and stretched out his hand again. Draco Malfoy. Spruce Grindelwald. Spruce held his hand again with a smile. We will definitely become good friends, Draco. Draco nodded, obviously more sincere this time, and even took the initiative to invite, after buying the wand later, would you like to go to Mrs. Green's dessert shop for something to eat? I heard my father say that you are the first. If you come out to play for the first time, you can stay a little longer, and leave those odds and ends to my house elves. The kind of house elf in the book. Sepulus blinked. Wow, it is indeed the Malfoy family. Draco snorted slightly proudly and puffed out his chest. At this time, Mr. Ollivander left and returned, holding a large number of small rectangular boxes in his hands that could bury his whole body. Sepulus was quite stunned. It's normal. Draco patted Sepulus on the shoulder very openly. Ollivander's wand shop is the best and the most strict. Don't worry, Ollivanders. Sir will definitely help you find the best wand for you. When Mr. Ollivander heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Wizards are choosing wands, and wands are also choosing wizards. In the end, those who can leave their names in the history of magic are all intimate with their wands. The Great Wizard. He lined up the boxes in front of Surplice, and then motioned to Surplice to pick one. Just pick one. Surplice was a little unbelievable. Just pick one. We are wizards, kid, Mr. Ollivander said with a smile, still with that wise and enigmatic expression. In the world of wizards, luck is also a very important course. Spulz didn't know what was going on, but then he thought again, magic itself is also a very mysterious thing, so believing in luck in the magic world may not necessarily be something too mysterious. So he silently stared at the small boxes lined up in front of him, silently touched what he liked from inside, and opened the box while staring at Mr. Ollivander and Draco. Oh, this should suit you very well. Mr. Ollivander looked at the box that Surplice picked up. I have prepared a lot. Although I think elderberry is suitable for you, I have to say that elderberry, its reputation is not that good, even I haven't made many elderberry wands. I prepared elderberry, ebony, acacia, blackthorn, fir, but you still picked the elderberry at a glance. Maybe this is fate. The hand holding the box paused. I just picked one at random. Why are there so many details? Open it and take a look. Mr. Ollivander motioned to him. Elder will only choose unparalleled wizards to be its masters. Every wizard who is a perfect match for the Elder Wand will have a magnificent destiny. Chapter 9. Of course I believe I will have a magnificent life. Surplice took out the wand with some hesitation, and then handed it to Mr. Ollivander. 13.5 inches long, elderberry, thunderbird tail feathers. Mr. Ollivander took the wand and looked at it carefully. This is my work many years ago. I was still young at that time and preferred try a variety of wand cores. He handed the wand back to Surplice. Try it. Try it. Surplice repeated Mr. Ollivander's words. How? Wave it. Mr. Ollivander smiled softly, and then turned sideways to hold out a candlestick. You can try to light it in your mind, or change it into something else. Spulz was still confused, but Draco nodded slightly at Spulz from one side. Surplice then raised his hand. A strange feeling arose from his heart. How can I describe this feeling? It is difficult for Spulz to explain this feeling clearly in words. He just feels that his heart is beating very fast and there is a strange throbbing. If he had to describe it, maybe it would be the first time climbing the high tower of Nurmengard, almost slipping and falling. The heartbeat speeds up the same as this. The candle changed when Surplice pointed his wand at it. Its wax melted and reshaped into the shape of an exquisite bird. Surplice didn't recognize it, but he guessed that maybe this was Thunderbird, the owner of the core of his wand. Amazing! Mr. Ollivander was the first to applaud, and his tone could not hide his amazement. You have an extremely rich magical power, little Mr. Grindelwald. You may become a great shapeshifter in the future. Thank you. Sepulus held the wand tightly in his hand and smiled at Mr. Ollivander. There was obviously shock in Draco's eyes that had not faded away. Surplice knew that when Draco returned, he would probably immediately tell his father what he had seen and heard today, including that Surplice had received what kind of wand. But this had nothing to do with him. After all, Draco paid very simply. He bought everything including the wand holder and maintenance tools, and he bought the best ones. The one who gets the money is the uncle. Surplice happily followed Draco and said thank you repeatedly, causing the tips of Draco's ears to turn from slightly pink to red. Draco finally said with red ears that he would take Sepulus around Diagon Alley, and Spulz naturally said yes. Draco took Spulz to Flourish and Blott's bookstore and bought a map of Diagon Alley. The original plan was to ask Spulz to look at the map to see his favorite store, and then they went there. Unexpectedly, Surplice fell in love with Flourish and Blott's bookstore. This is really good, Sepulus sighed as he looked up at the large bookshelf that reached the ceiling. I had never dreamed of having books to read. Draco's eyes flickered slightly. Have you ever ... Where can I read any books in the orphanage? Surplice's hand fell on the spine of one of the rows of books. It's good to be fed and clothed. How can I think of anything else? He turned back and smiled at Draco. Hey, is the school dormitory big? Can I buy a lot of books and put them in it? Slytherin rooms are all single rooms, you can modify them however you want, Draco replied. I have a high-level VIP at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. You can just use my card when the time comes. You can order whatever you like directly. Send it to school. Wow Draco, you are so kind. Surplice smiled with his eyebrows crooked. Then I will bake cookies for you next time. Bake cookies? Draco was confused. It's not like he hasn't received gifts from friends before. The friendship between children of aristocrats is actually just that. You can't say that you don't give sincerely, but there may be a bit of pretense. However, the gifts they exchanged were of real value. Cookie. This was an area Draco didn't touch. No one really gave him cookies. Well, the desserts I make are quite delicious. There was a charity sale at the orphanage. We would all make something and take it to the market. I learned how to do it during that time. Sepulus was still smiling. I can't afford an expensive gift in return, but I can supply biscuits for a lifetime. Okay, Draco nodded, then I'll wait. He once again looked at Surplice's back carefully. Surplice was concentrating on picking out the books at Flourish Blossoms, and did not pay attention to Draco's gaze. Sepulus is so weird. Draco seriously thought that Sepulus was weird. He said that he asked Mr. Malfoy to come over, but he was actually lying to Surplis. He doesn't want to come. Because he felt he couldn't commit the crime. So what if he is the person brought back by Dumbledore? This person actually grew up in an orphanage. What kind of disturbance can a muggle who has lived for 11 years be brought into the magical world suddenly? It's already good if you don't run away in despair. Dumbledore was getting old and had a bad brain, so he thought of stirring up the pond. Why would his father join in the fun? Do you really think that the beggar Dumbledore picked up from the orphanage could become something big? Do you want him to come and interact with people in person? It's better to spend more time. It is said that Harry Potter has also come to Hogwarts, so I want to get in touch with him. But Sepulus and Draco had completely different ideas. He is not as timid or inferior as Draco imagined. On the contrary, he is quite open and generous. If you don't know something, just ask directly. If you can't give me a valuable gift in return, then pick the best one I can give you. He was not as ignorant as he imagined. Draco was indeed boasting intentionally or unintentionally when he was at Ollivander's wand shop. He just wanted to impress the little Grindelwald. So what if you are favored by Dumbledore? So what if you are lucky enough to be favored by Grindelwald? Heritage is not something you can just say you have. But Surplis didn't appear at a loss. He could answer everything Draco mentioned. Even the boring history of magic could be answered fluently. Occasionally, he would only make a few mistakes or omissions. Better than most young wizards who were born and raised here. Draco's eyes were definitely higher than his head. He has this capital. He is the only heir to the evergreen Malfoy family in the 28 wizarding family, and the young Master Malfoy is pampered by his parents. He can look down on most people in the wizarding world. All roads lead to Rome, and he was born in Rome. But he is not a dandy young master who only knows how to look up and not look at others. He is not a person who cannot understand the situation. Surplis is very powerful, not to mention his Elder Wand, trapped in the legend of Elder Wands never prosper. It is recognized as the most powerful wand. In terms of his demeanor and his knowledge reserves, it is not impossible for Draco to say that he was Dumbledore's backup man who had been hiding in Nurmengard for a long time. Wouldn't it be even more remarkable if he was really just an ordinary person who had just been brought back from the orphanage? Such a person must be a friend of the Malfoy family. Draco looked at Surplis' side face leaning against the bookshelf and took a deep breath silently. Is there anything you like? If you like it, buy it. Then just ask them to send them to school. Draco stood next to Surplis. There is also a stationery store over there. The color-changing ink at home is really interesting. Do you want to go and have a look too? Chapter 10 The gears of fate have completely turned. Surprise returned to Nurmengard filled with money. Hey, Grindelwald watched Surprise carrying things back and forth to the tower. Did you go out to stock up on goods this time? Are you planning to open a department store where we are the only ones here? What? Surprise wiped the sweat from moving things back and forth. In fact, he didn't move things himself. After getting the wand, he naturally wanted to try the magic spell he thought, so Grindelwald simply asked him to use the levitation spell to move things. Now he has walked back and forth to the tower 7 times, and his whole body is almost like a puddle of mud from exhaustion. However, facing Grindelwald's cold gaze, he still straightens his back. That's right, Grindelwald nodded slightly. You have to control your temper at any time, so as not to have those young masters and ladies gossiping behind your back. Sepulus nodded silently. Did that Malfoy boy sell you all this mess? He was quite willing to pay for it. Grindelwald has good eyesight and is also very clever in seeing things. After going through this several times, Sepulus gave Grindelwald a slap in the face. Surprise carefully kept the good things that Grindelwald said, and used the second best things that Grindelwald said. Although Grindelwald said that the next best thing is something that ordinary people cannot afford. But Draco bought too much. In the end, Surplice basically didn't dare to turn his eyes, because whenever Surplice glanced at something for a second, Draco would directly sign the order and buy it. He felt guilty for buying Surplice forcibly. You will be fine if he buys it for you. The Malfoys are rich, and they are just showing it off to Albus. Grindelwald asked Spulz to relax. I will definitely be more cautious after going to Hogwarts. If many people are fawning over you, you have to be selective. Not everyone can be your friend. Spulz nodded, so Grindelwald waved his hand, and Spulz continued to move things. After more than a month of free time, the Hogwarts owl came to deliver the news of the start of school to Surplice. Grindelwald looked at it and sneered, "What kind of place is Hogwarts? It's not as interesting as Durmstrang. If it had been back then, I would have definitely arranged for you to go to Durmstrang." Durmstrang. Sepulus rolled his eyes. "By the way, Dad, can I go to both schools?" "You are quite greedy," Sepulus said, which made Grindelwald gasp in surprise. "If you want to go to school, there is no one like you who can do it right. Isn't it true that the teachings on both sides are different?" Sir Praise obediently spoke to Grindelwald through the iron railings. "The teachings at Hogwarts are a little gentler, but I think dark magic also has merits. Wouldn't it be a pity if we just let it go and don't learn? Besides, Dad, you are the great Dark Lord Grindelwald. As your cub, doesn't it make sense that I don't know any dark magic? Isn't that right? Dad, you can do well and you can think of a way, Dad." Surplice persisted in blowing Grindelwald's railings, which really made Grindelwald relieved. Secretly, he did feel that Surplice was a bit buried in his son studying at Hogwarts. The status procedures for studying are secondary. The important thing is to ask Dumbledore to agree. Ask him to build a fireplace in your dormitory, buy a jar of fluo powder, and go wherever you like. Grindelwald snorted, "But then you are very busy. Hogwarts has weekends off, but Durmstrang does not. You go there on the weekends to learn the lessons that others have for the week. Can you persist? You try it." Surplice's eyes were filled with stars. "What if I can? If you can't hold on, you will disgrace your father and me, and I will break your legs." Grindelwald glared at Sepulus. "Go and write a letter to Albus." So Spulz went away and wrote a letter to Dumbledore. "Are you really going to read to yourself?" Natasha hummed and nestled on Surplice's desk. "You don't feel like going to one school is enough, so you have to go to a second one. This is very interesting." Sepulus raised his face slightly. "I am an orphan after all." "Natalia, is Draco befriending me because of me?" "No, he is doing it for Mr. Dumbledore and his father. But how can I rely on the two of them for the rest of my life? I need to become a new rich myself, so that those who respect Mr. Dumbledore and my father can respect me." His eyes fell on the dancing firelight, his face expressionless. "I haven't done enough, I have to work harder." Natasha watched the candle flame flicker and extinguish, shining on Surplice's face, casting a deep shadow, and silently moved it from the desk to Surplice's neck. "The past few days here have made you worry a lot, but I know you are smart, so just go for what you want. The day you can really buy Diagon Alley, I want you to give it to me by 10,000 dormice. Didn't you say you don't like to eat?" Sir Praise asked her to make her laugh. He raised his hand and took it off her neck and put it on his hand. "Okay, I will buy you 10,000 dormouses then. If you want to eat them, you can eat whatever you want." Natasha flicked the tip of her tail. Dumbledore agreed happily, so Spulz bought a lot of books, and under the guidance of Grindelwald, he memorized this and learned that seriously. Until the start of school was approaching, Grindelwald called Spulz. Si set off early and stayed somewhere closer to King's Cross Station. This time it was reliable, and he gave Sepulus money, a heavy bag of gold galleons. "I will write back, Father." Sir Pruse was quite reluctant to leave Nurmengard, and then Grindelwald waved his hand and sent him away. "If I don't get the first place in the grade, I will just break your legs. Dad, I feel that although my legs are not valuable, they are quite important. Can we discuss it and not break them? There is no future, get out of here. Sir Please rolled away happily. He took the night bus all the way to Hogwarts. The night bus, a travel bus specifically for helpless wizards. The fare was cheap and you could go anywhere. The only problem was that the road was absolutely bumpy. When they finally got off the bus and stood on the solid concrete floor, Serpulus and Natasha almost cried with joy. Don't sit here again, okay? Natasha huddled in Serply's shirt pocket. I'm a snake, I feel like I'm going to vomit, I don't know how you can bear it. I haven't eaten. Sir Prey's face turned pale. I promise you, Natalia, we will definitely stay away from the night bus in the future. I will ask Draco if he has anything else. Transportation tool. He ordered a Coke and a French fries at a Muggle fast food restaurant and sat there for a long time. In the end, he had no appetite to touch the French fries. He just drank all the Coke, cheered up, and walked into the shabby shop again. Cauldron Bar. This time he stood at the front desk of the bar, looking up at the bartender with a cigarette in his mouth. A standard room, sir, I will stay here until the end of August. The gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 11. Let's just say that those who become serious can seek death. Sepulus took up residence in the leaky cauldron. He didn't have much luggage, only a few books and some snacks from Natasha and nothing else. Although the list given by Hogwarts at that time called for preparing a lot of things, Draco took care of all those things, so Sepulus didn't have to worry about anything. There were almost no activities during the day. I just asked the guest room to bring breakfast and dinner to the room. After breakfast, I went to Flourish and Blott's bookstore to read for the whole day, and then ate outside at noon. August 23, sunny weather. Today I saw how to make white essence in a bookstore. It is a very basic healing potion. It is not too difficult. After I returned to the hotel, I took a crucible and tried it, and it actually worked. It's just that the effect is not very ideal. I made a 3 cm cut on my hand. It took about 5 seconds for the bleeding to initially stop, but it took about 3 minutes for complete healing. P.S. Natalia called me crazy. August 27, the weather is sunny. The weather in London should not be so good. Rainy weather should be the norm. I asked the bar owner and he said it was because we knew magic and the wizard dispersed the dark clouds. This is really amazing. Today I tried the Motella mouse antenna juice. Although I felt that the healing effect was not as good as expected, the pain relief effect was great. P.S. Natalia said that if I do experiments on myself again, she will bite me to death to save me the trouble. I'll research something else next time. August 30, sunny weather. I'm going to Hogwarts by car tomorrow. I gave myself a day off today. I bought a camera at a thrift store and took a photo of Natalia and me. After applying developing potion, the photo was really real. It will move. It was amazing. I thought it was funny, Natalia thought it was funny too, and we decided to send this photo back to my father. Natalia is very happy today because I asked the owner of the pet shop and the owner said that it is normal to keep snakes in the wizarding world, so Natalia can stay with me openly. It's just that he can't speak, the wizarding world regards the ability to communicate with snakes as unknown. I don't care, but Natalia's attitude is very firm, so I won't talk to her in front of outsiders. Sepulus is a seed, a good seed. He has found the soil that suits him, and then he is working very hard to dig his roots down, desperately absorbing nutrients, and waiting to grow into a towering tree. A few days passed by in a flash, and when it was time for school to start, he picked up his small suitcase, held Natasha in his arms, and took the subway to King's Cross Station. Everything in the big city was very grand. With emotion and admiration shining in Sepulus's eyes, he looked all the way and turned to platform 9 3/4 according to the guidance of the ticket. But there is only one wall here, nothing else. Sir Pruse frowned for a moment, then sat down on the waiting bench on the platform. It doesn't matter if there is no platform. The train doesn't leave until 11 o'clock. He came early. There are always people who have to go to school and go to the platform in such a long time. He should pay attention and see if it's over. He was right. He didn't even ask Sepulus to wait for too long. After 10 minutes, Sepulus saw a large family. About a family of 3, in the middle of platforms 9 and 10. He wandered back and forth near the wall for a while, and then headed straight for the wall while no one was paying attention. Then Sepulus saw water-like ripples on the wall, and the family just disappeared into the wall. "Wow," Natasha, who was huddled in Sir Ple's pocket, exclaimed, "does the magic start now?" "It's indeed amazing," Sepulus walked into the wall after watching for a while. "I'm really looking forward to what will happen in the future." Walking into this wall, it is a brand new space. A dark red train is spitting steam on the track. There are already many students and parents around. The thick smoke of the steam is lingering over the crowd, and cats of various colors are running under people's feet. Running around, you can occasionally see toads jumping around among them. Someone actually buys toads as pets. Spulz warned Natasha that he couldn't eat this, but Natasha slapped him with the tip of her tail. "I left the high-end snacks to catch the toads myself." Natasha's voice was incomprehensible. "Sepulus, did you become stupid and then think that I was as stupid as you?" Spulz looked at the red mark on the back of his hand that Natasha had pulled out aggrievedly, then pouted, got in the car and went to find a seat. He came early and had no acquaintances, so he happily found an empty private room and sat down. Natasha slipped out of his hand and folded it up on the table, holding up her head and a certain section of her body to look out at the excitement. This section of the snake's head is really a bit obvious. Especially since Natasha was a poisonous snake, others would just run away if they saw her, but they would not dare to enter Sepulus's box. Spulz was happy to be free from the trouble of unnecessary dealings with others. But the leisure didn't last long, and the door of the private room was knocked open. "Before I got on the train, I heard someone talking on the platform outside, saying how a cold-faced black-haired boy with a snake was so scary." Draco opened the door and came in with a little smile in his eyes. "Interesting, just thinking about the way you dragged me to pick out the pet snacks, I guessed that this person was you." "Draco." Sir Please closed the book and smiled at Draco. At this time, Natasha also twisted her body from the table and directly wrapped her arms around Sir Ple's wrist. Tucked into Sepulus' sleeve. "The pet you have is quite interesting, very Slytherin-like." Draco smiled at Sir Pruse, then walked into the box. "Do you mind if I sit here?" "No one will mind you if you mind," Sepulus smiled. "I thought I was lonely here alone, but you came just in time." Draco entered the box. "I didn't expect you to arrive so early, I originally wanted to wait for you on the platform." "Wow, so considerate!" Sir Praise exclaimed in exaggerated exclamation to express his touch. Draco's eyes followed the position where Natasha disappeared just now, and landed on the book in Sir Ple's hand. "What book is this?" "Basic Theory and Introduction to Black Magic?" "What are you doing with this?" Draco's eyes were slightly puzzled. "What do you think this is?" "Hogwarts does not teach dark magic." "Yes, Hogwarts doesn't teach it." Sir Please raised his hand and touched the gold cover of the book, "but Durmstrang does." His eyebrows were arched, but slightly narrowed. "I went to ask my guardian, Mr. Dumbledore, to mercifully allow me to go to Durmstrang to study something during the weekend." Chapter 12. It doesn't matter, I will be a cup of fragrant green tea. Draco was slightly stunned, and his eyes fell on the book again. "Dumbledore is very kind to you, and he is willing to agree to this for you. It's very troublesome, isn't it?" "It's because I begged too many times that the husband got tired of it before he agreed. And most of the time, it was because of his father's sake that he didn't let go." Sir Praise frowned, but after reading a little bit about Germany, according to Armstrong's report, "I really like the scenery of the snow country over there. It is said that they My father originally planned to let me go to Dumstrang, saying that the teaching there is good. Draco looked away from the book, but my mother was not willing. She said that Dumstrang Strong was remote and too cold, so I was told to stay closer to home. It is said that it is indeed very cold. I was asked by my father to prepare a lot of winter clothes. Before I left, I was told to learn the enhanced version of the warmth charm. Sepulus sighed in distress. According to my father's tone, I feel like I will be frozen into an ice sculpture as soon as I get there. Draco's eyes flashed slightly. I have a good quality flame stone. I will give it to you when the time comes. It will keep you warm when you hold it. Sepulus didn't refuse Draco, so he accepted the offer generously. So they started chatting, talking about a little bit of everything. After all, Draco was only 11 years old. Even though he accepted the pure-blood supremacy remarks, he was more or less curious about the Muggle world. Even though he expressed it quite cryptically. I plan to take Muggle studies as an elective after my third year, Surplies, and Draco said. I think it will be very interesting. Do you want to come with me? Muggle studies. Draco raised an eyebrow. You have been in the Muggle world for the past 11 years, and you still want to learn more. What I understand about the Muggle world is based on the premise that I am also a Muggle. Sir Praise propped his chin. If I looked at it from the perspective of a wizard, I would definitely see more differences. He was still smiling, and after making the suggestion without asking Draco, he suddenly put his chin on Draco's shoulder. Hey, is that a mobile cart that sells snacks in the train? I want to eat it. Oh Draco! A bit tea and a bit delicate. The excessively fair skin caused by not being healthy creates a fragile posture, and the gurgling autumn water in a pair of eyes is actually a bit breathtaking. Natasha was so offended that she slapped Sepulus one tail in disgust with her sleeves. But it doesn't matter, Sepulus pinched the tip of Natasha's tail accurately through her clothes. This is the persona Sepulus has set for himself. If he can't hold the flower of the high mountain stand, then the stand holding a cup of green tea is just fine. He comes from a humble background and is not that shameless. Draco glanced at him silently, his expression blank for a moment, and then he waved his hand to wave the sales cart in. What do you want to eat? Draco pointed to the cart. You can take whatever you want to eat. Sepulus blinked his eyes. I haven't even eaten it. Are you picky? Draco also showed a slightly embarrassed look, and lowered his voice in Sepulus's ear. I haven't eaten a few. My snacks are basically ordered from other handicraft shops. The two looked at each other. Both of them dumbfounded. One is that the conditions are not good and I have never eaten there, and the other one is that the conditions are too good and I have never eaten there. Then let's have 2 portions, Draco finally decided. If you can't finish it, you can give it to Goyle and Laboon. So we decided. Half of the carriage was filled with food, and the 2 of us sat in the mountain of snacks and picked through them, trying a few bites of each. The scenery outside the car window changed. The buildings in London began to fade away bit by bit, and finally turned into an endless wilderness with few people visible. The specific address of Hogwarts cannot be known to the general public. This is the basic principle of escapism in every magic school. From the outside, the place where Hogwarts is located is just a dilapidated and haunted ruin. Let people know that there is a different world inside. The Hogwarts Express is generally speaking the only normal way to travel to and from Hogwarts. The journey was not short. The sun outside changed from the midday sun to the dim night, and finally the twinkling stars hung in the sky, and even the train carriage was covered with a thin layer of fog. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the box. Please come in. Draco responded, then turned to look at Surplies. It should be my friend who is looking for me. The door opened, revealing a boy with wheatish skin and short hair. He was quite handsome. Didn't I just go to see my new friend as I said that, or just come and sit for a while? What Daphne said just now, is your new friend. It's a Dementor who has become a spirit. He actually kept you sitting here until you were almost at the station. You were clamoring to come and take a look, but Pansy finally managed to hold you down. He leaned against the door frame and waved to Spulz to say hello. Brace Zabanai, I have heard of you Spulz for a long time. Hello, Blaze. Blaze called him affectionately, and Surplis skipped the polite way of addressing his surname and directly called him by his given name. I know you. You want to know more about my mother, right? Blaze shrugged. Mrs. Zabanai, an extremely beautiful witch who has lost 7 husbands, has a large amount of objective wealth given by her late husband. With a smile on his face, Sepulus was noncommittal to Blaze's question. Blaze didn't waste any more time on this matter. Speaking of which, have you heard? Harry Potter is on this express. Harry Potter. Draco's eyes lit up slightly. Which Harry Potter? Who else can there be? Blaze leaned against the door frame and made a face. He didn't have the airs of an aristocratic young master. It's the golden boy who survived the catastrophe. Do you want to go and see it? Since we're all in the car, you'll see it soon, right? Surpulus answered, let's go find it ourselves now and figure out what's going on. One sentence extinguished Draco's desire to find someone. Yes, they are all persons with status. Although Harry Potter is quite famous, he is really not to the point where he needs to find someone in person. Then we'll go there later. Draco followed Surplis' words. I saw it when we were sorting, and I just happened to wait and see if it's worth making friends with him. Blaze's eyes flickered on Surprise's face. That's right, then there's no rush. Hey, do you want me to call Laboon and Goyle over? You guys are a lot of people. How can I clean up the snacks if they are just left like this for a while? I can even ask them to come over and eat them. That's right, Draco nodded slightly, it will be left for a while and needs to be cleaned up. Why not ask Gork Laboon to come and eat it first, so as to save you having to pick it up later? Then let's go over there right now? Daphne just made a fuss a few times and said she wanted to come over to see her new friends. Blaze raised his chin. Will Spulz come with us? Chapter 13 The Goal of Desire and the Ambition I Can Have. Sepulus followed Draco, obediently acting as a shadow man, but with a smile on his face and some good names on his body. He knew that the small circle around Draco would not accept him so easily. After all, they were all childhood friends who knew the ins and outs of the situation, and he was nothing like someone who just came out halfway. The appearance of Blaze was the first knock, a slightly unfriendly knock. But Sepulus didn't care. He didn't really come here to make friends, so why did he care so much? Although it's not a good thing to say, in just a few months of understanding the magical world, his idol is the mysterious man who cannot be named. What Surplis in the orphanage wanted was a stable and prosperous life. Surplis, who had just been brought into the magical world, wanted to live a new life with money, but he began to gain a lot of knowledge and vision. As Sepulus gradually opened up, he wanted more. Didn't the mysterious man back then also go from being an abandoned baby to finally reaching a position where he could control the wind and rain? Sepulus may not be that capable, but he also has his ambitions. The current ambition is to buy a street, get 10,000 dormice for Natasha, and maybe renovate Nurmengard. The tower is really in a bit of disrepair, and some rooms are leaking. After Draco's introduction, Sepulus greeted the people in the box one by one. They were all children of noble families in the magical world. They all fawned over Draco and showed their appreciation for what Draco had brought. People are naturally enthusiastic towards each other. After saying hello, Sir Pruse took a quiet seat to the side, so as to be close to the center of the topic. And sitting next to him was the young master of the Knott family, Theodore Knott. This is also a real aristocratic young master, but the Knott family is now declining, and Theodore is either a talkative or too lazy to join in the fun with the crowd. Theodore. The man nodded to Sir Pruse coldly. Sepulus. Sepulus also nodded towards him, silently leaning on the chair in the box and closing his eyes to meditate. He was not told to rest for long. The dusk outside was getting darker, and the Hogwarts Express was arriving. The voice on the radio told the students to put their luggage in the car, change into their school uniforms and get off the bus. The first-year students went to the platform to wait for the leader, and the other grades went to the back door to wait for Yucky leader. Draco was among the stars, and Spulz had no intention of trying to get close to him, so he followed behind and walked slowly, walking side by side with Theodore Knott. The temperature dropped a lot during the night, but it was quite cold. Sir Praise wrapped himself in a robe, and then pushed Natasha back into his arms as she leaned out to look outside. It's cold. This actually attracted Theodore's attention. Your pet. Well, this is Natasha. Sir Praise nodded and heard the movement, leaning out Natasha's head slightly. Natasha, this is Theodore. After hearing this, Natasha poked her head out a little more, and carefully looked at the person in front of her before hissing for a moment. Sir Praise understood, and knocked Natasha on the head again and pushed her back. Because what Natasha said was not a good thing. This man is very sick. Why does he look sicker than when you were in the orphanage before? Theodore obviously didn't understand what Natasha was saying. He just watched Natasha retract into Sir Praise's arms. The symbol of Slytherin is the snake. Actually, I think Ravenclaw is pretty good, and the Academy of Wisdom sounds really cool. Sepulus frowned and followed Theodore's words, but Slytherin is better. That's great, Natasha will probably like it too. Theodore nodded slightly. Sir Praise then stood beside him again, and they walked to the platform to wait side by side. You can see far ahead that there is a huge man at the front of the team. If you look closely, you can see that it is Hagrid, holding a big miner's lamp in his hand, greeting the new students from the front. Naturally, Sepulus had no intention of pushing forward, so he and Theodore stayed behind, waiting for everyone to gather, and then followed the lantern that Hagrid was carrying. During this period, Draco seemed to be thinking of Sepulus, and looked back a few times, but was pulled back again by the side face of the Parkinson's girl holding her arm and whispering. You're not nervous? Theodore raised his eyelids and looked at Sir Praise. They don't like you. I'm not a golden galleon, how can I make everyone like me? Sepulus smiled, a bit narrow-minded. I see how Master Knott doesn't dislike me. I will do it in the future. Why don't you just hang out with Master Knott? Theodore seemed not to have thought that Sir Praise's reply would be so glib. For a moment, he didn't know how to reply to Sir Praise's words. He looked at Sir Praise hesitantly, and in the end he could only say no. He said a faint hum. After walking forward through a muddy grassland, they arrived at a small pier. There were many small boats leaning on the pier. Hagrid shouted loudly, telling everyone to spread out and get on the boats. A maximum of 4 people could be on a boat. Naturally, Sepulus took Theodore onto a boat, and not long after, 2 strange children came up. The girl had curly hair, bright eyes, and a bright smile, while the boy was much shyer and rounder. Madara, with a look on her face, smiled nervously at Sir Praise and Theodore. When everyone gathered together, the boat started swaying on its own, creating a layer of ripples on the water, drifting leisurely forward, and cutting through the calm mirror-like lake water. Sir Praise looked up and could see the huge silhouette of Hogwarts Castle dimly in the night. He raised his hand and pressed his heart, only to feel his heart beating faster and faster, sounding like a drum. This is the route taken by the founders of the 4 major colleges, the curly-haired girl said, not knowing whether she was talking to someone or to herself. Let students experience the hardships of the 4 founders. Spulz couldn't help but look at her twice. The girl noticed Sir Praise's gaze and smiled generously at Sir Praise, Hermione Granger. Sir Praise quickly ran through his mind to see if there was any Granger among the nobles in the magical world. After checking, it seemed that there was none. The girl in front of him might be a good girl from an ordinary family. Spruce Grindelwald. Spruce smiled back at her. Hermione didn't have much of a reaction. She thought he might be a muggle, but the round-faced boy next to Hermione opened his eyes slightly when he heard this. He might be a native of the wizarding world, and Spulz was also generous. Fang smiled at him. As a result, the boy shrank back slightly in fear. Am I scary? Surplis tilted his head in confusion, a little confused. Chapter 14. What I longed for was no better than what I have now. Under the Hogwarts castle is a steep and towering cliff. When everyone approached the cliff, Hagrid loudly shouted from the front for everyone to lower their heads after the boat took them along the dark tunnel for a while. After passing through the ivy curtain covering the section, the front suddenly became clear. The view of Hogwarts castle from here is clearer, with bright lights and spears lined with towers, and lights in the windows twinkling, making it look like stars in the night sky. Surplis suddenly thought that if this scenery could be photographed, it would be very beautiful and spectacular. But my camera is in my backpack, and my backpack is still on the train. Maybe next year. Sir Prue comforted himself that he would be well prepared next year and could take pictures of this place or send it to Grindelwald in Nurmengard. After leaving the tunnel and going further, we stopped at a small underground dock. Everyone got off the boat and followed Hagrid up a steep slope. Go straight up from here. Spulz couldn't help but his eyes widened. Go up there? Why do I have to climb higher wherever I go? What's the difference between this and him climbing the stairs in Nurmengard? Oh, there is still a difference. Nurmengard's tower is only windy. The wet road was not easy to walk on, not to mention the stairs were small, narrow, and slippery, so everyone who walked was quite haggard. After finally walking up the steps and arriving at a flat grassland under the shadow of the castle, the first-year students gathered again and divided into small groups in 2s and 3s. Surplis and Theodore also appeared behind Draco again. Far or near location. Climbing the last few stone steps, everyone walked to an oak door. After Hagrid raised his hand and knocked on the door, a tall witch wearing an emerald robe stood at the door. She has a serious face and is no longer very young, but it can still be judged from her character that she was an extremely beautiful woman when she was young, and she is still beautiful now. Her hair was pulled into a high bun, and she looked like a lady who was not easy to get along with. First-year student, Professor McGonagall. Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall's voice was gentle yet stern. Leave it to me when you get here. She turned around and waved the wand in her hand, opening the oak door wider so that the lights inside could be seen. The ceiling is so high that you can barely see the top, and the surrounding stone walls are covered with blazing torches, which is depressing and solemn. The aesthetics are pretty good. Sepulus clicked his tongue, recalling in his mind the hard work he had put into doing a small soft decoration in Nurmengard, as well as the books he had read over and over again. Hogwarts Castle was once the private property of Salazar Slytherin. Theodore's voice was not loud, but it rang clearly in Sir Prue's ears, and Slytherin-born aristocrats are naturally not lacking in aesthetics. Hey, Sepulus didn't expect Theodore to answer his words, but he didn't hesitate for a moment, and then he followed Theodore's words. I heard that Slytherin the lounge was decorated by Slytherin himself, and every decoration in it is a rare treasure. Is it true? Theodore glanced at Spulz lightly and nodded in agreement. Wow! Surplis said with an exaggerated expression of admiration, then if I were a descendant of Slytherin, wouldn't I be an extremely rich man? Theodore pursed his lips and glanced at Surplis, as if to determine whether Surplis was joking or sincerely sighing. The founder of the first generation has no descendants left. I'm just joking and lamenting, Surplis sighed. Just a dream. Who doesn't want to be a rich man? But people can't always choose their origin, just like me. I used to wonder what kind of parents I had. Surplis was sent to an orphanage as a newborn. It was early in the morning when the nun at the gate of opening found him. He was sleeping peacefully wrapped in a thick cloak that was fairly valuable. The cold wind of early autumn did not disturb him as he slept soundly, and there was nothing on him that could prove his identity. The only thing he had besides the cloak was a note, and the words on the note were Sir Prue's current name, which translated as superfluous person. In addition, the cloak wrapped in Spulz was not a piece of junk. so the nuns at the orphanage once speculated that Spulz might be an illegitimate child from a bourgeois family and had no way to keep him at home and raise him, so they raised him since he was a child. Throw it out, and the province's future will compete with serious marriage and children. But there are still people in the orphanage who are very kind to Spulz. They have their own calculations, hoping that if Spulz is really the illegitimate son of a rich family and has some ability in the future, they will not leave him alone. Gu has taken care of his orphanage since he was a child. When he mentioned his parents, the trace of melancholy in Spulz's brows was undeniable, but soon his brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. But I'm living a very good life now, so there's nothing to be curious about. Professor McGonagall led the first-year students into the huge room along the stone floor. Because the room was too large and empty, and the material of the walls was not very soundproof, Sepulus could hear the voice on the right. There were loud conversations inside the door, and there were a lot of people, probably students from other grades who had already arrived. Professor McGonagall did not lead everyone into the door on the right. Instead, he led the students to a small empty room on the other side of the hall. The room is really small. Everyone rushes in and almost all of them are close to each other. There is no gap between people. Sir Preux noticed that Theodore frowned when a stranger approached him from behind, apparently quite repelled by this level of physical contact. So Spulz tried his best to take half a step back, leaving a gap between himself and Theodore. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall's voice sounded overhead. "The opening banquet is about to begin. This is to celebrate your arrival, but before you enter the auditorium and formally take your seats, you need to confirm which college you will enter. Gryffindor is represented by the lion, Slytherin is represented by the snake, Ravenclaw is represented by the eagle, and Hufflepuff is represented by the badger. Sorting is a very important ceremony, because you will spend 7 years in Hogwarts. During these 7 years, the college will be your home in Hogwarts, and your classmates will be you who are not related by blood. Relationship family. Your performance will bring glory or humiliation to your college, and at the end of the year we will evaluate the College Cup based on the performance of the college students. This is a great honor, and I hope each of you can contribute to it. Strive hard." Her eyes scanned the freshmen in the audience, seeing various desires and tensions in their eyes. She smiled softly, as if she was thinking of the Hogwarts campus she walked into in the same way back then. "In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will begin." There was a smile on her lips, and there was encouragement in her voice. "When the other side is ready, I will come to pick you up." Chapter 15. You are a crane and a clam, but I am not a fisherman. Professor McGonagall turned and left through the door on the right, leaving a bunch of first-year students whispering nervously. "What kind of test will that be?" Sepulus turned to ask Theodore. "It shouldn't be something too difficult. Let's do a questionnaire. Hogwarts does not pay attention to blood. There are pure-blood students in the school, and there are also children from pure Muggle families. Naturally, it is impossible to come up with any particularly complicated test questions, otherwise half of the students in this room can do it now. Ready to go home? There is a sorting hat." As a young master of the Knot family who has been in the wizarding world for many years, Theodore still knows a lot of things. He pursed his lips and was thinking about how to explain to Sepulus, when suddenly an overjoyed man behind him the voice came over. "Spruz." Sepulus looked up, stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. "Ah, Harry." The person who came was none other than Harry Potter. His face was filled with joy. He didn't know where he had squeezed in from. The clothes on his body were squeezed into the wrong position, but the smile on his face was sincere and did not seem to be fake. "I thought I made a mistake. I've been looking for you for a long time, but I still haven't seen you." Harry's face turned red, and his tone was sincere. "It's great to see you." Spulz tilted his head slightly and smiled. "I heard a lot of people talking about you in the car. I was afraid that there were so many people there that I wouldn't have time to see you. I also thought that I would have time to see you after school started, he smiled softly and apologetically. "It's my fault, I should go find you." Harry waved his hands hurriedly. "No, I didn't mean to blame you." He glanced randomly, then scratched his hair. "You also know that the person they are talking about cannot be considered mine." "Who is this?" Draco's voice suddenly joined in, sounding from behind Spulz, leaning against Spulz's shoulder very intimately. "Is this your friend, Spulz?" Sir Pruse turned his head slightly and glanced at him, thinking, "Okay, I didn't expect you to come over just now, but now I see some movement here to join in the fun." He turned around to look for Theodore, and saw Theodore. He has taken half a step back slightly, obviously not intending to interfere. But when Spulz's eyes fell on him, he nodded slightly towards Spulz, which actually seemed like a greeting. "This is Harry Potter," Sir Please and Draco introduced. "My friend." He paused for a moment before speaking, then turned to look at Harry, as if asking for his opinion. "Can we be considered friends?" "Of course," Harry responded decisively, "of course we are friends." "Yes, they are friends," Sir Please said to Draco again. Draco's eyes lit up. "You never told me this, Thup." He smiled at Harry. "Hello, Potter, I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He naturally wanted to make friends with Harry Potter. After all, Harry Potter's wonderful legend followed almost all the stories of Draco's childhood. This was a good start, he thought. Sir Please had a good relationship with him, and Sir Please was actually a friend of Harry Potter. He must be able to become Harry Potter soon. A friend who brought Harry Potter into his circle. Draco was thinking about it, when suddenly a very soft chuckle made Draco's whole body tremble. The one laughing was a boy behind Harry, with red hair, a tall nose, and a little Madara on his face. He probably tried to suppress his laughter, but he still laughed out loud. "You think my name is too ridiculous, don't you?" Draco's face turned cold. "No need to ask who you are, my father told me that the Weasley family all have red hair and full faces. Madara, and there are too many children to support." He looked coldly at the red-haired boy behind Harry, then snorted coldly and turned his gaze to Harry again. "You will soon find that some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter." His voice became colder, losing the gentle smile at the beginning. "You make friends with Spulz, this is good, but looking at it now, your vision may still need to be improved." He stretched out his hand towards Harry. "You wouldn't want to make friends with someone else, would you?" Harry looked at Draco's outstretched hand hesitantly, and finally he shook his head and took half a step back. "I think I have the ability to distinguish," he said cautiously, "and I think that maybe you shouldn't be Sepulus's friend." Spulz blinked on the side. "How come I still have something to do with you?" Draco's face had darkened, and he seemed to be about to say something, but at this time, Professor McGonagall came back, and she keenly noticed the tension in the atmosphere. Draco and Harry's voices were not very good. "It's so small that it can be heard all around." "What happened?" asked Professor McGonagall. Draco turned his head and showed a smile. "It seemed that nothing happened and nothing unpleasant happened." He just smiled and said, "Nothing happened, Professor." He spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened, but after Professor McGonagall looked away and spread out the parchment in his hand, he glanced back at Harry. "This is not over yet," he mouthed to Harry, "we'll see." Professor McGonagall arranged the students to line up in a row, then walked out of the room, passed through the foyer, and then passed through a rather luxurious double door and entered an even more luxurious and huge auditorium. Salazar Slytherin is really rich. The moment he saw the auditorium, the only thing left in Spulz's mind was this sigh. He has never seen such a magnificent place. Maybe he has a narrow vision and has never seen anything too good? Students of other ages in the college are already waiting in the auditorium, and they are lined up at 4 long tables before. Thousands of floating candles on the table lit up the auditorium in the air. The candle light flickered, and the velvety black ceiling was twinkling with starlight. He thought in a daze that a certain book he had read said that the ceilings of Hogwarts were all enchanted. What a great place! Sir Prue's hands tightened under his robes. Do you find it interesting? Theodore's voice rang in Sir Please's ears. He didn't know when he stood behind Sir Please again. I also have a room like this in my house. If you are free, you can go and see it. Look. Sir Pruse turned around and looked at Theodore's calm face with some surprise. Are you inviting me to be a guest at Knott's house? Chapter 16. If others are not angry, then you treat them as fools. Theodore nodded slightly. You are a smart man, there is no need to get involved in Draco's arrogance and slapstick. Yes, Draco, the only heir of the Malfoy family, is indeed a bit arrogant and willful in his upbringing. There are very few things he can't get, and there are very few things that will make him lose face, which is indeed quite a bit. The situation of the young master who does not know the suffering of the world. Then thank you in advance. Serpulus smiled at Theodore. I really don't want to get involved in any trouble. Harry had just cheated on Draco, and he also mentioned Sir Please. Maybe Draco would have the intention of wearing small shoes for Sir Please. The young man's mind was changing rapidly. One moment I think you are worthy of friendship, and the next moment I despise you as a piece of shit. Theodore nodded slightly and stopped talking. Sir Praise couldn't help but pay more attention to look at Theodore. This young master of the Knott family, who was said to have always been weak, was much more transparent, and he was also a very smart person. Singing suddenly came from the auditorium, which was a bit unpleasant. After searching for the source of the sound for a while, Sepulus discovered that it was at the front of the auditorium. There was a four-legged stool next to Professor McGonagall, and on the stool there was a four-legged stool. Hat, this song comes from the mouth of the hat. What is that thing? Sepulus opened his eyes wide. Magic item. The sorting hat, Theodore said, as if he really knew everything. He could answer all of Serpulus's questions. A ray of consciousness left by each of the four founders was stuffed into the hat. Let the hat be used as a criterion for judging students' conduct and save time in sorting. Sir Praise said looked at the singing hat again, and suddenly smiled. This is definitely not a Slytherin hat. Slytherin would not have such an aesthetic. Theodore didn't expect Sir Please to say this after staring for a moment. He was stunned for a moment, and then there was a slight smile on his lips. They waited quietly for the sorting hat to finish singing, and bowed to the four dining tables one by one. Then they slowly and quietly retracted into their chairs, looking like ordinary hats. At this time, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a parchment in his hand. She began to read the names on the parchment. Every time she read one, the child would step forward, sit on the four-legged stool, and wait for the sorting hat to be placed on his head. After a while, the hat would call out a name. The name of the college. One after another. Spulz looked at the excitement with a smile, watched Draco walk forward, and the hat almost instantly called out the House of Slytherin, and the green grass family next to Draco was named Daphne. Same goes for girls. Theodore also went on stage before the Parkinson's daughter, and naturally went to Slytherin without any suspense, while the little girl Granger he met on the dock when he arrived went to Gryffindor. The Weasley who had just been standing behind Harry outside the auditorium also entered Gryffindor. Several red-haired teenagers at the Gryffindor table stood up and cheered loudly after hearing this. They must be a family. Maybe. Spruz. Someone called him from behind. It was Harry's voice. Harry looked a little nervous and a little apologetic. Did I say something wrong just now? Ron told me that Malfoy has a bad temper. He won't take it out on you. Ah, Sir Please smiled and bumped Harry's shoulder. You didn't do anything wrong, and Draco won't offend me. Although the Malfoy family is indeed very powerful, I don't have any background. It's okay, you don't have to worry. Harry then smiled. Oh my god, I was really scared to death just now. I really don't know anything. I'm not the lucky guy they say is awesome. To be honest, I just heard I was so nervous about the entrance test, for fear that they would think I was unqualified and send me back to my aunt's house. Upon hearing this, Sples raised his hand and hit Harry on the shoulder. What are you talking about? You have to have confidence in yourself, Harry. Their names were all at the back, which gave them more time to whisper together. Surply's eyes actually noticed Draco on the Slytherin table, and Draco was looking over here. Son. Finally, Professor McGonagall read Harry Potter's name. I'm going. Harry took a deep breath nervously. Come on. Surply cheered him up. Harry walked forward, and a low discussion erupted in the auditorium, just like the hissing explosion of flames. It was a small, but impossible to ignore sound. Potter, are you calling Potter? That Harry Potter? Everyone was curious and looked with sharp eyes at Harry, who was sitting on a stool with his fists nervously clenched in front of the auditorium. Celebrity effect. Surply suddenly thought that he might understand the reason why Mr. Dumbledore raised Harry Potter in the family of his aunt who did not know magic. Too much fame and attention is likely to destroy a person, especially Harry, who was born with a legendary background. If he were placed in the magical world, countless people would be curious about his growth. It's better to send him away, far away, and keep Harry growing up normally and safely. Harry Potter ended up in Gryffindor. He seemed very happy, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked quickly to the Gryffindor table. You seem to care about Potter. Someone came again, talking to him behind Surprise. Surpulus turned around and saw that it was Blaise Zabinai. Surprise thought that if he were a cartoon character, then he must have a black streak now. Why do you have to come over and have a chat with him? Is he an NPC on the site or something? Do you need to come over and talk to him to trigger the plot? Don't dislike me so much, Blaise said with a smile. I have no choice but to do it. There are only so many positions around Malfoy, and we are not willing to ask people to share their positions. I think you can understand. I can understand, Surpulus said with a slight headache. I have no intention of pushing in, you can just ignore me. It could have been ignored, Blaise said straightforwardly. Draco was only interested in you, but not that big, but it's different now, just based on those few words from Potter. Draco will definitely keep you by his side and try to PS Potter off. Sples raised the corner of his mouth coldly. Keep me by your side? You said this as if I was an object. His eyes were cold, and there was still a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. I have no control over your own affairs, and I don't want to, but the idea is that there's something wrong with you. Sir Prue spoke with the same real meanness and arrogance as Grindelwald. Do you really think I'm a toy that you can manipulate at your own pace? Chapter 17, Refuse to Welcome, Focus on One Trick. Surply didn't give Brace a good look. Presumably it was because of his cold attitude, so Brace took the initiative to avoid it. He smiled and told Surply that he didn't mean it that way and it was just a slip of his tongue. Sepulus just rolled his eyes and thought he was farting. Seeing that Surply had a cold attitude, Brace didn't insist on saying anything more to Surply. He smiled slightly and stopped talking. As the number of people whose names were not called became fewer and fewer, the remaining people standing in front of the stage received more and more attention. Finally, Professor McGonagall called out Sepulus's name. Spruce Grindelwald. Once again, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Grindelwald? Which Grindelwald? It can't be the descendant of the Dark Lord, didn't it say he had no heirs? Compared to Harry Potter, a guy who has been more or less famous in the wizarding world for many years, the appearance of Surpulus obviously surprised more people. After all, no one would care that much about Dumbledore's private life, let alone know that he took a child from the orphanage and stuffed it into Nermengard. Does Grindelwald have an illegitimate child outside? Where did this kid come from? Surply walked up to the stage and sat on the square stool despite everyone's shocked or confused gazes. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on Surply's head. Darkness fell. Hey, oh, this is really interesting. A strange voice suddenly sounded in Sples' ears, the voice was small. He has talent, clear goals, and ambitions. Oh my god, this is so interesting. Interesting. Sir, please said softly. Interesting, so interesting. The voice sounded again, and Spulz knew that it should be the Sorting Hat talking to him. You are just like him before, but not the same, still different. With whom? Sir, please listen to the Sorting Hat's vague words. You will know, but not now. The Sorting Hat's voice still sounded in his ears. You will become a great person, and Slytherin will help you move towards glory. I am really curious, will you? Will follow the same path as him? He did not answer Sir Please' words, but paused and shouted his decision quite loudly, Slytherin. Sir Pruse took off his hat. He saw the regret and disappointment on Harry's face after the hat was taken off, and he also saw the satisfaction in Draco's eyes on the Slytherin table. Sprus, Draco called his name when he walked to the long Slytherin table and was about to sit down. Come sit here. He smiled brightly at Sir Please, with a sincere expression on his face. There was no sign that he had not noticed where Sir Please was during the whole process, as if they were really friends who wanted to reconcile. Spulz did not refuse and sat down next to Draco. He also saw Theodore, still in a place not far away but not really far away. So awesome! Sepulus couldn't help but admired in his heart. This sense of distance is really good. Blaise Zabinai was the last one to take the stage. After he was sorted into Slytherin, he sat next to Sir Prase. I think the position next to Draco might have been reserved for Draco at first. His is now owned by Sepulus. But after Blaise sat down, he just smiled at Sir Prase without any hint of dissatisfaction. As for the surrounding eyes falling on him, Spulz pretended that he was blind and couldn't see. When everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the Sorting Hat and left. Dumbledore stood up now, looking at all his students with a smile on his face, and applauded. When he sat down, the originally empty plates placed in front of the long table were instantly filled with exquisite snacks. Sir Prase was completely shocked by this luxurious and excessive dinner: roast meat, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, pudding, pasta. Everything you need. To be honest, Sepulus was not very hungry during the days in the orphanage, and later in Nurmengard. He could eat whatever he wanted, but when these things appeared in front of him, he was indeed given. Sepulus was quite shocked. He picked out some of his favorite foods and ate them, and when he had almost eaten, the food disappeared and turned into desserts: ice cream of various flavors, apple pie, cinnamon buns, syrup pie, wine dip jam pudding. Sir Pruse was dazzled. Eating so good every day. Spulz couldn't help but gasped, and then inserted an apple pie into his plate. Hogwarts canteen is run by house elves, Draco said. The food has always been so good. If you're not used to it, I can call my house elf. Yes, the Malfoys are on the school board. If it had been before, Sepulus would probably have smiled and thanked him, but now he was going to change his approach. Being gentle and gentle was suitable for an innocent-hearted person like Harry, and being calm and relaxed was suitable for someone like Theodore who didn't argue. When dealing with people who don't fight, playing hard to get seems to be more effective with a spoiled person like Draco. So he propped up his chin and looked lazily. It doesn't have to be that hard, right? I'll ask Mr. Dumbledore to open a small stove or something to make it more convenient. He brought me back, so he won't ignore me. Draco was stunned for a moment, then he nodded, but his eyes seemed to be more eager. You are right, you are the person brought back by Dumbledore himself, you must have your privileges. Only then did Sepulus smile at him. Sepulus didn't pay much attention to what happened after that. He felt that the banquet was boring, so he turned around and let Natasha out. Natasha's appearance attracted the attention of people around her, and she naturally received a lot of praise. Sepulus didn't care much. He also knew that these good voices were completely related to his surname and Draco's closeness. He didn't take it seriously. He meant that he fed Natasha a few eggs and then gave Natasha some eggs. Sarah put back her sleeves. At this time, the principal's speech in front was finally finished. The students of the 4 colleges stood up, led by the principal of the college, escorted by the prefects, and went back to their respective lounges. Sir Praise turned around and looked around, thinking that there were really few people in Slytherin. No wonder they could live in a single room. The people in Ravenclaw looked almost as many as Slytherins. As for Gryffindor, the group with the largest number of people, Gryffindor might be 4 times more than that. Chapter 18. Good guys, it's haunted. That's Professor Snape. On the way back this time, Draco changed his attitude of alienation and indifference when he came before, and stood beside Spulse specifically. The head of Slytherin House, my godfather. Sepulus glanced sideways at Draco, then raised his head to look at the fluttering corners of Professor Snape's robes, who was walking very fast in front of him, obviously not treating the group of students behind him as little biscuits. Professor Snape, Sepulus breathed, that's great. There was no substantive content in his words, but his tone was praising. Although Draco didn't know what he was praising, Draco felt comfortable listening to it. They went all the way down the stairs, going lower and lower, as if they had to reach the deepest depths of the entire Hogwarts before stopping. Sir Please also knew from the introduction of the senior prefect that Slytherin the lounge is located at the lowest point in the entire Hogwarts, and was once the castle's dungeon. Really good at picking a place. Sepulus was stunned. It seemed that this Slytherin definitely didn't believe in Eastern Feng Shui. When we went down to the dungeon, we were faced with a huge stone wall. The prefect's introduction was very conscientious, and he told us that we need to pass the password gate of opening to enter the college lounge. The password changes every week and will be written in the lounge on the next Monday. On the public blackboard, everyone is reminded to check. The stone wall was opened under the command of the password, and the hole exposed was not big, and it was only big enough for one person to get in and out. Sir Praise tilted his head and watched the people in front of him go in one after another, and inexplicably thought about how to attack here. If you get up and have enough food and water, you will definitely be able to last for a long time. What are you thinking about? Draco suddenly bumped into Sir Please's shoulder. I didn't think about anything. I just thought that I would stay here for 7 years in the future, which is good. Sir Please shook his head to get the somewhat inexplicable thought out of his mind, and then walked in behind Draco. Into the Slytherin common room. In the middle of the lounge, standing was Mr. Snape. He frowned slightly and looked quite impatient, but since he was the Dean of Slytherin, he couldn't ignore the first-year kid who had just entered the hospital, so he came anyway. But he just came over to show his face, feeling more like a mascot. After seeing everyone gathered, he nodded, turned around and left, leaving only a back figure in a fluttering corner of his robe. Your teacher is quite interesting. Natasha suddenly emerged from Sir Please's collar and looked at Professor Snape's back. Why do you still do this job if you don't want to be a teacher? She turned her head and seemed to be thinking. Is it possible that the achievement is because of what you said? How much is the so-called broken silver? Sepulus nodded Natasha's little head, and said that it was not necessary. Mr. Snape is a famous potion master. A bottle of potion is a priceless treasure on the market, and countless people have taken advantage of it. I begged Mr. Snape to help me make the medicine. Why did I do it for the salary offered by Hogwarts? Yes, although Hogwarts is the only magic school in the UK, it is still a public school. And teachers' salaries cannot be said to be that high. This should not be enough to ask Mr. Snape to coax the child for this little money. Maybe Principal Dumbledore will give him an extra bonus. Oh, yes, I forgot that you can't reply to me outside. Natasha flicked her tail and landed directly on top of Spulse's head. The tip of her tail hung down in front of Spulse's eyes and dangled. It was dangling, which made Sepulus want to pinch it, but I always feel uncomfortable when I look at your teacher. He might die under the mouth of a snake in the future. Sepulus was stunned for a moment, turned to look at the door to the Slytherin lounge, and then looked back. "Perhaps it's your misunderstanding," Sepulus said in a low voice, "it's not true." His room was next to Draco's and next to Theodore's, so between them. Sir Praise didn't want to continue greeting the others with a smile, so he excused himself by saying that Natasha was hungry and would bite her if she didn't feed him something to eat, and then went straight into the dormitory, saving a lot of politeness. Talk. Natasha was just angry and dumped him one tale. "I just ate 3 eggs at night. Do you think I'm a pig snake?" Sir Praise smiled and promised to buy the best and most expensive incubator for Natasha next time, and then took Natasha off his neck. Natasha would really strangle him when she was angry. Although I knew Natasha wouldn't really strangle him to death, it would still be uncomfortable. After finally taking a break and sitting down, Sepulus slumped on the sofa for a while. Then he got up like a corpse, rummaged through his suitcase, and took out his diary from inside. "You're really scary like this," Natasha said with a snake-like expression on her face. "I don't know, I thought you were just dug out of the graveyard. How fresh it is." "Diary, diary, how can a diary be called a diary?" Sir Please snorted and half-deadly took out a gel pen from his bag. To be honest, the magical world sometimes makes him feel that it is not as good as the Muggle world. Dipping a quill in ink is really troublesome. "Hey, if you don't dip the quill in water well, the thickness of the letters will be affected, not to mention the thickness. It's not convenient at all to just stuff the ink bottle twice, right? It's better to have gel pens that cost a lot of money and can be replaced after writing without any trouble at all." He yawned and put the pen down on his diary. August 31st, sunny weather. A lot of things happened today, and I met a lot of new people, a lot of which were annoying. The only one who was pretty good was the young master of the Knot family. I think if it weren't for the fact that the Knot family is now so depleted, he wouldn't be in good health either. Okay, it will definitely make a difference. Hogwarts is a wonderful place. I also saw a ghost here, but I didn't go to say hello to him today. Maybe I'll save it for the next time we meet. This makes me look forward to what kind of place Durmstrang will be. When I was being sorted, the sorting hat kept making charades in a foggy manner when talking to me, but he kept saying that I was very similar to the same person. I want to know who this person is. Maybe I can still find my origin at Hogwarts. Maybe my parents are wizards and also studied at Hogwarts? I'm still curious. I want to know more and more everything. He was writing, slightly in a trance, and his hand unconsciously slid on the title page of the diary. However, he never thought that if he was not careful, the sharp page cut his fingertips, and blood flowed out along the cut, staining it. On the diary, "I fainted." Sepulus immediately stood up and went to find paper in his bag to wipe with. However, when he just took out a tissue from the suitcase and looked up, he saw Natasha arching her back, as if she was about to attack. Sepulus tilted his head nervously and stiffly, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a pale milky white figure standing in front of his desk, with his head slightly lowered, reading the diary he had just written down. Chapter 19. Good guy, is this time travel? Sepulus nervously took a few steps back, his hand already on his wand. Wow, when was that ghost over there? Isn't it said that ghosts are obsessed with people too much and will linger in the place where he died? Why are you in the dormitory? Has anyone died in this dormitory? Is this dormitory haunted? Give it to me if it's haunted. Although he is not that powerful, the books he studied so hard for so long are not in vain. He dares to say that his attack power is definitely the highest among the first-year freshmen. He probably won't be killed by the ghost as soon as he comes up. Although this may be a strange confidence is also confidence. He put his hand on his wand, but blocked half of his body from Natasha, and stood up cautiously. Who are you? Maybe this is just an ordinary ghost in Hogwarts, right? I saw a lot of ghosts in the Hogwarts Great Hall just now. Maybe this is just one of the ghosts that wandered out. After he finished speaking, the pale figure in front of the desk turned around. Judging from his appearance, he turned out to be a young man about the same age as Sepulus. Perhaps because he was a ghost, he looked very pale and looked like he would disappear at any time. It doesn't seem to have any offensive power. But Surplis still didn't let down his guard. "Who are you?" he asked again. The shadow finally moved. He tilted his head, looked at Surplis, and then looked at the diary on the table. "Tom Riddle, that's my diary." Surprise was confused. "What is this? Returning it to its original owner?" "No, he found the diary in the orphanage, and this is Hogwarts, which is 8 poles away from the orphanage. Specifically, one of the rooms in the Slytherin common room at the bottom of Hogwarts Castle. Even if you are obsessed with wrongdoing, you can't find it here, right?" "Who is he?" Natasha's voice brought Surplis back to his senses, and Natasha followed Surplis' sleeves and entered his collar. "This position is a good position that has been carefully considered and arranged by one person and one snake. From this position, whether you are taller than Sepulus, shorter than Spulz, or as tall as Spulz, yes, Natasha could adjust her position by herself and bite the person opposite her on the neck. After all, she is Lion Majesty, and she is also very poisonous. Thanks to her, Surplis can live a peaceful life in the orphanage, although there are no lives under her hands. When you are weak and incompetent, your pretty face will only bring you endless trouble." He, Surplis, wanted to go out to higher places and live a good life, and no one could block his way. "It's Tom Riddle." Before Spulz could respond to Natasha, the light-colored soul in front of him spoke back. His voice was soft and his words were not human. "Ah, that's not polite to say. The official term is Parseltongue." So for a moment, one person, one snake, and one hunter looked at each other in confusion. Snake was a little confused, Hunter was very indifferent, but Spulz, the only one, felt that he was redundant. So San coughed and decided to sit down and have a long talk. Sepulus opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to start the words. On the contrary, the soul was much calmer, and his eyes were on Natasha, who was shrinking in Spulz's neck. Suddenly, he started talking. "Where did you find this diary?" After being able to answer this, Surprise cleared his throat. "The West Side Orphanage in London. I grew up in the orphanage and was later adopted. I found it on the lower shelf of the wardrobe when I was cleaning up the house." 407. 407. It became quiet again for a while, and both Ren and Hunter were speechless, seeming to be thinking. "So, you are the one who lived in 407 before me?" Surplis spoke. "Before 407, a disaster star lived." The nuns in the orphanage once told Surprise this. They said that there was also a helpless poor man living in that room at that time. His mother carried him as a baby, and he survived. The mother died at the door of the orphanage. We pitied him at that time. He was helpless at such a young age." The old woman's hand holding the needle paused, her cloudy eyes flashing. "Who knew he was a black-hearted man? It's all bad outside." The old grandma said that the disaster star usually looked peaceful, but would sneak out secretly and gossip with someone outside. The old grandma also said that the disaster star always caused trouble. Inviting disasters always brings about some mysterious things. The old woman also told Sepulus that the disaster star will surely retaliate, but it was just a girl in the courtyard who said a few words about him, and the disaster star will be there. He forcibly hanged the girl's pet rabbit in front of the girl's room. She spoke in a sinister voice. "Sprus, you can't do it, can you?" The old lady stuck a needle in Sepul's arm, asking him to act as a needle stand, raising his hand high to the candlelight, so that he could thread the needle. "You are sensible and won't be a spoiled person, right?" Sepulus blinked his eyes, showing a pitiful shivering expression, and was too panicked to speak, so he could only nod. The needle pricked his arm extremely painfully, but he couldn't cry. If he cried, he would be called ignorant and beaten, and he might even be put in solitary confinement or starved. Sepulus, you are different from that disaster star. The old woman's cloudy eyes were shining. You must be a child with a background. A poor family cannot give birth to a child as beautiful as you, just like a doll. Letting you live in the house of the disaster star can block the evil spirit of the disaster star. You must understand the painstaking efforts of Grandma. I know, Sepulus said timidly, you are good to me, I know. The old mama now felt more comfortable, took the needle out of Surply's arm, and continued to sew the material in his hand. So this is the so-called disaster star in front of us? He has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but you can't tell that he is different from ordinary people. Maybe. Tom Riddle tilted his head. After all, the diary I left before I was taken away was not well hidden. Why hide it? Sepulus raised an eyebrow at him, not to mention tearing off most of it. Because it's not pleasant at all. Tom's face darkened. How did you get here from the orphanage? Mr. Dumbledore took me. There was nothing that should be hidden. Sepul said it directly, but Tom raised his eyebrows. It's him again. The orphanage didn't say that it would take 15 years. Can't we pick up the child again? Sepulus suddenly realized something was wrong. In your memory, how many years ago did you get taken away? 1938. Tom was slightly startled. When did you do this? Sir Prue stood up and turned over the first entry in the diary. Stretched out his hand and clicked on the year written on it. 1991. This is more than 1.5 stars off. Chapter 20. This is fate. Sir Prue stayed up all night. There's nothing I can do about it. My diary has become a masterpiece, and anyone else might be a bit sleepy. Moreover, this accomplished spirit is more or less related to him, and he has a lot to say and a mountain of questions to ask. Why did you tear up half of your diary and stuff it under the closet? Surply asked Tom. Tom didn't really care. Oh, I didn't do anything good when I was in the orphanage. When Dumbledore came to see me, he saw my diary, told me to go into the closet to confess, and even wanted to burn my diary. His face wrinkled. Rich people are disgusting. Does he know that I have been saving for a long time to buy this diary? He just burns it when he says it. Spul said hey, not thinking that Tom was lying. The diary was leather-bound, and the paper inside was very smooth. It was not the miscellaneous low-quality paper they usually get. It was obviously bought from a serious stationery store. Although the orphanage does not punish the children for their meals when they have not made any mistakes, the big pot rice is not that delicious. Occasionally, everyone gets a reward from a kind person, so they basically buy half a bite of snacks as a gift. A place where few people spend time. Even Surply, who was dedicated to studying and had the ability, had only saved up money and bought a pen. As for such a good book, he couldn't bear to part with it. That's why when he originally printed out The Life You Want, it's one thing to feel that he and the owner of the diary are destined, and it's another thing to be reluctant to part with such a good notebook. Even now he has enough food and clothing. He won't be short of anything he wants, let alone a better quality diary. He can't afford that luxury. When people become rich from poverty, they don't know where to spend their money. How was your life in the orphanage? This question was asked by Tom. It's just average, neither good nor bad. Sir Praise looked at Tom. It's also because of the rumors about you. I know that in the orphanage, there is neither good nor bad. You are living a good life, so I don't have to worry about food and clothing if I am among them. He sighed. How did you appear here, do you know? I don't know. Tom shook his head. My last memory is that I stuffed the diary into the closet. But you had already decided to come to Hogwarts at that time, right? Sir Prue thought for a while. Yes. Tom listened to Surply's words and understood the implication of Surply's words without thinking. Don't go to Dumbledore and ask me. What? Spul was slightly surprised, thinking that this was the simplest and fastest method. Dumbledore was the principal of Hogwarts and had a good reputation, so he would definitely be able to figure out what happened. He doesn't like me, Tom said quickly. Sepulus paused and suddenly said, "Oh, it can't be because of the rabbit you hanged, right?" Not only that, Tom raised his eyes and suddenly laughed. I also took advantage of the camping trip at the orphanage to lure two idiots who didn't like me to the edge of the cliff and fell to their death. He spoke openly, without any intention of concealing anything. He didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with what he did. In fact, he seemed sure that Sepulus wouldn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. Question. And Sepulus indeed felt so. If you fall to death, you will fall to death. Sepulus waved his hand. I have heard what Aunt Sphinx said about you, and they would only be worse when they were around you at the time. They just inadvertently, after seeing Natasha in my room, she almost had me locked up in a solitary cell until I starved to death. It was Natasha who took the trouble to bring me some black bread at night and saved my life. How can you live better? Where to go? Tom smiled. I just feel that we are the same kind of people. This is fate from God. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Sepulus also laughed. I don't think you can do anything good at Hogwarts. I'll look for it myself and see if I can find out anything about you information. They are the same people. Since they are the same, they will definitely try their best to climb up. Maybe they will be a little more unscrupulous in the middle, but so what? Don't encourage others to do good unless they have suffered. If you are so hungry that you can only survive on a morsel of food brought back by your snake friend, you will not grow into a very good person. You can stay here. Sir Praise looked at his watch. It's a bit dangerous to take you out. It's not safe for others to see you. If I don't tell them, they might tell Deng about your existence. Blido, please stay safe in the dormitory. Today is the first day of school and I have to go to class. Tom nodded and had no intention of following out. He swayed and entered the diary. Wow, this is amazing. Sepulus tapped his diary with his fingers. You just live like this. The diary opened by itself, and the letters that Surplice had written down the previous day began to be rearranged and combined. I am in the diary. It's quite considerate. Sir Prue said he understood, and went to pack his luggage. The suitcase had been left open all night, and he hadn't packed it at all. After he had packed up everything that needed to be put away, he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Slytherin is rich. Not to mention the private bathroom, the bathroom still has a huge bathtub and complicated bronze carvings. Sir Prue's eyes widened when he saw it. My original room didn't seem to be as big as this bathroom. I really flew up a branch and became a phoenix. After coming out, he changed his clothes again, stuffed his backpack with books for today's class according to the class schedule given by the prefect at the end of yesterday, and then rummaged through the box to find a sobering potion that he had brewed for himself. After all, he was an 11-year-old child. After a long day of traveling, plus not sleeping all night, he was sleepy to death. If you ask me, you should take a nap. Natasha lay lazily on top of Spul's head. You are still a growing cub. If you continue like this, be careful not to grow taller in the future. No, Sepulus yawned, I just stayed up all night. I checked the class schedule. School ends at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I went straight back to sleep until dinner time. After dinner, I came back to sleep. Why? It's all getting better. He yawned and straightened his silver and green tie in front of the bronze mirror in the room. Come on, let's go to class. He yawned again, but looking at himself in the mirror, he smiled happily. Do you think I should sit next to Draco or Theodore in class today? Where is your son? Chapter 21. Let's just say, why is the story gradually starting to become incomprehensible? As a result, he sat neither Draco nor Theodore. He was sitting next to Harry Potter, and next to him was Ron Weasley. You can't blame him, Surplice. It's just that the stairs in Hogwarts have their own ideas. And he especially has his own ideas. He can walk all the stairs by himself, and he will go around it twice when he has nothing to do. If he doesn't pay more attention for a while, he won't be able to find the pattern. And Spools is just a student who just arrived at Hogwarts yesterday, so there is no way to find the pattern. Time. Not to mention that Surplis had just left the Slytherin lounge today, and before he even walked up the stairs, he was almost knocked back by a hot-tempered buddy. Yes, I'm sorry, this guy was still a little slurred, and he helped Surplis stand upright tremblingly. Surplis was fine, but this guy was shaking all over. I didn't mean it, I wasn't. Spools looked up at him and pulled at his wrinkled robe. It doesn't matter. This man didn't look like a student. He was tall and thin. He was wearing a long robe and a huge turban on his head. The turban also exuded a strange smell, which seemed to be rancid, but it was also mixed with some other weird flavors. Sepulus paused and saw a professor badge on the man's chest. Is this person a professor? Sir Pruse's expression was a little weird, and he thought to himself, is Hogwarts recruitment so unselective? Then if he works hard in the future, will he be able to stay and work as a teacher? The professor was still trembling there, but Sepulus poked him. What, professor, I'm fine, I still have to go to class, so, I'm leaving first. Only then did the professor come to his senses in a daze. I am Quirrell, the professor of defense against the dark arts. He came back to his senses, but was still trembling. Nice to meet you. Hello. After repeating the same sentence over and over again, Spool's eyesight turned a little dark as he said it. He thought to himself, what the hell is going on in this person's mind? How can he behave like a professor and talk like this? Are students in class? If you stutter one sentence 4 or 5 times, doesn't that page of the book take 3 or 4 days to talk about? Surplis thought about it seriously and thought that the teaching staff at Hogwarts is too bad. Why don't you transfer me to Durmstrang? I can come to Hogwarts on the weekend. Here's the thumbs up. It's my fault. After shivering for a long time, Professor Quirrell finally regained his composure. I'll take you to class. Which class are you taking? Sir Praise was more or less speechless. That's not necessary, Professor, I can go by myself. After all, it was still early at this time, so even if Surplis didn't know the way very well, he could still find his way there. But Professor Quirrell was very resolute, and he was resolute to a certain extent. Whenever Surplis said something about not letting him give it away, he would tremble and look like he was about to cry. Surplis had no intention of resisting. He was afraid that this professor who was full of weirdness would really cry. Made a professor cry on the first day of school? He didn't want to bear such inexplicable rumors. He readily agreed, and Professor Quirrell looked relieved, trembling as he led Sepulus to the Transfiguration classroom. Something went wrong again. The professor who taught defense against the dark arts didn't know the way. He led Sepulus to a corridor on the 4th floor in a shaky way. When he reached the end, he put his hand on the door and retracted it as if he was electrocuted. Hey, no, it's not here, he said with a sad face. Here, this is a restricted area, no one is allowed to enter, there are great things hidden inside. With one sentence, Surplis felt that he was about to die. He looked up and down Quirrell's face and said, oh, since it's a restricted area, let's leave quickly. His eyes fell on Quirrell's face and he stared at it for a few seconds. This is a restricted area, the easternmost corridor on the 4th floor. I remember it and I will definitely not come here. Quirrell started to tremble again, nodded in panic, and led Sepulus out and onto another road. Sepulus looked back at the corridor and snorted in his heart. He is not stupid. At first, it could be considered an accident when Quirrell bumped into him, but then he was determined to lead him and led him specifically to this restricted area. Can this be called an accident? I was still afraid that he wouldn't know the same thing, so I repeated several times that I had hidden treasures. My thoughts are so obvious that I just have to say it directly. But why did Quirrell tell him this? Sir Pruse frowned and followed Quirrell. He remembered that Mr. Dumbledore mentioned the restricted area once during the welcome dinner, but it seemed that he didn't. What do you care about? Was it Dumbledore who wanted him to pay attention to this restricted area? It seems that it shouldn't be. But if it wasn't Mr. Dumbledore, then who was it? Sepulus thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with any results, so he could only press the button and give it up. The price of this unexpected incident was that Surplice was late when he arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. There were not many empty seats, only the one closest to the podium was left. Professor Quirrell shivered and led him to the front seat to sit down, and then behaved politely with the Tiger Madara cat in front who was lying on the podium. Apologize. Yes, I'm sorry. I accidentally delayed little Mr. Grindelwald when I went out, so he was late. He finished speaking seriously and then left. There was no teacher in the classroom. Draco looked up and looked around, knocked on the table, and handed a note to Surplice. What's going on? I was bumped into by Professor Quirrell. He sent me to class in order to apologize, but I ended up going the wrong way and was delayed. Sir Pruse quickly replied to the note. Draco raised his eyebrows after receiving the note and put the note into the book. Spulz knew how Draco would understand it, it was just that the professors at Hogwarts treated Spulz differently. In the final analysis, it's still a matter of who chooses the dishes. Harry and Ron came in after Surplice. They must have been running over, panting and holding books. Ron was holding on to the door frame, and Harry was holding on to his knees and gasping for air. Ron Weasley leaned on the door frame and looked inside. He was relieved when he saw that the students were all studying by themselves and there was no teacher around. He turned to look at Harry. We are lucky, Harry, the teacher hasn't come yet, and we are not late. Halfway through his words, he saw Harry's eyes widen. His hands no longer supporting his knees, and he stood up straight. Oh, no wonder Professor Quirrell came over to explain the situation to the cat. Sir Pruse propped his chin and turned to the next page of the book. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts, is an animagus. She is the Tiger Madara cat. Chapter 22. Stop playing riddles, buddy, who do I look like? How do you feel when you watch the cat in front of you turn into a human? Sepulus didn't know. But Surplice felt that Harry and Ron must have felt deeply. Because the cat not only turned into a human, but also turned into their selfless dean. In fact, it's quite good. The head of Gryffindor is selfless and can turn into a cat. Oh, if Professor McGonagall hadn't threatened to turn them into alarm clocks, maybe they would have felt good about it. It's not that I didn't get up, Ron retorted, it's that I got lost. Then it becomes a map. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. No, 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 we will definitely remember the way, Ron defended with his eyes widened, there won't be a next time. Then the class officially started. Professor McGonagall is a very serious witch, but she is very fair and completely unbiased. She deducted 5 points from Harry and Ron each for being late in the morning, but when Sir Pruse shined with ease in her Transfiguration class, when it came time, she was not stingy about giving extra points to Spulz. You have great potential, Professor McGonagall praised generously and without any hesitation. If you are willing, you can come to me after class. With your talent in transformation, you may become the youngest person in the history of magic. Maybe animagus. This is a very high honor, but none of the students present felt that Professor McGonagall was exaggerating. After all, this is the first class, and the task assigned by Professor McGonagall is just to make one end of the match pointy in preparation for turning it into a needle next time. Not only did Surplice turn the match directly into a needle in just 10 minutes, he also carved patterns on the needle. Professor McGonagall asked him what he was doing. He blinked and said that he had finished changing needles and had nothing to do. Professor McGonagall was silent for a moment after seeing the already perfect needle, and then gave Spulz a button and told Spulz to add patterns to the button, and Spulz would return the button when class was over. When Professor McGonagall was there was an embossed little snake on the button. "It's Natasha," Spulz pointed to the button and then to the little snake on his shoulder. "I thought of it after her appearance." Professor McGonagall even directly asked Sepulus to take classes with the third-grade students, and he did not need to audit the first-grade classes. Sir Prue graciously agreed. After class, I followed Professor McGonagall to Principal Dumbledore's office to approve notes. There is a large and beautiful sculpture at the door of the principal's office. It has the same routine as the Slytherin Lounge. You have to give the password before you can enter. Sir Please thought that the passwords in the Slytherin Lounge were also high-end. This week's password was Glory, and the password in the principal's office would not be much worse. As a result, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. "Lemon Olaf. Sepulus? Okay, it's really about playing cards that don't follow the routine. After the password is correct, the sculpture at the door will rotate, then take a step back and sink out of a staircase. Go up the stairs and inside is the principal's office." Professor McGonagall arranged Sir Please to stay in the foyer slightly outside, and then she went up a few steps to find Principal Dumbledore. Sir Prue sat on the sofa in the foyer and swung his legs. Looking up, he could see many portraits above his head. These were all the past principals of Hogwarts School. Now they seemed to be sleeping in the portraits. Professor McGonagall came back soon, and the parchment in his hand was already signed. She must be a true lover. Her serious face looked a little tender when she looked at Sir Please. "The principal has something to say to you, please come over." Then he seemed uneasy and asked more worriedly, "Can you find the way back soon?" "Don't worry so much, Minerva," Dumbledore's voice suddenly sounded from a little above. "I will send him there." Professor McGonagall nodded, took the parchment and turned away. Sir Please blinked and went up the stairs to see Mr. Dumbledore. Speaking of which, ever since Dumbledore picked him up from the orphanage and took him to Ermengarde, the last time he saw him was at the welcome dinner yesterday. However, we had only seen him during the welcome dinner, and it was true that Dumbledore had not even paid attention to Sir Please. After paying attention for a while, Sir Please found that Dumbledore's eyes were basically focused on Harry Potter. Special body. Today's meeting is the first time since Sepulus left the orphanage and officially entered the magical world. Principal. Sir Please wasn't sure what to call him, so he spoke politely. "Don't be so restrained." Dumbledore was still as kind as when he first met him. "Sit down and say." He pointed to the small sofa in front of his desk. Spulz didn't show any courtesy to him and sat down directly. Dumbledore looked very happy to see him sitting down. He rummaged behind his desk for a while and pulled out 2 ice cream sticks. "Try it." Dumbledore's eyes were full of smiles. "Lemon Olaf, my favorite sweet." Spulz was stunned for a moment before he said, "Thank you, Principal." He was stuck for a moment. Is lemon sorbet actually made from ice cream? And Principal, you look really old. If you eat sweets, it's still ice cream. Are your teeth and your physical health okay? But this was not something that Sepulus should be curious about, nor something that he should worry about, so he just pursed his lips and silently took a bite of the ice cream. "Ah, it is indeed delicious. Minerva just came to me and complimented me on your talent for transformation." Dumbledore also took an ice cream and sat on his chair. "You are really similar to him." Sepulus tilted his head, as if confused. "Who?" "A very good student," Dumbledore said. "His name is Tom Riddle." Sepulus was stunned. "What's going on? You can't find anything even after you've worn iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all to get there?" "Before I even asked, the principal came to me and confessed." But he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked like he was thinking, and after thinking for a while, he said, "I have an impression of this name. The orphanage I was in seemed to have had a brother named Riddle before." He spoke very slowly and was really thinking. "But that seems to have been a long time ago." He is not mentioned in the orphanage. He is mentioned occasionally, and it is when Grandma is not in a good mood. He raised his eyes to see Dumbledore's expression. They all call him that. Brother Riddle is called the disaster star. Chapter 23 Beauty is misleading. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Yes, Riddle is indeed not a good boy. He seemed to sigh and took another bite of lemon. Olaf. Back then, just like I took you, I also took him away. I took him out of the orphanage and brought him to Hogwarts. Dumbledore said softly, as if he was afraid of waking him up. Like the people in the paintings on the wall behind him, he is a good student, the best kind of student that any teacher can think of. He is serious and diligent. Although his family is poor, he works very, very hard. At the same time, he also shows his strong talent. He is extremely talented, especially in the Transfiguration class, where he shines. Sir Pruse nodded. Ah, may I ask a question, sir? Dumbledore indicated with his eyes that Sir Please could ask whatever he wanted. Why did you bring Brother Riddle back, and why did you bring me back? Sir Please asked, tilting his head, looking like a pitiful and innocent child. I don't understand. Mr. Dumbledore glanced at him and was silent for a moment before laughing. That's a good question. Take him away because his magical talent has been revealed, and because of a prophecy, he was really explaining, but only Dumbledore himself knew how much of the explanation was true and false. The prophecy told me, Riddle is homeless and I need to find him. Spulls noticed his wording, abandoned? Whose blood is Brother Riddle? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, he does have an extraordinary life experience, but I can't say who his parents are. His eyes then fell on Sepulus's face. The reason why I went back to pick you up is for the same reason. You and Riddle should also be inextricably linked. Oh, Sepulus nodded. I must have benefited from Brother Riddle, otherwise I would still be in the orphanage. Dumbledore shook his head and said it was not the same thing. Riddle did some wrong things in the early years. If you confess to others that you have a relationship with Riddle, you may have to live a life of being yelled at and killed. So it was my idea to pick you back up. He smiled. I also sent you to Grindelwald. Although he has a bad temper, he has given you a layer of gold. Even if something goes wrong in the future, it won't be too bad. Sir Pruse's mind was spinning very quickly, and he knew what Dumbledore meant when he said, Ah, sir, he is my benefactor. This means that it belongs to him, so don't make a mistake in recording the account. Sure enough, Dumbledore did not deny Sir Pruse's words of benefactor, he just still smiled with kindness in his eyes. You are a good boy, he said. Have you seen Professor Quirrell today? Sepulus blinked. I've seen it before. Did it involve Quirrell again? He tilted his head. So Quirrell belongs to Mr. Dumbledore? But he didn't finish his words, he just raised his face, still looking innocent. Professor Quirrell bumped into me this morning. He felt embarrassed and sent me to the classroom. I got lost on the way and took a detour. There are quite a few circles. Dumbledore said oh and looked at Sir Please with a heavy gaze. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Sepulus blinked in confusion. Has anything else happened around you recently? Dumbledore asked him patiently. Anything is fine, you can tell me. Anything? Sepulus pursed his lips. What has happened to him recently that deserves Dumbledore's attention and curiosity? Perhaps only the little Tom Riddle who appears in the diary. But for some reason, Sepulus didn't want to tell Dumbledore about it, not at all. It's nothing, Sir Please said at last. I don't think anything happened around me. Maybe the classmates around me don't like me very much, but I don't think it's a big deal. Dumbledore didn't ask any more questions, he just crossed his desk and patted Sir Pruse on the shoulder. You are a smart boy, Sir Please, he said with a serious look. Go back, you still have classes. Sir Pruse nodded, jumped off the chair, thanked Mr. Dumbledore for the lemon sorbet, and then turned around and left along the original path. Dumbledore watched silently from his chair as Surply's back disappeared around the corner of the statue stairs. "What do you think, Albus?" a portrait on the wall asked. "Do you really think this is the reincarnation of Riddle?" "I never thought so, Dippet," Dumbledore replied briskly. "I just got the news a few days ago that Riddle appeared in the Albanian forest, and it was basically confirmed that he is now on the back of Quirrell's head. Why do you think that child is the reincarnation of Riddle?" "But you still doubt him," the portrait said. "We have to doubt." Dumbledore admitted generously and happily that he appeared in the orphanage where Riddle had stayed, and he was very similar to him. "We all know that Riddle is not dead, and we also know that he is still dormant just to make a comeback, so he has to be more careful. Maybe this kid can become an unexpected opponent of Riddle." "You have to be careful, Albus. Although Grindelwald won't say it, he likes this child very much." The portrait was silent for a moment and then warned. "What are you talking about, Dippet? You also want to eat lemon Olaf?" Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. "Ah, lemon Olaf is indeed the most delicious ice cream. I will go to Hogsmeade later. Buy some to keep." Surply didn't know that there was such a conversation in the principal's office after he left. He just left along the stairs, ready to find where his next class was, but when he passed by the 4th floor, he still slowed down slightly and looked towards the restricted corridor that Quirrell had accidentally taken him to in the morning. Quirrell was probably not working for Mr. Dumbledore. Surply lowered his eyes and thought, then who was he working for, the grown-up Mr. Riddle? He looked away and was about to lift his feet to leave, but the stairs in front of him turned away by themselves. "Surpulus, okay, you are noble and awesome on the stairs. You specialize in spinning and jumping to trick students into being late, right? Hello." Someone suddenly patted Surprise on the shoulder from behind. "Classmate, your face looks bad. Do you need help?" Surprise turned around and met a handsome and concerned face. He was really handsome, so cool that Sepulus somersaulted and subconsciously took a step back, forgetting that the stairs behind him had just been moved. "No, has there really been no teaching accident in Hogwarts for so many years? Are there really no students who stepped on the air and fell to their death?" Sepulus was speechless for a moment as he leaned back. "Why am I in free fall this year?" But that handsome face quickly enlarged in front of his eyes. This handsome man pulled him and rubbed his head with concern. "Are you okay?" Chapter 24. You should get what you want through your own efforts, right? This kind-hearted handsome boy is called Cedric Diggory, from Hufflepuff, 3rd grade. Surprise's knowledge of Hufflepuff is indeed very little. In other words, this college has always been low-key and does not stand out in front of the public. What Sepulus learned was consistent with what the Sorting Hat said: Hufflepuff people are upright, loyal, tough, and honest. However, Sepulus has also heard some unpopular rumors. They belittle Hufflepuff and call Hufflepuff a waste shelter. They believe that only students who are not good enough and cannot be admitted to the other 3 houses. Only then would it be picked up by Hufflepuff. Surprise felt that anyone who could say such a thing was an idiot. Please, how many people can be loyal and honest? You? This is an amazing quality, isn't it? The guy who says he doesn't like it must have never been beaten by society. After you have suffered a few years outside, you will realize how amazing it is to be loyal and honest. The handsome senior in front of him was a student of Hufflepuff, and Surprise immediately stood in awe of him. "Thank you, senior," Sepulus said obediently. "If it weren't for senior, I would have fallen." Cedric Diggory waved his hand, with a warm smile on his face. "It's my fault. If I didn't scare you, you wouldn't back away. Just call me Cedric." "Hello, brother Cedric," Spulz winked. "My name is Spulz." "Then are you lost here?" Cedric raised his hand and rubbed Surprise's head again, thinking that this junior is so good. "Do you need my help?" He didn't know that Surprise was also thinking at this time, "Wow, this senior is so nice." The life in the orphanage is actually very monotonous. Although the children know each other, it is difficult to get to know each other because of various problems. Sometimes it is because he has received praise from his grandma, and tomorrow it is she who will be praised. Might have to be adopted. But there are twin brothers. They are very, very nice. They would share the snacks rewarded by their grandma with each other, do hard work together, and earnestly ask the kind-hearted people who came to adopt them to take them away together, so that they would not be separated as brothers. Cepulus is so envious. When he was being punished by his mama alone, when he was handing out leaflets on the street alone, when he was trying to figure out how to be adopted, and every time in the dead of night. It would be nice if I had a brother too. He would hug himself, Natasha on his knees, and look out the window quietly. If I had a brother, I wouldn't have to work so hard. So Surplice looked at Diggory in front of him and lowered his eyes, thinking that it would be great if he also had such a brother. Cedric didn't know that Surplice had so many twists and turns in his heart. He just thought that Surplice was young and shy. He had a good personality and was enthusiastic. The children in the neighborhood liked to play with him. So he became very skilled in taking care of his younger brothers and sisters. Now seeing the way Surplice pursed his lips and lowered his head, he couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. He took out the candy from his pocket, peeled off the candy wrapper and handed it to Surplice. "The toffee I bought in Hogsmeade, want to eat a piece?" He peeled them all and put them in front of Spulz. There was no reason for Spulz to refuse. So he took the candy and said thank you again. Cedric patted him on the shoulder and said that since there was no class yet, he would take Cepulus around the castle to get his bearings. Okay? There are a total of 142 stairs in Hogwarts. Some are wide and large, some are narrow and small, some are very flat, some will deliberately jolt you and stagger you when you walk up, and some are fixed every week. Some of them lead to strange places on a certain day, and some of them lead to strange places anytime and anywhere, wandering around every 5 minutes. The stairs are not ordinary, and the steps at the top are also ordinary. Some steps will suddenly disappear by themselves. You have to remember when to lift your feet and jump over by yourself. Some steps will make strange noises when you step on them. You have to use your own mind to remember these, because it is impossible to use the portraits or armors in the corridor as a reference. Almost everything is moving on its own. The people in the portraits will visit each other to change residences, and the armors will also move. I can walk around by myself, maybe to make friends. It's not easy to remember these. Cedric held Sepulus's hand and looked at Cepulus' fair little face that looked up, but if you walk more and shop more, you will always be able to remember. Most of the classrooms are inside the castle, but Quidditch, care of magical creatures, and herbology classes are outside the castle. The place outside the castle is also very big, but it becomes dangerous after nightfall, especially behind the castle and the forbidden forest behind the Quidditch pitch. It is vast and vast. It is said that there is everything, and there are tens of thousands of students. Can't enter. Cedric patiently took Spulz around the castle, and then sent Spulz to the door of the History of Magic classroom. Okay, it's time for class. Pay attention to safety when walking up the stairs in the castle. Cedric rubbed Surprise's soft black hair again. It's still very dangerous if you fall. I have to lie in the hospital wing for a long time and drink very bitter medicine. Surprise nodded, then grabbed Cedric's robe as he was about to leave. What's wrong? Cedric turned around in a good temper, waiting for Surprise to speak. Can I see you again in the future, brother Cedric? Cepulus said in a small voice, can I? He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Cedric's appearance. His voice was not loud and timid, which made people feel very distressed. How could a good man like Cedric be willing to reject him? Of course you can come to me. Cedric leaned over and rubbed Surplice's head again, then took off the brooch from his chest and handed it to Surplice. It's almost time for class now, I have to leave first, but this is for you. You can take this to the door of the Hufflepuff Lounge after class in the evening and show this to any Hufflepuff student. They will take you into the lounge and ask them to find me then. I'm coming to see you, okay? Sir Pruse nodded vigorously, then bit his lip and showed a nice smile. Well, goodbye brother Cedric, I'll go find you tonight. Cedric also smiled and waved goodbye to him, then turned around and rushed to his class. Spulz held the brooch and stared at Cedric's back until the bell rang, and then he turned and entered the classroom. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a brother, he can get one by himself. Right? Chapter 25 Sincerity is really the most worthless thing. That Hufflepuff is so pitiful, Natasha's voice sounded under Surply's collar. You don't feel at ease at first glance. Why did he provoke such a evil star like you? Sir Praise didn't answer Natasha, but patted her head through her clothes. He still didn't sit with the people around him, so he found a corner near the door and nestled there. He originally thought that the classroom was stuffy and he could sit closer to the door more comfortably, but he didn't expect that the teacher was quite hypnosis in class. If Spulz hadn't sat at the door and woke up while the air was flowing, he felt like he would have fallen asleep. Simply because History of Magic is the only course at Hogwarts taught by a ghost professor. It is said that Professor Binns fell asleep in the fireplace in front of the staff lounge, forgot to take his body with him when he went to class the next day, and did not realize that he had passed away. This is enough to prove that Professor Binns he was indeed quite old back then. And I have quite a lot of love for teaching. To become a ghost, you need to have a strong obsession. Professor Binns can become a ghost because of his obsession, so he is very, very worthy of respect. Even though his class was really boring, he just talked and talked in a monotonous voice, causing a lot of students in the room to fall asleep. After this class, it was the lunch break at noon. Hogwarts homework was not heavy. There were only 3 classes a day for the first grade students. They had quite a lot of free time and were not busy. After class, Spulz went to the auditorium to eat. He didn't plan to find anyone to be a companion, but Draco took the initiative to find Spulz at the long table in the auditorium. When Blaise came to see me in the morning, I left first, Draco and Sepulus said. Originally, I planned to wait for you to come with me. He planned to wait for me to come with him, but he didn't. Sir Pruse raised his eyes and looked at Draco, and just smiled. Then let's go together tomorrow? I don't know the road very well yet, let's look for it together. Although he has no intention of actively looking for company, being alone is not a particularly good choice. Okay, Draco probably came here for this purpose. We have a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. I don't know how it will be taught. Sepulus gave a small smile in return. How to teach? The defense against the dark arts teacher may be a little stupid, and his class may be a disaster. It was indeed a disaster. When Surply's walked into the classroom, he almost had his head smoked out. The room was filled with the smell of garlic, which made people want to die. Professor Quirrell himself stammered and explained that this was to be wary of a vampire he met in Romania. He was afraid that the vampire would come back to catch him. He also explained to the students who were laughing and curious about his big scarf that his scarf was a gift from an African prince to thank him for helping the prince get rid of the entanglement of the resurrected zombies. Of course, if he could vividly describe his previous experiences, he would surely be able to establish some prestige, but he was very nervous when he spoke and stuttered several times with every word, especially after seeing Spulz. It was so awesome that it once made Sepulus wonder whether he was a vampire or a resurrected zombie. What did you do to Quirrell? Draco looked at the cowering Quirrell strangely, with confusion on his face. Sepulus tilted his head, indicating that he didn't know either. One class seemed to be a joke. This time, it was not just Sir Pruse who doubted the school's teaching staff, but everyone began to doubt the teaching staff of Hogwarts. But it is said that it was not like this before. Blaise jumped in to explain at the right time. Professor Quirrell could have been called the proud man of heaven, otherwise Dumbledore would not have hired him, but he later wanted to. I went out for an expedition for my thesis, and something happened on the way, and then it happened like this. Dumbledore didn't say he was fired. Draco raised an eyebrow in disgust. Maybe it's hard to find teachers in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Blaise spoke again mysteriously. Have you heard of a rumor that the mysterious man also wanted to stay in school and become a professor? It was the position of Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, but in the end Dumbledore didn't keep him, so he put a curse on this position. No one could live well in this position. Sir Praise propped his chin up while listening to Blaise's news, and yawned silently. Sleepy? Draco asked thoughtfully. A little bit, Sir Please responded. I didn't sleep well last night. How about you go back and rest first? Draco actually reached out and helped take the book away from Serpulus' hand. I'll go back to deliver the book as well, shall we? Serpulus nodded, wondering what was going on. He didn't have this attitude yesterday, so why did he change his temper today? So he nodded slowly and walked side by side with Draco on the road to the college lounge. Do you think I'm fickle? To Spul's surprise, Draco took the lead in raising the topic. He raised an eyebrow at Spul's and smiled, with many narrow smiles in his eyes. Meaning? Serpulus pursed his lips cautiously. What? I never felt that way. Draco listened to Sir Please' words and shrugged casually. If I were put in your shoes, I would probably feel that I am fickle, and even if I am wrong, I would feel that I am sick. He turned his head and found that no one was around, and even made a face at Sir Praise. You clearly promised to be friends with me when you were in Diagon Alley, but when you came to Hogwarts, you ended up being friends with me. My group of friends just hung out and ignored me, and now they suddenly show up again. It's really crazy. Serpulus raised an eyebrow. I didn't mean it. Draco shrugged again. The Holy 28 family is in a relatively average state now. This friendship must be maintained, and as a new blood, you may not be able to integrate quickly. Come in, you understand, right? I understand, Serpulus responded. If I didn't understand, I should have embarrassed you, but you see, I still smile happily at you, Draco. Sir Praise frowned. It's good that you are willing to tell me this. After all, you can also explain nothing to me, right? I know you really treat me as a friend, so it doesn't matter. Sincerity? How much is sincerity worth? It's just the best excuse everyone uses to push the blame. Chapter 26 Good guys, everyone has their own specialties. Draco sent Serpulus back to his dormitory. He seemed to be very satisfied with Sir Please' understanding, but Sir Please didn't really care about Draco's closeness. He said goodbye to Draco at the door of the dormitory, and after closing the door of the dormitory, the smile on his face faded. Natasha got out of his cuffs and stuck her head out. Why do you feel that your life is harder than in the orphanage? At least you don't have to keep smiling like this in the orphanage. Sir Praise poked Natasha's head but didn't reply. How can there be such a comparison? At least he now has enough food and clothing, and has nothing to worry about. He yawned, sat down in front of the desk, touched the alarm clock and set a time, then turned around and fell into bed and fell asleep. Although Slytherin's lounge is located underground, or under the Black Lake, and is generally cold and damp, but everyone has a single room, and there is a fireplace in the single room, so this cold and dampness will not be reflected in the dormitory. Warm and warm, Serpulus went in and fell asleep. While Sir Please was sleeping sweetly in bed, the diary he placed on the table trembled twice, and the translucent figure of Tom Riddle appeared inside. He stood beside Sir Please's bed for a while, or rather floated for a while, staring at Sir Please's face quietly for a while, then raised his hand and touched his own face. Am I similar to him? Tom Riddle asked softly, asking Natasha, who was sitting next to Serpul's pillow. Natasha looked at Spul's hesitantly, and then at the transparent ghost in front of her. If you ask me, this question is difficult to answer, but if you ask, it should be quite similar. Tom Riddle nodded. What did you do today? He was in class, and I dozed off in his pocket. It was quite boring. Natasha's tail flicked on the sheets, leaving a shallow pit. But he was quite happy, and so was I happy. Natasha looked at the transparent Tom Riddle in the sky. Let him sleep. He is still a human cub. He has no energy in class after staying up all night. He pinches his palms under the desk. Tom Riddle nodded. Then I will go back to the diary first. When he is free at night, I will come back to him. Natasha flicked her tail to express her approval. So Spulz slept peacefully until the alarm clock rang. Then Spulz reached out from the bed and fumbled for a long time to knock off the alarm clock. So sleepy, he sleepily threw off the quilt and groaned, sitting up, feeling that his soul was still floating in the sky. I'm so sleepy. If you're really sleepy, just keep sleeping, Natasha said, seeing that Surplis was reluctant to open his eyes. We're not in an orphanage now, and there won't be any nanny to wake you up if you stay in bed. You are in bed. But I'm not getting up just because of mommy. Surprise held on for a breath and went to the bathroom to wash his face and wake up. I have to eat at night, and I have to go. Brother Cedric has such a face in front of him, how can he sleep? You really went to find that pretty senior? Natasha was stunned for a moment. You are getting more serious when you see S**X. I don't want to steal or rob, but I'm a bit lecherous. Surplis put on his clothes again and his mind was much clearer. That's a gentle and handsome guy with a good temper. I want to hug his lap. He adjusted his collar and practiced his harmless smile again in front of the mirror. Will you come with me tonight? Or do you want to have a good rest in the dormitory? Then I'll definitely go with you, Natasha snorted. The boiled egg on your table is delicious. I want to eat it tonight. Waiting for you to come back in the evening. Tom Riddle in the diary suddenly appeared, with a poker face, and spoke to Surprise calmly. Spulz said ah and then pressed his temples. Yes, yes, and you? I had a little guess today. It may not be correct or not. You wait until I take a look around at night and see. Let's see if I can find any clues to confirm my suspicion. Tom Riddle nodded and went back to his diary without saying much. He's quite scary, isn't he? Natasha said, looking at the diary that was lying still and motionless. A little bit, Spulz agreed, but I think the first priority is that I still need to buy a new diary. If I continue to write in that diary, I will feel like I am writing on him. Painting makes me feel like a pervert. But you don't have an owl. Natasha poured cold water on Surplis. Your owl was left with your father. I can borrow it. They don't all have owls, right? They generally refer to a group of classmates around them. Regarding the matter of raising pets, the 4 colleges have different ideas. What stands out about Slytherin's pets is the word expensive. They are as harsh on their pets as they are on themselves. The bloodline must be pure, the appearance must be outstanding, and it is best to be rare and rare. Therefore, the pets on Slytherin's long table are untouchable species at first glance. Sir Prue glanced at the falcon that brought Draco the newspaper, but in the end he didn't ask to borrow it. He felt that every single hair of the falcon was worth more than his Natasha. Hufflepuff is the opposite of Slytherin. Their pet can be anything. A cat that was abandoned because of old age, a mouse that had its leg broken due to an accident, an owl that has nowhere to go because it has reached retirement age, or other unwanted little things from other people's homes, maybe they're pets because they can't bear to let them go. These little lives just die, so they choose to take good care of them. Ravenclaw, there seems to be no pets on the long table of Ravenclaw. This academy that loves learning seems not even willing to raise owls. They use the rentable owls from the owl loft to raise them themselves, just for themselves. Don't waste time on pets. Maybe they also feel that ordinary pets are not worth their time. Anyway, Surplis feels that if one day he tells Ravenclaws that they can raise ghost kittens, a large number of Ravenclaws will definitely rush to raise them. But they may not be able to grab Slytherin, because Slytherin has the ability to make money. As for Gryffindor, they seemed to have everything, but their long table was so noisy that Surplis couldn't tell what they had. The sorting hat is really powerful. Surplis looked back to see Natasha swallowing a hard-boiled egg. Every house has its own unique characteristics. Chapter 27. I may be a little sick. In the end, Cepulus chose to ask the Olary. Which Olary are you going to? The price will drop so much, you can use mine, Draco asked when he saw that Surplis was about to leave, and then he became anxious. You want to buy something? What to buy, and which store? Shop? I might have a membership. Surprise blinked. At this time, a girl sitting opposite Draco suddenly smiled softly and looked at Surplis with a crooked eyebrow. You don't have to be polite to him, Surplis. The intimacy between her words made Cepulus stunned. Draco has memberships in almost all the stores in Diagon Alley. If we usually buy something, we always ask him if he has a membership first. The girl smiled brightly. Don't take it seriously, Cepulus. There are many benefits that membership can bring, and you will definitely not suffer any loss. Only then did Surplis remember who this person was, Daphne Greengrass, a well-known rebellious daughter of the Greengrass family, but she was very good at coaxing people, so even if she had done something my son went a little too far, and everyone in the family indulged her. This is not because the family loves her and they indulge her, but because Daphne is good at talking and can bring glory to the family. Aristocratic families are more snobbish than ordinary families. Is that so? I don't know much about it. Fortunately, Daphne, you reminded me, since everyone said it so sincerely, but I just want to buy a diary. Isn't this a bit too much fanfare? Hey, Daphne said with a smile, as for notebooks, how can a diary alone be enough? Look, you have to prepare homework books for each subject, right? You have to prepare notebooks for daily practice, right? Ink, pens, pen nibs, don't you have to buy all these things? Her beautiful eyes flashed. Besides, don't you still want to write a letter to the guy in Austria? I heard that guy has a very discerning eye, so why don't you prepare some pretty tricks to match it? Sir Pruse looked at Daphne and thought, wow, it would be a bit of a disgrace to not go into business with this eloquence. It makes sense, Cepulus nodded. In this way, I do have a lot of things that need to be bought new. Before he finished speaking, Draco said yet, and then waved his hand. Buy them all, buy new ones, and ask Scud Stationery Store to send you a copy of all the new products. You can choose what you like and let them send more. Cepulus was shocked. This, 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 is not good. There's nothing wrong with it. It was Theodore who held down Spill's hand. Draco has money, let him spend it. Cepulus? Is this what it should be? Is this what you rich people? Sir Pruse thanked him politely, and then bowed his head to eat. Who says money can't buy friends? Who can stand to spend money on others like this? Suddenly, Blaise, who had been silent, said attracting everyone's attention. Look at this. Blaise unfolded the newly arrived newspaper and pointed out a certain article in it to them, Gringotts trespassing. That was the headline of the Daily Prophet, occupying almost the entire front page. Gringotts break-in incident report. The investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 31 is still ongoing, and it is generally believed that it was the work of an unknown dark wizard. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that had been searched by the intruders had actually been drained earlier that day. A Gringotts goblins spokesperson said this afternoon, there is no comment on what is stored in the vault, and it is best not to interfere in this matter. Someone stole something from Gringotts. Blaise's words contained mostly admiration. You are really brave, Draco snorted. Are the guards in Gringotts so lax now? Any mouse can go in and take a look. I want to go back and tell my father to take the family's treasury. A few have been moved. Theodore glanced at the newspaper for a few times and then looked away. Daphne and Miss Pansy of the Parkinson family across the street were not interested in this report at all. They ordered the magazine of the extraordinary wizard. Sepulus' eyes stayed on the newspaper for a moment, and then he looked away. What he was thinking at the time was that this matter had nothing to do with him, so why should he be curious about this kind of thing? In fact, Sepulus is still young. He didn't know there was something called a flag. After dinner, he originally planned to go to the Hufflepuff lounge to see Cedric. After all, he had to trick someone into recognizing him as his brother, so he had to be more attentive and feel more present. But when he returned to the lounge after dinner and was about to rest for a while before going out, he suddenly felt like the world was spinning. It was literally spinning. He felt that every step he took was in an unknown place. His eyes were in chaos for a moment, and then he fell to the ground. When he did, he thought he was falling to the ground. When he woke up, he was lying on the sofa upright with his hands covering his abdomen. He looked like a dignified corpse that could be buried soon. Sepulus? What's going on? Sir, please rubbed his painful head and sat upright. Did you get me up here, Natalia? But he felt that it couldn't be the case. No matter how smart Natasha was, she was just a snake, and how could she put him on the sofa? Natasha looked at Sepulus with a complicated expression and shook her head. Then who came in and helped me up? Sepulus thought this was the most likely scenario, but Natasha still shook her head. You walked back and sat down by yourself, Natasha said. Sepulus? It's true. Tom Riddle from the diary appeared in a leisurely manner, then looked at Sepulus and seriously testified to Natasha, when you came back, you fell to the ground and fell unconscious for a while. Natasha was very nervous and thought about going next door to call someone, although I don't think she could really call someone as a snake. He paused and continued. But soon you stood up, but didn't say anything. You stood up and left. You didn't respond to Natasha or me calling you. You just went out. Natasha was very anxious and could only crawl on your neck and strangle you. Your face turned pale and you didn't stop. He watched Sepulus's expression change dramatically, and then he made a rather playful and juvenile gesture. Let Natasha tell you the rest. I couldn't follow you out, but she actually put her arm around your neck and followed you out. You can see there is a circle of green around your neck now. She almost strangled you. Chapter 28. I really don't feel weird about anything happening to me. Sir Pruse's expression suddenly became wonderful. He raised his hand and touched his neck. As expected, it stung badly. He got up and looked in the mirror and took a look. Sure enough, there was an obvious bruise. It seemed that Natasha had put in a lot of effort when she RD'd him. You didn't react without any effort. Natasha looked at Sepulus rubbing the marks on his neck and felt a little guilty. I was just afraid that something would happen to you, so I put in a little effort. Who knows? You are completely unresponsive, as if you were possessed by a ghost. Sepulus was stunned. What's this, the ghost attack technique? He retracted his hand and lowered his head to look at Natasha, and Natasha flicked her tail. We called you, but you didn't respond at all. You stood up and wanted to go out. It was hard to choke you. Even if you wanted to go out, you couldn't be persuaded no matter what. Natasha snorted, Tom has no way to follow you. Let's go, I'll hang on to you and see where you're going. Guess where you're going. Did I go out? Sir Pruse's eyes widened slightly, wondering why I didn't know, but seeing the way Natasha and Tom nodded, he must have indeed gone out. There is no need for them to play tricks on her because of this, and Natasha has been with him for so many years, so she will not be disadvantageous to him. Sir Pruse then coughed dryly and touched the water glass nonchalantly. Then, where did I go? Would you like to guess where you went? Natasha was very calm, and she could still joke with spells or something. Sir Pruse took a sip of water and felt that his throat felt better. It can't be the restricted area where Professor Quirrell took me on a side road this morning, right? Natasha said nothing. Spells turned his head stiffly to look at her. Natasha still said nothing. Can't you Surply's expression was slightly stiff. Am I so unlucky? Natasha looked away, and Tom answered. It's so bad. Natasha said you went straight to the restricted area, but it wasn't that kind of rampage. You still knew how to avoid people in the middle. Tom's expression was also slightly complicated. It seems that you have a very, very strong purpose. So it can be ruled out that I am sleepwalking. Surprise's expression was bitter. This doesn't sound like a good thing. But you haven't spoken a word, Natasha continued. You are like a mute. You just move forward without saying a word. But the door to the restricted area, remember, was locked in the morning. Natasha added. I remember this, Sepulus said to himself. He even looked back to see that there was a huge lock on the door, which was firmly placed on the narrow door. It's no wonder that the door is not locked this time. Are you in? Natasha was silent again. Surpulus's face looked really bad this time. I went in? I just went in like that? Didn't anyone come out to knock me out and stop me? Calm down, Natasha put her arm around Surpulus again. She was as cold as a snake, which made Surplis wake up a little. There is no one in the small door that I just entered. People saw what you were doing. Surpulus said, did I mean this? I didn't mean it this way. What's in there? Tom asked Natasha, then turned to smile at Surprise. We were chatting for a while when you were awake, but we haven't gotten to this point yet. The corners of Sepulus' eyes twitched. The door was opened a small crack, and it was unlocked. Then Surprise hid behind the door, then opened the door wider, and looked inside. Anyway, I saw someone spinning back and forth inside. The big dog walked away. A big dog circling back and forth? Spulz was confused, and suddenly there was a stinging pain in his head. He was not prepared, and was caught off guard by the stinging pain. Then he fell to the ground with his forehead covered. Immediately afterwards, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. He was still him. He clearly saw himself falling, then stood up, avoiding the students and professors around him. His goal was very clear, and he went straight to the area on the 4th floor known as the restricted area. He also clearly saw himself looking sideways behind the door panel. He saw a big dog pacing back and forth inside. He also saw that the big dog had 3 heads. He even clearly remembered that he saw the big dog. There was a good, uncovered trapdoor under his neck. He remembered very clearly, remembering that he saw everything clearly, and then he walked back, sat down on the sofa neatly, and closed his eyes. Are you okay? Spulz? Spulz? When he came back to his senses, it was Natasha who was slapping Spulz in the face with her tail. It's okay, Sepulus reached out and grabbed the tip of Natasha's flailing tail. I feel like a memory suddenly appeared in my mind, the memory I didn't have just now. He pressed his temples and exhaled. This school has much bigger problems than I thought. Tom frowned and looked at him. What's going on? Do you want to find someone to ask? Let's not ask for now, Sepulus shook his head. I'm just like you, the people around me are not relatives or friends, so asking questions always feels unreliable. I'm waiting and watching. He paused and then spoke with a little hesitation. I always feel that someone deliberately let me know what is behind that door. I saw that there was a trap door under the big dog. Maybe I should try to get past the big dog and look under the trap door. Tom looked at Surplis and nodded. Please be safe. But let's leave that to tomorrow. Surpulus pressed his temple again. Hogwarts has a curfew, and I have no idea of challenging the school's lower limit on the first day of school. I'll go to bed today, and I'll go to the library tomorrow. He propped up his chin and looked at Tom Riddle, who had an expressionless poker face on his side. I don't think there will be any traces of your 7 years at Hogwarts. I'll look for the alumni list or something. I will definitely know what happened to you, and maybe I will know why you are here. Tom responded, thank you. What's there to be thankful for? Sir Praise smiled with a crooked look on his face. It's fate that we met now. Speaking of which, Dumbledore found me today and said that we two are very similar. I think we are. Maybe there is really some relationship between them. Maybe you are some kind of relative of mine when you grow up, right? Tom looked away slightly embarrassed. It's better to say goodbye. If we really have something to do with each other, if I send you to an orphanage, my life will be miserable. Chapter 29. Who is the idiot? Am I the idiot? Surplice didn't sleep well that night. He kept hearing a voice talking to him repeatedly. That voice told him that they were a family and that Surplice must help him. Then the family can be reunited and live a good life. That night, Sepulus slept tossing and turning. When he woke up, he stared at the two huge dark circles under his eyes and had a splitting headache. You look terrible. Tom Riddle sat at the desk and looked at him. I heard you turning back and forth at night. Do you have nightmares? It's a nightmare. Sepulus pressed his head. I dreamed that someone called me and said some nonsense about us being a family. Maybe they moved to a new place suddenly. I'm not familiar with it, so I was in a bad state and had a nightmare or something. Your body is important. Tom frowned slightly. If you want to achieve something, your body is the most important thing. Sir Praise didn't expect Tom to warn him like this. He was slightly stunned for a moment, and then scratched his head in embarrassment. I know, thank you, Brother Tom. Tom said, "Yet, get ready and go to class. Hogwarts may not be a safe place. Don't be alone. Come back before dark." He gave instructions in a decent manner, quite like an older brother, which made Spuls's nose sore. He vaguely agreed, packed up his things for class, and took Natasha out. You don't want a bunch of brothers, do you? Natasha looked at Surplice's ears turning red. You have to know that Tom is a ghost. He will still be a ghost when you are 70 or 80 years old. How can you still call him brother? Surplice's face heated up when he said this to Natasha, and he touched his nose awkwardly. What a shame, you don't know me yet. I just hope that someone will care more about me. It doesn't matter if his ghost grows up, anyway. The diary I brought out is my ghost. He raised his hand and patted his face to calm down the heat, then raised his hand and knocked on Draco's room door. Yesterday we agreed to go to class together, so he just came to call someone. Draco yawned and came out to see him. He had already packed up and looked pretty. I usually get up early at home, but at that time the house elf called me early. He probably hadn't woken up either. His eyes were slightly red. It's really different outside than at home. It's a lot of inconvenience. Sepulus saw that he was really sleepy, so he thought for a while and gave him some advice. Then I'll wake you up in the future. Slytherin's student dormitories are all single rooms, and each room has a key. Surplice asked Draco for the spare key to his room, saying that he would wake Draco up every day when he got up. Getting up early was not a problem for Surplice. He always got up early. Even if it was a rare occasion that he couldn't get up, Natasha was a snake who couldn't stand the noise of the alarm clock and would rush over and slap Surplice with her tail. Yes, Natasha is a grumpy sister too. The first class today is the class of Professor Snape, the Dean of Slytherin. It is said that Professor Snape is very fierce and likes to take points off people the most. However, this fierce dean also has a label as to protect shortcomings. This may not be a good thing for students in other houses, but for students in Slytherin House, this is a great blessing. Today's class is with Gryffindor again, which is conceivable. After all, as two houses with quite different numbers, they sit together more evenly. The potions class is held in an underground classroom. I have to say that the castle of Hogwarts is really big. There are rooms everywhere and doors everywhere. Although some doors are not real doors, the door panels may have some cracks. Bite. The underground classroom was much colder than the main building of the castle above. Draco had known that it would be like this, so when he went out, he specifically reminded Spulse to wear an extra scarf before going out. The room is also very eerie. There are glass jars placed along the wall, and various specimens are placed in the jars. You look at the various eerie things soaked in the green liquid, and it will feel much colder. Professor Snape started by calling the roll, and Sepulus knew that the dean was a strict person. It's not the normal teacher who calls the roll, everyone is just ABD. But when Professor Snape read Harry's name, he stopped. "Oh, yes, yes," he whispered, with an unreadable look on his face, "Harry Potter, our new, famous character." His words were more or less yin and yang, causing Harry Potter to feel nervous and embarrassed, as well as a wave of ridicule from the Slytherin students. "The Godfather doesn't like Potter," Draco whispered in Surply's ear. "The Godfather thinks Potter is just a loser with no name." Sepulus nodded silently. Professor Snape's pupils were dark, but this blackness had an indifferent hollowness, like two dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craftsmanship of potion preparation." His voice was very soft, not much higher than a whisper next to your ear, but everyone quieted down in this soft and excessive voice, and everyone sat down obediently. No one dared to speak out, everyone listened to Professor Snape's voice in silence. "Since there's no silly wand waving here, some of you may think this isn't magic. I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the slowly simmering crucible emitting white smoke and wafting out bursts of fragrance, nor do I expect you to understand the fragrance flowing into the blood vessels, which is so exciting and confusing. Wonderful magic. Even if I can teach you to increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death." His gaze coldly swept over every student present. It was not Sepulus's illusion. He felt that when Professor Snape looked at them, the expression on his face could be called impatient. "But there must be one thing, that is, you are not the stupid fools I often meet." Well, Spulz decided to retract his preamble, maybe not out of impatience, but also decided that the students in front of him were all idiots. "Potter," said Professor Snape suddenly, "what will I get if I add narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion?" he asked suddenly, and Surply turned to look at Harry. Almost everyone turned to look at Harry, but Harry's face was blank, and he looked at Ron next to him. Both of them looked very eye-catching. Stare. Chapter 30. I won't tell who is the clown. The confusion on Harry's face couldn't be faked. Surply turned his eyes around and found that there were also many people who looked quite guilty and were secretly flipping through books with wandering eyes. "Oh, it seems they don't have a good habit of previewing their homework before class." Surply thought silently, then looked to the side, where Granger was sitting on the other side of Gryffindor. Her hands were raised high, with "Ask me," written all over her face. "I asked me. I don't know, sir," Harry finally said hesitantly, and Professor Snape looked at him and snorted. "It seems that fame doesn't mean everything, does it?" His eyes passed among the students, and he deliberately did not call Granger, who raised his hand high, but suddenly called Surply's name. "Grindelwald, do you know? Well, you can get a very powerful sleeping potion, commonly known as the Water of Life and Death." Professor Snape was shocked by Surply's sudden question, but after all, he had read almost all the potions textbooks. "It's a dog-eared book, and I'm not bragging." He doesn't think it's a problem for him even with first-grade potions. Professor Snape's gaze lingered on Sepulus' face for a while. It was an indescribable gaze, but he quickly moved away. "Let's try again, Potter. If I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look for it?" Professor Snape once again pointed the finger at Harry. "The Godfather also has a bit of a preconception about you," Draco whispered in Surply's ear again, "but as you have learned, he likes smart students. Potter will be in trouble." Spulz glanced at Draco. Draco's attention was focused on Harry Potter. With a gloating smile, Spulz raised his eyebrows, and said in his heart, "You know your godfather has preconceived ideas. You didn't take the initiative to remind me to prepare for my homework. If I hadn't answered the question just now, would you have laughed at me too? But then I thought about it, Draco didn't have this obligation, so he could only think that he Harry Potter, had bad luck. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Harry had lived at his aunt's house for the first 11 years, and he couldn't help but admire Dumbledore's foresight. If Harry was brought up in an environment where everyone was paying attention to him, he might look like someone else, and he might go crazy due to too much pressure. But Harry still didn't know. He looked very, very embarrassed. He seemed to want to look directly into Professor Snape's eyes, but he couldn't succeed for long. "I don't know, sir," he said at last. "Grindelwald." Professor Snape once again threw the question to Sir Please, once again ignoring Granger's raised arms. "Goat's stomach," Sir Prue replied. "What's the purpose?" Professor Snape stared at him and continued to ask. "It can detoxify." Thibbles paused and added, and Professor Snape seemed slightly satisfied and looked away. "It seems that some people still know how to read. Do you think 1,000 magic herbs and mushrooms is boring, Potter? You don't want to read it?" Professor Snape's voice was cold, with a hint of goosey taunted. "Come on, Potter, tell me, what is the difference between Aconitum scapularis and Aconitum wolfsbane?" Hermione raised her hand higher. She even stood up, stretched out her hand straight, pointing only at the ceiling of the underground classroom. "I don't know." Harry seemed a little disappointed, but I think Hermione knows the answer, and so does Spulz. "Why don't you ask them?" Professor Snape's face darkened, and he sternly asked Granger to sit down, and then pointed at Spulz, who stood up and answered the question with great discernment. "They are the same plant, collectively called Aconitum." Professor Snape looked at Harry, and then sneered, "Potter, because you contradicted the teacher, Gryffindor will deduct 5 points for this, and Slytherin will add 10 points. His voice was drawn out, soft, but gratuitously creepy. "Why don't you write this all down?" Instantly the rustle of parchment and quills filled the classroom. Everyone was afraid that they would be unlucky next, so they all bowed their heads and scratched on the parchment. Professor Snape calmly directed the students to operate, led them to understand the utensils and techniques, and then asked everyone to work in pairs. "Group and make a simple potion to treat boils." Draco and Spulz were in a group. They could be regarded as Professor Snape's darlings. When almost everyone else was scolded, they survived completely and even whispered a few words occasionally. "Professor Snape doesn't care. My godfather hates stupidity," Draco whispered, while he was adjusting the temperature of the cauldron in his hand. "He was the one who initiated my potion from a young age. I didn't think you would be too bad." "I've read a lot of books," said Serpulus, who was cutting slugs with gloves on. "Potions are really interesting. And if you make a good bottle, you can sell it for a lot of money." But he didn't say this. He just handed the cut slugs to Draco and asked Draco to cook them. A set of procedures flowed smoothly, and there was a little tacit understanding for no reason. Sir Please looked at Draco with a lot of eyes. "I've peeled the porcupine quills, and you can add them directly after you finish cooking them." Sir Praise greeted Draco and walked away from his seat, preparing to get something from the material cabinet. But suddenly there was an acidic green smoke coming out of the ground, and there was a loud hissing sound. It was Neville Longbottom of Gryffindor, whom he had met before on the ship when he was a student. He burned through his cauldron and spilled all the potion in it, splashing everywhere. Sepulus lowered his head and looked at the sizzling holes burned through his robe. He took a few steps back, turned to look at Draco, and said thank you sincerely. "Why are you thanking me?" Draco turned down the heat of the cauldron, then turned to look at Sepulus with a little doubt. "Thank you for the clothes you bought." Serpulus shook the robe on his body and showed Draco the burned holes. "The clothes you bought are strong and thick. If I had bought them myself, I guess I will choose the economical one, so I won't just burn through my clothes." Draco suddenly realized and said, "Oh, what's the matter? Come with me and I will give you the best food, clothing, and expenses." He was really wealthy, so he immediately decided to place an additional order at noon and buy some new robes for Sir Please. Professor Snape deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for this accident, and then cursed even more fiercely in the next hour. Chapter 31 Long time no see, see you again. Surprise didn't think the other classes were very interesting. Maybe the Charms class was okay. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, actually taught quite well, but Surplice's starting point was slightly higher. It was Grindelwald who first explained the curse to him, and no one else explained it as well as Grindelwald. Surplice spent all the time after class in the library. Although there was nothing in Hogwarts that could restrict his studies, he still worked hard for the life of Tom Riddle. However, after several searches, there was no information. Instead, he used it as a refresher and a new breakthrough in the study of three-headed dogs. Three-headed dogs will fall into a deep sleep after hearing music. Surplice collected the book, turned around and went back to the dormitory. When Tom Riddle saw Surplice coming back, he came out of his diary and greeted him, "Are you back so early today? I made a discovery today." Surplice smiled at him. Surplice threw his school bag on the sofa. His time at Hogwarts actually passed quite quickly. He studied hard and studied hard. Now every teacher in every subject likes him. Even Professor Snape, after seeing the potions that Spulz tried to make, he also had a good impression of Spulz, and Draco even told Spulz in private that Professor Snape felt that Spulz seems to have some talent, so that's a compliment. But he has been at Hogwarts for almost half a month, and he has not even gone to the Hufflepuff lounge to look for Cedric once. He is also in a hurry, okay? Don't delay for a few more days, people will forget about him. Both are clean. Fortunately, Tom obviously knew that Surplice was worried about something. He turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's so early today. You can go see your Hufflepuff friend later." Surplice smiled brightly at Tom. "Yes, but let's not talk about him first. I found information about the three-headed dog in the library today." He showed Tom the excerpt from the book. The three-headed dog will fall into a deep sleep after hearing the music. You see, there is a note here. It doesn't matter if it sounds unpleasant, as long as it is music. Spulz laughed. "Then I can give it a try. Playing the harmonica is not very good, but I think I might be able to do it if I fool around with it." Tom glanced at Surplice, thinking that you were taking a risk, but he blinked. "Take me with you." Spulz was stunned for a moment, then after thinking for a moment, he nodded. "Maybe I really need to trouble you. After all, I don't know what is going on under the trap door, and I really need your help to investigate." Tom nodded and smiled softly. The smile is quite pretty. Surplice looked away hastily. "I'll go to Hufflepuff in a while," Surplice stretched. "I made some new discoveries today. I'll give myself a little break, but don't worry, I've found all the news about the three-headed dog. The information will definitely be found soon, don't worry." Tom nodded, not in a hurry, and turned back to his diary. Surplice also went back to bed for a short while. Seriously, Tom is a good, friend? Or maybe roommate too. He doesn't talk much, but the few words he occasionally says are quite reasonable and helpful. He is obviously a very good thinker, and he is usually a very good listener. When Surplice has something to say, he will listen quietly. Even if Natasha sometimes wants to share too much, Tom can still listen quietly. As a roommate, he lives in a diary, doesn't delay anything, takes up nothing, and has no personal hygiene to worry about. He is truly the best roommate imaginable. He could even wake up Surplice. No, Surplice thought about lying down for half an hour. When the half hour was up, Tom came over and told him to get up. "Okay, then I'll leave first." Surplice stood up to pack up, then took the badge that Cedric gave him and Natasha in his arms and went out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Tom the radio. Open. Tom was a ghost and couldn't read books or do anything by himself. Surplice was afraid that he would be bored alone in the house, so he went to buy a radio so that Tom could listen to something to pass the time. "Come back early," Tom said goodbye to Surprise, leaning on the bookshelf. "Don't be unsafe if it's too late." Sepulus nodded like a fool, and then left the gate of opening. Hufflepuff's lounge is not too far away from the Slytherin lounge. It turns a few stairs and then turns a corner, near the Hogwarts kitchen. Walk past the huge picture at the kitchen entrance. In the still life, you will find a pile of large barrels stacked in a dark stone trough on the right side of the corridor. Then Sepulus did not know the way. The entrance methods to the lounges of each college are not interoperable. Sepulus only knows the location roughly, but he doesn't know the specific entry method at all. So he squatted down silently beside the large barrels, curled up into a small ball, and prepared to block a Hufflepuff student from sneaking in. As a result, the Hufflepuff student next to him did not squat down, but Cedric himself did. Cedric came out of the Hufflepuff common room. He was walking very fast. Spulz didn't notice and didn't stop him. His goal was to stop someone who was about to enter. Unexpectedly, Cedric saw this person beside the wine barrel. He squatted down and took a few steps back. "Sepulus." His voice sounded on the top of Sepulus' head, and there was more or less hesitation in the movement. Spulz raised his head in surprise, and what Cedric saw was that Spulz and the snake in Spulz' arms raised their eyes in confusion, with 4 eyes and 2 faces looking confused and pitiful. "Merlin, I must be under too much pressure recently. How could I see confusion and pitifulness on a snake's face? Why are you here?" Cedric pulled Sepulus up. "I've been waiting for you for a long time and haven't seen you come to me. I thought you had forgotten about it." Spulz clutched the corner of his robe in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brother Cedric, I've been a little busy recently." In fact, he became nervous when he said the words, thinking that he was very busy. He was a first-year student, so theoretically he should be very busy. But Cedric didn't embarrass or ask questions, he just raised his hand and rubbed Sir Prey's hair again. "I'll take you in first, and then I'll deliver something to the professor. Are you free later?" "I'm going to the Quidditch field for training later. Do you want to come and take a look?" Cedric asked patiently. Sepulus nodded heavily, "Yes." Chapter 32. Why is an acquaintance here? Spulz followed Cedric, and Cedric turned sideways to show Spulz how to enter the Hufflepuff common room. "That's it." Cedric held Sir Pruse's hand, hit the second barrel from the bottom in the middle of the second row, knocking according to the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, "The door will open." Spulz was held by Cedric's hand and beat the rhythm. He watched in a daze as the lid of the barrel would rotate open, revealing a passage leading to the basement that could be climbed in. "Remember the rules," Cedric told Surprise. "If you hit it wrong, vinegar will spray out of the bucket over there and splash you all over." Spulz nodded stiffly, indicating that he had remembered it, but after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke, "Doesn't it matter if you just tell me how to get in?" The prefects of Slytherin had always warned them not to tell others the Slytherin lounge password. "It doesn't matter," Cedric said very calmly, "I believe you. The vat is connected to an earthen sloping passageway, and a short walk upwards leads to a cozy round low room, reminiscent of the shape of a badger. The room is dotted with pleasant honey yellow and black colors, with tables made of highly polished honey-colored wood and circular doors leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories respectively." Sir Pruse tilted his head to reflect the dark green of Slytherin, and felt that the decoration here was more sunny and cheerful. No wonder the students in Slytherin felt mean and depressed, and there was no sunshine in the dormitory decoration environment. A variety of colorful plants and flowers make the Hufflepuff common room look sunnier. Various varieties of cacti are placed on wooden round shelves, and curved flowers are hung in copper-bottomed flower pots on the ceiling. Ferns and vines. Sepulus looked up at the hanging vines, which rolled up and swayed. "That's when they say hello to you again," Cedric and Sepulus explained. Above the wooden mantelpiece is a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, greeting her students with a small gold amphory. The smile is also very sunny. The small round window was just flush with the ground, showing a pleasant scene at the foot of the castle. The green grass was rippled by the breeze, dandelions were scattered everywhere, and occasionally people could be seen passing by. Despite the low position of these windows, the entire room is still flooded with sunlight all year round. I like it here. Natasha poked her head out of Surply's pocket and commented, "It's much more comfortable than the Slytherin common room. Salazar Slytherin certainly doesn't keep snakes. Every day in your lounge I feel like hibernating as soon as I leave the baking confines of the fireplace." Sepulus touched his nose sarcastically. "Your pet snake is very lively." Cedric also saw the little snake emerging from Sir Prue's pocket. "Is it poisonous? Be careful not to get bitten." Spulz nodded and was placed on the round armchair by Cedric. "Wait for me here, I will be back soon." Surpulus naturally nodded his head, waited obediently in his position, and shrank himself into the sofa. Cedric looked at him and seemed to smile again, then stood up and left. The Hufflepuff lounge sofa looks like a pumpkin from a distance, but it feels very comfortable when you sit down in it. It's soft and comfortable. Although the armchairs in the Slytherin lounge are not bad, Sepulus just feels that this one is better. "Hello." A polite voice sounded in Sir Please's ear. Sir Prue hurriedly raised his head from the armchair and saw a slightly familiar boy in front of him. Justin Finch-Fletchley," he asked hesitantly. The boy's eyes lit up. "It's me, long time no see, Spulz." Spulz was surprised by this sudden appearance and didn't know what to say for a moment. He had met this boy several times. They were in the same grade. Sometimes Slytherin's classes overlapped with Hufflepuff's, so they had only met a few times during class. But not a word was said. The reason why Surpulus remembered this boy was because his surname was Fenglily, and the orphanage had received a check from a well-wisher with this surname before. But why did he call himself so affectionately? "You said it's been a long time no see? Have we met before?" "Hello," Sir Praise smiled at Justin Finch-Fletchley with some confusion. Do you want to see me if you have anything to do?" Justin Finch-Fletchley's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed a little sad. "You don't remember me? I met you before at the charity sale at the orphanage where you were." He frowned, and suddenly thought of something. "I wore braces at that time. Do you remember? You thought I was also an orphan in another orphanage, and you gave me the cookies you made." He was a little more specific, and Sir Please followed his words and recalled it, and it took him a long time to successfully get the answer. "Ah, you were the one who was frightened by Natasha." The memory returned, and Sir Praise remembered who the person in front of him was. It was a charity sale at an orphanage. To be honest, orphanages would organize a charity sale whenever they were short of money. But the time Sir Praise met Justin was a large-scale charity sale. There were a lot of people at that time, and many orphanages went there. People. Sir Please is sweet-tongued and can talk, so he was chosen by his grandma to join the team. It was noon when I met Justin, and everyone had gone to eat. Sir Please was left to look at the stall by his grandma. He was a little bored by himself, squatting behind the stall to tease Natasha with grass leaves, and ended up shouting. A child of the same age as him saw it. The child was startled by Natasha, who turned around and sat on the ground. In order to coax him not to talk about Natasha's existence outside, Spulz took cookies from his ration for Justin to eat. The number of cookies was fixed, and most of them had to be bought. Yes, you can't move casually. But the two of them still had a lot of fun that afternoon. Natasha hid herself and waited until Justin left before returning to Sir Praise. "I really didn't recognize it," Sir Praise apologized to Justin sincerely. "It has changed too much. I didn't expect it to be you at first." Justin also laughed. "To be honest, after that time I went back and mentioned you to my parents. After all, I am an only child, and my parents agreed and said they could consider adopting you and me as a companion, but when we went to your orphanage, we learned that you had been adopted." Chapter 33. The Whomping Willow looks so weird, I want to raise it. Spulz was obviously stunned and thought to himself, "You were planning to adopt me before? I have no idea about this at all." Justin also saw the confusion in Spulz's eyes and smiled softly. "My parents are loving and harmonious, but my mother was injured when she gave birth to me. When I said I wanted a brother or sister, at that time, the only way left was adoption." He seemed genuinely sorry. "But you know, well, my family has a little money, so there are very few suitable ones who can be adopted by my family, because the conditions are a little harsh." Justin sighed, "I don't have anything sincere. My friend to be honest, that lunch with you was the most reassuring communication I had with my peers." Then he smiled a little sheepishly, "But it's much better now. Not many people in Hogwarts know what my family is like. Everyone calls me from a Muggle family. This is great." He looked at Sepulus with bright eyes. "I didn't expect that I would meet you here. I wasn't sure it was you, and you didn't seem to recognize me, so I never talked to you." "Greet." My fault, Surprise laughed. He was indeed surprised to meet his previous friends here, but why did you come to Hogwarts? If you were the only child in the family, I wouldn't have asked you to inheriting property or something. Justin spread his hands. "I was originally going to go to Eton College, but then I received an owl. After my parents learned about the magical world, they thought it would be good to let me come and play. After all, the company industry and so on, even if I don't understand, I can still pay people who understand to do the work for me." Sepulus blinked and said to himself, Okay, you rich people are doing this, right? So what are you doing here?" Justin asked Surprise curiously. "I see it was Senior Diggory who just brought you in. Is he your friend?" Surprise waved his hand. "Can't we be considered friends? But Senior Cedric takes good care of me." Justin said, "Wow, Sprus, you can get along well with anyone. I see you and the young master of the Malfoy family in Slytherin, and that circle over there. We get along very well with each other. You are awesome." "They are just selling my guardian's face." Surprise waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to bring up this issue anymore. "It's just the same thing, the upper class, hey." Justin put his chin back and nodded, indicating that he understood. "Just make sure it's you." The boy smiled brightly, saying goodbye to Surprise as before. "I'm going to write my thesis on the history of magic later, so I'll say goodbye first." Sepulus nodded. "I usually go to the library after class. If you want, you can go to the library to find me." Justin disappeared at the top of the stairs leading to the men's dormitory. When he entered the door, he didn't forget to turn around and waved goodbye to Surprise. And Surprise watched Justin disappear down the stairs before he helped himself again and shrank into the armchair. "You're in the library after class? It's quite easy to learn." Cedric's voice sounded above his head, with a smile. Surpulus hurriedly raised his head again, and something cold touched Surpulus' face. "The new product in the kitchen, grape smoothie." "Ah," Surpulus held the cup. Thank you. Cedric looked at him. "Are you scared?" "No," Surprise held the cup. "It's just that brother Cedric didn't tell me when he came back. I saw you chatting with someone, so I didn't bother you." Cedric stretched out his hand to rub the top of Sepulus' head. "This is a new product in the kitchen. Hufflepuff's lounge is adjacent to the kitchen, and sometimes they keep house elves. When some new products come out, they will be sent to me first for me to try." Sepulus took a sip from the cup, then his eyes lit up. "It tastes good." "Does it taste good?" Cedric held Sepulus's wrist, raised the cup with Sepulus' hand and took a sip. "It does taste good." His Adam's apple rolled up and down along with his swallowing movements, and it was so eye-catching and beautiful that it made Surprise look away and make the tips of his ears turn red. "Come with me to watch our Quidditch training." Cedric didn't notice anything unusual about Surpulus. "You haven't had any flying lessons yet, have you?" "It's the day after tomorrow." Surprise ran through the class schedule in his mind. "I haven't taken any flying lessons." It is said that we are afraid that if we are too reckless, our legs will be broken and our arms will be broken after the class, and the hospital wing will not be able to accommodate us. Cedric smiled happily. Let's go and watch my training. I'll introduce you to how to play Quidditch in a moment. If Mrs. Hooch doesn't come to see the stadium, I can also take you to fly around. A circle. Sepulus nodded with bright eyes. Cedric smiled even wider. Sosples followed Cedric, as obediently as a little tail. Natasha was hurting others in Surply's arms, saying that Surply's had no future. Sepulus pinched the tip of Natasha's tail. The grounds of Hogwarts are actually quite far away from the main building of the castle, so Surply's has never been there by himself for so long. At most, he only glanced outside when he went to the greenhouse during herbology class, and looked at it from a distance. And Cedric led him along, introducing him to the surrounding things along the way, and repeatedly told Sepulus not to get close to the Whomping Willow, saying that the tree was very dangerous. If it's dangerous, then why do you keep it in the school? Sepulus looked hesitantly at the tree that looked very arrogant. From where Sir Praise was looking at it, the Whomping Willow was twisting its trunk and branches in a very strange posture. If I had to describe it, it might be like a top that was about to start spinning. Does it really not twist out its roots? Sepulus thought doubtfully. It looks a lot like the kind of thing that can pull out its own roots and run around. It is said that the principal planted it. It is a very temperamental tree. Cedric looked at the Whomping Willow and hesitated slightly. We don't understand why the principal planted this tree. It will really beat the creatures that are close to it, and even shake the snow off the tree trunks when it snows. Sir Praise looked at the tree and thought to himself that the tree was so bad-tempered. If it could be left to guard the door, wouldn't it be possible for one man to guard the gate and not let anyone open it? But Cedric led him on, and he soon forgot about the Whomping Willow. Chapter 34, Remember to touch up when killing someone, remember to touch up when biting someone. When they arrived at the Quidditch field, there were already many people on the field, including Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Cedric patted Sir Pruse on the shoulder and told him that today was a practice match and it would be very exciting. Interesting. He was careful, knowing that Surply's didn't know much about Quidditch, so he went to get something to explain to Surply's, fearing that he wouldn't understand and would be bored. When did you pick up a younger brother? Cedric's teammates laughed at him, but Cedric didn't seem to care and just focused on introducing Sir Praise. There are 7 people on each side of the Quidditch team, including 3 chasers, a keeper, 2 beaters, and a seeker. Cedric spoke seriously, and Surples listened attentively. When Cedric collected his things and went back to the preparation room to change protective gear, Natasha came out and wrapped her arms around Surples very sternly. On the head, the cheap guy you just liked has a high temperature and his ears are red. Sir Pruse tilted his head, looked around and found that there was no one. He was placed in the Slytherin stand by Cedric. Today was a friendly match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, so of course he wouldn't. Someone from Slytherin came to join in the fun. Really? Surply's propped his chin and spoke to Natasha. Really, it's just like those bad people who falsely say you are a good boy, but he is better and doesn't smell weird. Natasha waggled her tail. It's a strange smell. Surply still doesn't know what it smells like, but Natasha can smell it. She can always tell Surply in advance that she smells rotten people and tell Surply to avoid it in advance. Disaster. If you can't avoid it, bite it and poison it to death. Again, beauty and any card can be a killer, but if played alone, it's a death wish. Fortunately, Sepulus picked up Natasha before the boy opened his mouth, and he never played his cards alone. Brother Cedric is not that kind of person. Surpulus propped up his chin and watched Cedric flying in the sky on a broomstick. I know I'm good looking, but it's the narrow-minded things that make me look disgusted and dislike me. Son. Natasha didn't want to comment on Surply's confidence, but just snorted. It's best that he isn't, but even if he is, it's just a matter of one bite. If one bite doesn't work, just take 2 more bites. What are you afraid of? Upon hearing this, Spulz lifted Natasha off her head and knocked Natasha on the head. Yes, I forgot to remind you. It's not as easy as in Hogwarts as we are outside. You can do whatever you want. You can bite anyone to death, but that's not the case here. I was reading a book 2 days ago. The people here can detoxify snake venom. Although it is a bit troublesome and the materials used are not ordinary, they can actually detoxify it. Sir Pruse placed his fingers on the top of Natasha's head and swirled them. He can speak Parseltongue and can talk to Natasha more frequently. Natasha has gradually become much smarter, but overall his mind is not very mature. It is just the IQ of a child of a few years old. It feels like that good is good, bad is bad. When Surplice went to wake Draco up every day, Natasha felt that Draco was bullying Surplice, and she once thought about biting Draco to death. It's fine if you bite him to death directly. What should you do if he doesn't die? Sepulus taught diligently. You taught me to remember to bite someone after I bite them, Natasha replied in confusion. I won't be able to bite someone without killing them. Sepulus' eyesight went dark. Oh, yes, Spulz told Natasha before. After biting someone, aim for the aorta. Because the blood flows quickly, the person will die quickly. After biting someone, you must remember to rebite, otherwise the person will not die. Sometimes I get caught or get something wrong. These are the truths that Serpulus summed up after reading countless storybooks. It's not okay to kill someone without finishing the kill, it's absolutely not okay. How many famous knights, heroes, demon kings, and dragons were counter-killed because they didn't have last hits? Sepulus is not a fool. Sepulus remembers to touch up the last bite. Although he has never used his last touch so far, he has taught his snake to touch up the bite. What if you don't bite someone to death? Serpulus avoided the loopholes he taught before. What if you don't bite someone to death and are rescued, or if others see you biting someone? What will you do then? If someone comes to accuse us, we will separate. To be separated. This sentence finally touched upon Natasha's weakness. She stopped wagging her tail and listened more to Sir Pruse's words. I understand. I won't bite anyone casually in the future, Natasha said after careful consideration. If I bite, I'm sure it will kill the person, and there will be no witnesses before I bite again. Sir Pruse touched Natasha's hand and paused. Why doesn't this count? It can only be said that Natasha still has some talent. It's just that this talent is not on the right path. Sepulus nodded, indicating that Natasha was right. He once again set his sights on the sky. The two teams chased each other, leaving after images in the sky, and the howling wind blew by. It turned out that the young man was really nervous. After all, it was a friendly match, and everyone was not in a desperate posture. They were mostly warming up and exercising, laughing and joking, and the Quidditch pitch was very lively. At the end of the first half, Cedric took a water glass from the Hufflepuff rest area and rode a broomstick to Serpul's. How do you feel? He had just finished exercising. With the steam on his body after exercise and a thin layer of sweat, he sat down next to Sir Praise and took a sip of water. So handsome, Surplice replied sincerely, you must have many fans. Cedric didn't expect Surplice to say this to him with a serious face, so he couldn't help but laugh out loud, and drank more saliva. There is no such thing as a fangirl. Sir Praise blinked and raised his hand to press Cedric's wrist. It's not good to drink water too soon after exercising. Cedric said oh and put his hand down obediently. There was silence between the two of them for a while, and a subtle and weird atmosphere began to envelope them. Sir Praise was trying hard to think of a topic, and so was Cedric. He was already a young man with long hair, his Adam's apple was clearly rolling, and he was pink and white, and he looked good. It took some effort for Sepulus to avert his gaze. When they looked away, they saw two red afterimages coming from the horizon, stopping steadily in front of them. Cedric, is this the smart junior you were talking about? She looks cute, why is she a Slytherin? Chapter 35 Men will only affect my pursuit of knowledge. Oh, God bless and save us from this embarrassing situation. Sepulus was relieved. But then it felt wrong. What does it mean to be a Slytherin? You are a Gryffindor. No, how can you two Gryffindors have the right to criticize me? It's Slytherin. Cedric stood up and introduced to Spulz, the junior I told you about, Spulz. Then he turned to Surplis and introduced, these two are the Gryffindor beaters, the twins, George and Fred. Sir Prue looked at the red hair of the two smiling twins and pursed his lips. Hello, brothers Weasley. The expressions on the two Weasleys suddenly became very strange. At our house. No one calls us brother. Ron, no. Not even Ginny. The two of them sang and harmonized half a sentence each, and they had a tacit understanding. Cedric sighed, you two, don't scare Sepulus. The two Weasleys looked at each other and laughed again, not knowing what made them so happy. But before they left, they smiled at Spulz and said that since Spulz was Cedric's friend, even though he was a Slytherin, he could still put it aside. If he needed help in the future, he could go to Cedric. Go to Landfinder Tower to find them. Although Sepulus knew that this honor was sold to Cedric, he always felt that it had something to do with the brother he called him. Is there another half in a while? Surplis asked softly after watching the Weasley twins fly away. No, it's only half time today, Cedric smiled. The friendly match won't be so strict. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a concept as half time. Everyone has to stay in the sky and go up when they are tired. Substitute until the snitch is caught by the seeker. Wouldn't it last a long time? Surplis opened his eyes wide, if the golden snitch is never caught. Yes, Cedric smiled helplessly, sometimes it does last for a long time. I remember that the highest record was that a game lasted for 3 months, right? The role of the substitutes is not to rest, but to rest. To get someone to take a nap. Sir Prue didn't know what his expression was like, but looking at Cedric's expression, he felt that his expression should be a little weird because Cedric came to comfort him. But it's still fun. Normally it doesn't last that long, really. He added a little nervously, and then cleared his throat, would you like to play with my broom for a while? Sepulus' eyes hesitated on the broom for a moment, can I? My skills are pretty good, Cedric asked him softly, would you like to give it a try? Just think of it as accumulating experience for flying lessons. There is a certain truth to it. Surplis pursed his lips and nodded hesitantly, then, let's try it. Cedric smiled and said yes. Then Cedric helped Surplis fly at low altitude on the broomstick. Surplis was a little nervous, and the broomstick must have felt this nervousness, so it was shaking slightly, but Cedric's hand it was very stable. His slender hands with clear joints were clasped on Surpulus's lower back, and he was holding him firmly in circles, getting familiar with the feeling. This is really a magical experience. Spul's legs were shaking a little when he got off the broomstick, but he smiled happily, the magic is really amazing. Cedric looked at Sir Prue's smiling face and smiled too. Broomsticks can also be used for short trips. Some people specialize in getting flying licenses for broomsticks to make extra money. His eyebrows were as crescent as the crescent moon in the sky. I will run for prefect next year. If I succeed, the scholarship will be enough for me to buy a better broom. Then I may also take you with me in Hogwarts. Turn around. Sir Prue looked at Cedric's profile, his heart beating like a drum. Okay, okay. He responded softly and looked away. Until Cedric sent him to the door of the Slytherin lounge, his steps were still a little wandering, and he said goodbye to Cedric and went back to the dormitory. He did not go back to the dormitory immediately, but found a sofa in the Slytherin lounge and went in. There weren't many people in the Slytherin lounge at this time, so Spulz took up one of the most comfortable armchairs near the fireplace without any effort, and then he lay down flat in it, unwilling to move. You're not going to fall in love with that Cedric just like that, are you? Natasha hummed in Surpulus's ear. No, then your liking is too hasty. I know, Spulz retorted softly, I'm just a little touched. It can't be considered touched. You know me, no one has ever been nice to me, but if he is nice to me, it doesn't matter if I'm moved for a while. He pursed his lips, but his eyes were clear. I can tell the difference clearly. You don't have to worry about me suffering a disadvantage in this regard. What Surplis said was conclusive. Seeing that he knew it, Natasha stopped mentioning it to Surplis and changed the subject. But if you don't go back to the dormitory, what are you doing sitting here? I've been either in the dormitory or in the library these days. It's rare to go out for exercise today. I'm going to take a rest and relax. Surplis stretched his limbs in the armchair for a while. I decided to make exercise a thing. Things are also on the agenda. Natasha didn't quite understand. Sports? How do you move? I've been reading attack spells recently. I always feel that there is an element of opportunism in it, Surplis yawned, but it can be considered as preparation for going to Damstrang. The fireplaces on both sides are finally Daxia Unicom is on. I'll go there this weekend. He nestled in the armchair again and again. I'm so busy. I haven't found out anything about Riddle yet. He sighed and struggled for a while before finally sitting up straight. Go back and rest early today, he hummed. We will continue in the library tomorrow. Hey, Theodore, when were you here? Separated from Surplis, Theodore slowly turned over a page of the book in his hand. I've been here all the time, but you didn't notice me. Theodore raised a hand and greeted Surplis. I saw that you just threw yourself into the chair. You must be tired. Just didn't say hello. Surplis touched the tip of his nose and said, Oh, yes, it's my problem. My eyesight is bad. I went to see Senior Diggory from Hufflepuff today to watch them play Quidditch. A little tired. He spoke eloquently, but his eyes fell on Theodore's face, looking at Theodore's expression to see if he heard the conversation between him and Natasha, but Theodore's expression was calm, and there was nothing wrong with him. Very good, what do you think of Quidditch? Chapter 36 I don't understand you rich people very well. There was nothing wrong with his expression. Surplis looked at him for a while before looking away. I think it's quite interesting. Cedric told me that the longest Quidditch game lasted 3 months. It's hard to imagine what that was like. Sepulus spread his hands and put himself in again. Armchair. Why are you here? Asked Surplis. I often come here, Theodore said calmly. I feel more at ease reading here than in the dormitory. Thanks to Slytherin's eye for selecting students, everyone will not make a fuss in the common room. Noisy. Sepulus nodded. He has spent a lot of time tied up with Draco in the past half-month, and the time he spends with Theodore has dropped sharply. In other words, he has not talked to Theodore alone for a while, and every time it is simple they met each other, nodded and left. To be honest, his impression of Theodore is actually very good. He is a smart and intelligent man. Aren't you tired? Seeing that Surplis had no intention of leaving, Theodore suddenly sat up straight and put the book in his hands on his knees, indicating that he was ready to have a long conversation. What? Sepulus didn't respond. Isn't it tiring to look happy around Draco every day? Theodore seemed to ask sincerely. I can't do it. Surplis said, so you're curious about how I did it? Theodore nodded, looking very serious. Surpris grabbed Natasha and touched her hand twice. Maybe it's because I don't think this is a difficult thing? When I was in the orphanage, I had to smile in front of my uncle and aunt, the mother and the director, because I would be better off if they liked me. Sepulus's fingertips were tapping and tapping on Natasha's back, so I didn't feel tired. On the contrary, Draco was already very considerate, and he didn't need me to laugh and flatter him all the time. Fine. Theodore pondered for a moment and nodded. That's it. Surpris shrugged. If you can't do it, there's no need to do it. Really, even if you get close to Draco, you won't get anything and it makes you uncomfortable. You might as well live your own life. He's the young master of the Knot family. You don't have to look at other people's eyes to do things. Theodore raised his eyes and looked at Sepulus for a moment. I can get it. Ah. Spulz was slightly startled. What did you get? My father. Theodore's voice was very soft. He always hopes that I can be on good terms with the Malfoy family and other aristocratic families. Oh, this is something that Sepulus can't comment on. After all, there is no such thing as his father's expectations for Spulz. Well, it's not that it didn't exist at all. Grindelwald's expectations may also be regarded as his father's expectations, but Grindelwald is a man with eyes in the sky, and his expectation for Sepulus is to tell him not to lose Grindel. The surname Woe means face, and don't suffer a loss. Sir Pruse looked at Theodore's lowered eyes, pinched the tip of Natasha's tail nervously, then thought about it, and handed Natasha's tail over. Yes, do you want to pinch it? Very good. He has really never coaxed anyone. Even if he is usually sweet-tongued and good at talking, he can only say it in a flattering manner, and he can't coax people in a heart-to-heart manner. He can only sacrifice the tip of Natasha's tail. Then Natasha slapped her one tail. You are so arrogant and you want to trick people into taking the tip of my tail. Natasha even pretended to bite her, and then she got into Sepulus' sleeve and stopped moving. Spul's hand was still holding the gesture of reaching out, and Theodore looked at her for a moment, his eyebrows arched. You and Natasha have a good relationship. Sir Pruse laughed and said, Yes, she has been with me for many years, and she is like family. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not continue the previous topic. Instead, they spread out the potions book on Theodore's lap, and the two of them chatted together for a long time. Although I know this is a bit redundant, when he finally said goodbye at the door of the dormitory, Sir Pruse hesitated for a long time, but still pulled Theodore's sleeve. I know that children from noble families have their own characteristics. You have no choice but to live as you please, but, Theodore, this is your own life. Sir Pruse said, feeling a little embarrassed, scratching his hair, and quickly entered the dormitory through the gate of opening. He didn't know that after he entered the room, Theodore paused at the door for a long time before raising his hand and returning to the dormitory. The course was still going on, and the 2 days passed like water. The flying lesson was put on the schedule in just a blink of an eye. The enthusiasm in everyone's eyes gradually became more and more intense as the time approached. In the morning, the owl delivered letters and packages. Draco's family loved him very much. Every time the owl delivered something, there would be something from his family. Sometimes there were too many things, and Draco would pick and choose. Share it with friends around you. At this time, there is a suspicion of competition for favor. The person who has the closest relationship with Draco will get the most and the best points. It is like Blaise or Sepulus who usually get the most, followed by the Parkinson family. The young lady, Daphne again, then Theodore, and finally Gulk Laboon, the two who acted almost as decorations. Speaking of the Parkinson's lady, her name is Pansy. She is usually very quiet and doesn't talk much. Sir Please sometimes feels that compared to her and Daphne, Daphne should be closer to Draco, but Draco is closer to Pansy. Later, Blaise took the initiative to explain, saying that marriage was the norm among aristocratic families, and Pansy was quite outstanding among her peers, so she was most likely to become Mrs. Malfoy in the end. The package Draco handed to Pansy this morning was also carefully packed in advance at a glance. Everyone was thinking about the flying class, so the daytime class passed by in the blink of an eye, and it did not restrain everyone's thoughts. At 3:30 that afternoon, everyone just finished the charms class, and they were all focused on rushing to the venue for the flying class. Which house are we with? Daphne was out of temper and refused to walk on the stone steps in a disciplined manner. She insisted on dragging Pansy along to walk on the green grass. Fortunately, Hogwarts was full of greenery, and the grass was the vitality of the flower is stronger than that of the students, and it is not afraid of being stepped on half-stepped like this. With Gryffindor. Blaise, who was always the one with the best information, asked Daphne. He immediately picked up the topic, stood beside Daphne with brisk steps, and even smiled tenderly. Blaise has been thinking about Daphne for more than a day or two. Draco suddenly spoke next to Surplice. They should be childhood sweethearts. Spulse turned his head to look at him. Then don't you and Pansy deserve to be childhood sweethearts? But Draco just smiled. Everyone wants to be the wife of the Malfoy family, but no one can say who she will be in the end. Chapter 37. Okay, you are all rebellious, but I just want to live with bread rolls. Surplice was slightly startled and thought to himself, wow, that's not what Sabarith and I said. What he said was conclusive, and he just came close to telling me that Pansy will change her name to Pansy Malfoy in the future. And now you tell me it's not necessarily true? Theodore followed suitably and stood on the other side of Surplice. The Greengrass family also has a younger daughter, who is said to have a well-born appearance, and is also interested in the position of Mrs. Malfoy. Draco glanced at Theodore coolly. But Theodore paid no attention. Whatever, Draco looked away, suddenly a little irritable. It's just our family marrying each other, it's so boring. Because of this episode, Draco didn't look good at the beginning of class, especially when their professor, a hawk like Ms. Hooch with short grey hair and sharp yellow eyes, repeatedly corrected Draco on holding the flying sky. When he stood in the broom posture, Draco's expression was so bad that he couldn't even look at it. At that time, everyone in Slytherin knew that as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke or get into Draco's bad luck, nothing would happen. Although Draco was angry and arrogant, he wasn't the kind of person who would do anything when he was angry. An angry dandy. But although these Slytherins did not provoke Draco, Harry Potter met Draco's anger. Draco himself pointed out that Harry Potter didn't give him any face in the Great Hall before the sorting, and Harry Potter didn't have a good look on him. Now, Harry Potter came out to confront him again when he was angry. Going against him directly ignited Draco's anger. In the beginning, it was not Harry or Draco's fault. It started when everyone tried to get on a broomstick for the first time, and Gryffindor's Neville Longbottom suddenly lost control of his broom, causing him to fall into the sky. He fell from a high altitude while he was in the air and broke his wrist. There was an accident in the middle of the class, and Ms. Huoki face didn't look good. She only had time to tell the students to put their broomsticks back to their original places, otherwise she would definitely make them look good when she came back, so she hurriedly took them away following Longbottom back to the castle. Longbottom had a tear streak on his face, and he limped back while being supported by Ms. Hooch, who put an arm around him. Draco looked at their backs and sneered, then turned to ask Blaise beside him, "Have you seen what he looks like, that stupid big guy?" Blaise smiled in agreement. "Shut up, Malfoy," a Gryffindor girl with long braids snapped. "Protect Longbottom." Pansy Parkinson spoke. This was almost the first time that Surplice heard her speak loudly. She was usually quiet and gentle, but when she opened her mouth, she could hear her. He and Draco obviously have the same language system, gentle, but arrogant and mean. "I never thought you would like a chubby little tear bag, Paddle." The Gryffindor girl's face turned red. "Look," Draco bent down and picked something up from the ground. "What did he leave behind?" He raised his hand, and it was a glass ball with white smoke inside. "That's a memory ball," Theodore whispered to Surplice next to him. "If you forget something, the smoke inside will turn red when you pick up the memory ball." Obviously, Draco, who picked up the memory ball now, has forgotten nothing. The white smoke in the memory ball is floating and shining in the sun. "Bring it here, Malfoy," Harry said. Draco frowned and looked at him, and sneered, "Why should I listen to you, Potter?" His voice was drawn out, and each word was pronounced slowly, full of vitriol. You don't really think of yourself as someone, do you? Draco sneered. I'm going to put this memory ball somewhere and let Longbottom pick it up by himself. Do you think I put him there? How about on a tree? Then he jumped on his broomstick. Don't we care? Sepulus took another step closer to Theodore's position. Isn't it not good to just watch the fun like this? It's okay, it's unnecessary for us to intervene now. Theodore looked very calm. Draco can just make a fuss on his own for a while. We all have experience, and he also has a sense of proportion. Sir Pruse turned his head around and found that neither Brace nor Pansy seemed to care at all, and they even started chatting with the people around them. Spulz said to himself, "Wow, you guys have such a solid friendship," and then he looked away. The final result of this incident was that Draco landed successfully, but Harry landed half a beat slower because he went to grab the memory ball thrown by Draco, and was caught and taken away by Professor McGonagall. Draco was satisfied with this. He believed that Harry would be punished well, whether it was confinement or something else. Professor McGonagall always made a distinction between public and private matters, and Draco didn't think she would be punished because Harry was her student. Just keep an open mind. His good mood lasted until dinner, when he saw Harry still having dinner at the Gryffindor table, laughing and noisily with the people around him. What's going on? Draco's face darkened again. Why is he here? No one could answer him. Draco stood up with a cry, and then he pulled up Spulz, who was sitting next to him with half a cinnamon roll in his mouth. Let's go take a look. Sir Pruse's eyes widened, and he looked hard at Theodore, wondering what was going on. Didn't he say that no harm comes to outsiders? So what's going on with him dragging me along now? Theodore lightly shrugged at him, indicating that he didn't know what Draco was smoking. When Surplice stood in front of the Gryffindor table with a roll in his mouth, he had already begun to wonder if it would be better to let Natasha bite him lightly and pretend to be stunned. Anyway, I just want to die. Especially when Harry stood up excitedly to greet him when he saw him, but visibly wrinkled his face when he saw Draco beside Surplice. This feeling of wanting to die reached a point where peak. Why are you here, Malfoy? Harry's voice was filled with disgust and disgust. Come to see you, Potter. Draco raised his chin. Are you eating your last meal? When are you going back to the Muggle world? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Harry choked back mercilessly. I can't do what you want. I'm staying at Hogwarts. Well, why should I go back? Draco's expression turned colder. Oh? Since you are so confident, how about a wizard duel tonight? Draco's eyes were cold. How about using only wands and no contact? Chapter 38. You young people don't have martial ethics. Draco said this suddenly, and Harry was a little stunned for a moment, but Draco took advantage of the victory and sneered. What, you haven't heard of duels between wizards? Of course he has heard of it. Ron Weasley, who was behind Harry, stood in front of Harry. I am his assistant. Who is your assistant? Draco frowned slightly, then snorted. Spruce is my assistant. Surplice? I haven't finished the roll in my mouth yet. Have you ever considered my feelings? Where? Ron Weasley asked. How about today, at midnight? Let's meet in the trophy showroom, where the door is never locked. Draco thought coldly for a moment, and then gave the location. Ron nodded seriously, and Draco snorted coldly, pulling Sepulus away. Surplice? You caught me here and you caught me away again, and I didn't even finish the bread in my mouth? I don't want to lose face? But maybe this face is not worth it. After all, he was dragged back by Draco again. After returning to the Slytherin table, Theodore took pity on Surplice and handed him pumpkin juice to let him go. Isn't it a bit hasty? Sepulus finally wiped off the bread in his mouth, feeling a little sad. Isn't he just allowed to go out for a wizard duel casually? A wizard's duel is actually a very serious matter. Generally speaking, it can be said to be a duel with honor on the line. It is very serious and is a quite formal agreement. As for the assistant, after the dual wizard dies, the assistant will take over. But of course, when the first-year wizards arranged a duel, it was just a small fight. They didn't learn many spells, and at most they just threw a few prank-like spells at each other. It's better to hit someone with your fists, isn't it? Throw the wand and knock the person down while the other person is stunned, and that's it. But Spulz looked Draco up and down for a moment, feeling that Draco probably couldn't do this. Draco seems like the kind of squeaky clean guy, so let him hit someone with his fists? There is difficulty. But Serpulus, don't hit anyone either. Serpulus really felt that Draco's direct appointment to a duel was very thoughtless. I'm not really going, Draco snorted. I'm going to tell Filch that there are students who stay up late at night and hang out in the prize room. Filch is the administrator of Hogwarts. He is a very fierce guy. It seems that all his fun is to find out the students' mistakes and then put them in solitary confinement. He also has a cat named Mrs. Norris. The cat is as smart as a human being. Whenever she discovers that a student has violated discipline, she will immediately summon Filch out of nowhere, and then ask Filch to arrest the students and put them in solitary confinement. He looked around at Spulz. You're not going to accept the appointment, are you, Spulz? Serpulus smiled softly. You made an appointment with a wizard for a duel, and you said that I would be your assistant. Draco frowned. So what? You don't have to care, but I can't. Serpulus took Theodore's stretched out hand with his backhand and pressed it on his leg to signal him to stop talking. My surname is Grindelwald. When I left Austria, my father's only request is that I cannot bring shame to this family name. Draco frowned, and several people on the long table were silent. It doesn't matter if you think this is a joke, Serpulus shrugged, quite indifferent. But I think you know my father. He is very enthusiastic about duels. If he knew that I accepted the duel, if I miss the date again, he will break my legs. He smiled broadly and looked directly at Draco. You can still complain to Filch, but I will go. If they ask, I will probably say that you are not feeling well. Draco snorted coldly. Blaze came out to smooth things over. Mr. Grindelwald is indeed everyone knows that he was naughty when he was a boy, looking for people to fight and cause trouble everywhere, but every duel also gave him a name. Serpulus, it's normal for you to fancy a duel? Ha 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 ha. Draco snorted again. Then go, it's not a big deal, they can't beat me even in a duel. As mentioned before, Draco is not a playboy who only knows how to show off his temper. He initially regarded this matter as a piece of fun, and he could severely trick Harry and the others into telling the truth, but his friends took it seriously. Yes, he already feels that Serpulus is his friend. But since his friend took it seriously, he had no reason to show off his face. After all, the wizard's duel did sound important. If Grindelwald knew that Serpulus escaped the duel, he would break his legs. Mr. Malfoy, if you knew Draco took duels for fun, you would be a little unhappy. But even though he agreed, he still had to be tough. I'm going all because of you. Otherwise, I will definitely tell Filch and severely deduct points from Gryffindor. Serpulus smiled and poured Draco a glass of apple juice. At 11:30, they quietly came out of their dormitory on time. Here you go. Serpulus spread his hand and handed Draco a small glass bottle with a silvery liquid inside. Keep it in your pocket. Draco raised his eyebrows. What is this? The invisibility potion, Serpulus replied. I took it, but the effect may not be very good. It may only be invisible for 3 minutes. Did you survive it? Draco held up the bottle and stared. Invisibility potion is a 5th grade course. Slytherin students have a good habit of preparing their homework in advance, and even ask tutors for tutoring in advance. However, Draco stared at the small glass bottle and then at Spulz. 5th grade. That was 5th grade. Class. Oh, Professor Snape gave me a list and asked me to try it myself. Sir Praise tightened his sleeves. If you have any questions, go to him and ask him. He looked at the small bottle he gave to Draco. with unconcealable regret in his tone, "I can never purify the venom of the acromantula." Draco's eyes twitched slightly. "Is this why you keep buying things recently? Did you buy all the potion ingredients?" "It's not about the materials. Just get them from Professor Snape's cabinet," Serpulus explained. "I mainly bought the equipment, such as the venom of the acromantula. Not only does it cost a lot of bottles, but it also costs a lot of gloves. It's also very wasteful." Draco's eyes twitched even more. Okay. He put the small bottle of potion into his pocket and walked out of the Slytherin lounge with Serpulus. Slytherin has always been a relatively well-behaved house. It's a bit inaccurate to say that, because Slytherin students are actually quite rebellious at heart, but they all judge the situation quite well. In their eyes, breaking the curfew at night in Hogwarts wandering around is quite dangerous, quite boring, and not cost-effective. Therefore, Filch usually does not come to patrol the Slytherin cellars. He pays more attention to the Ravenclaws, who have some whimsical ideas and are quite rebellious and don't care much about gains and losses. Gryffindor. So Spools and Draco walked to the prize display room without any obstruction, and it could even be said that it was smooth sailing. Even the people in the portraits on the road fell asleep, and no one noticed them. When they arrived at the showroom, they went through the door. The crystal glass cabinet displaying the awards shone in the moonlight, and the trophies, shields, medals and statues shone with gold and silver. "It's quite beautiful here when the moonlight shines on it," Draco muttered, and Serpulus also used the moonlight to look at the medals around him. They were all names of unknown people, and he passed them with a glance. But suddenly, his eyes paused. "That's a golden medal. June 1942, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Award for Special Contributions to the School." Spools even wiped his eyes for this, repeatedly confirming that he had not seen it wrong. Tom Marvolo Riddle. This is the full spelling of Tom, and it is indeed the name he wrote on the cover of his diary. The names match and the year is about the same. This should be a reward for the Tom in his house. Sir Praise couldn't help but get closer, wanting to look at the medal carefully, but as soon as he got closer, he discovered something was wrong. The dust marks under this medal are wrong, and the size of the medal base does not match the dust marks. The traces are clear. This medal was just moved over. Spools took a few steps back slightly, his heart tightening. He once again looked at the place where the medal was placed. In the middle of the third row straight ahead from the door, it was a very eye-catching location. Even the moonlight hit it, and the lighting was the best. Yes, as long as someone comes in and looks at it curiously, they will definitely come over and take a look. Sure enough, just as Serpulus stepped back and watched, Draco also came over. He also stopped in front of the medal under the moonlight. "Special Contribution Award to the school? What kind of award is this? Why have I never heard of it? Pass." Serpulus felt a chill in his heart. Who moved the medal? Who was it intended to show? His heart was in turmoil, and he was in a state of confusion for a moment. At this time, there was movement at the door, and Draco immediately took Serpulus's wrist and found a place to squat down. There was a rattling sound at the door for a while, and Harry filed in, followed by Ron. There were actually people behind him, not to mention Hermione Granger, but also Neville Long, who had broken his wrist. Barton. Both Serpulus and Draco were a little dumbfounded. They looked at each other and came out of hiding, their expressions a little complicated. "You?" Draco hesitated, not knowing what to say. Serpulus hesitated for a moment, then answered Draco's words, "You are here to duel, why are you dragging your family with you?" Chapter 39. The fight didn't start, but life and death were staged at a rapid pace. Harry looked a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but nothing came out several times. In the end, he could only look at Serpulus and touch the tip of his nose. Draco was quite dissatisfied with this. He turned slightly sideways and stood in front of Serpulus, blocking Harry and Serpulus from looking at each other. We are here to duel. Draco's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Why are you staring at my people? Why is Sepulus yours? Harry's voice became even more dissatisfied. I knew him earlier than you, right? The two of them disliked each other very much, and Sepulus always felt that they might still want to fight. He took a step forward to try to dissuade him. At this time, there was a rustling sound from the next room. Sniff around, darling, it was Filch's voice. We didn't have the blindfold when we just walked down that corridor. Blindfold? The 6 people present were stunned for a moment, and then they saw Hermione Granger panicking and starting to look through her pockets. She and Neville Longbottom were both wearing pajamas. My, Hermione Granger said nervously, as if she was about to cry, my blindfold, which was originally in my pocket, fell out. Wow, that's true. Spulz quickly grabbed Draco and prepared to run away from the back door. If you didn't break the appointment, you didn't lose face. You can make an appointment for a duel later, but if you are caught by Filch and imprisoned before it starts, it will be a shame. Var. It's the truth. Harry and the 4 of them followed closely and started to move towards the back door in the direction of Sir Prue and Draco. When Neville Longbottom turned the corner for the last time, Filch entered the trophy room with his Lady Norris. They evacuated in an orderly manner, and their speed was not slow. Mrs. Norris was not put down from Filch's arms, so they had plenty of time to slip away, and Spulz and Draco still had their share. Half-assed invisibility potion. Spulz was in pretty good condition. He had done something like sneaking out in the middle of the night before when he was in the orphanage. However, most of that time was to go to the kitchen to find food, and a small part of it was to run to the attic. There are many books in the attic of the orphanage, but generally no one goes up there. It is a shabby place with only dust and rats. So Sir Prue was not very nervous. He walked in front, walking briskly, holding Draco's wrist. Everything was going smoothly originally, and they had put a considerable distance away from Filch. As long as they walked through this long corridor, they could part ways at the corner, one group going up and the other going down. But Longbottom was too scared. His steps were chaotic, and he accidentally stepped on Ron in front of him. He let out a scream, then hugged Ron's waist, and fell onto a set of armor with him. Suddenly, there was a clang and a crash, and the sound was enough to wake up the entire castle. Run! Sir Prue couldn't care less at this moment. He pulled Draco and ran away quickly, not daring to look back to see if Filch was following. He took Draco with him. Draco was a little staggered by his pull, but he quickly stopped caring. They quickly distanced themselves from Harry and the others behind them. Do you remember the way? Draco asked Sir Prue in a low voice. Remember, Sepulus breathed softly, there are 2 armors in the hall when you turn around. We are hiding behind the armors. We are going to drink the medicine and hide quickly. The situation was urgent, but they didn't care much. They took advantage of this time difference to hide behind their armors, listening to Harry and the others running straight past the entrance hall, and listening to Filch chasing the movement in front of them and gradually walking away. Only then did they drink the half-baked invisibility potion, and then got out from behind the armor. Where is this? Draco had obviously never been here before. He looked at the armor he had just hidden behind him, and at the unfamiliar doorways in front and behind him. Under the West Tower, Sepulus replied, knowing what Draco wanted to ask, so he answered in advance. I was idle before, thinking that the astronomy class was in the East Tower, and I was curious about what the West Tower was for. Yes, I just came here and took a walk. What's the West Tower for? Draco asked. Divination class, Sepulus made a face, and then realized later that they had just finished drinking the potion and Draco couldn't see his expression. Professor of divination class? Maybe that's not a good thing to say, but seriously, it's really boring. Draco nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Sir Prue led the way, and they returned to Slytherin's lounge under the moonlight at night, and the journey was smooth. The two of them walked through the stone corridor and entered the lounge one after another, and then met Daphne's smiling and excited face. "How is it?" Her voice was lowered, but it was also very cheerful, and her beautiful eyes turned around on Surplice and Draco. "Did you give Potter and the others a hard lesson?" On the sofa behind her, Blaise, Theodore, and Pansy were also prominently there. Blaise even raised his hand to greet Surplice and Draco, who had just entered the door. "Why are you here?" Draco was stunned for a moment. "Because we are all curious," Daphne said with a smile as she sat down on Draco. "Seriously, Draco, this is the most unconventional thing we have done since we were grown up, everyone. All curious." Draco curled his lips. "When it comes to deviance, you can't be counted among us. You are more deviant than us." This refers to Daphne's dissatisfaction with the arrangement of being a noble daughter in her family. Daphne snorted, "You're such a letdown." But she didn't really have any objections to Draco. She just snorted and then turned her eyes to Surplice. "How is it?" "No fight." Sepulus met Daphne's gaze. "Filch came over just as we all arrived, and we turned around and ran over." Daphne was a little dumbfounded. "So you just had a life and death battle with Filch in the castle?" Sepulus thought for a moment. "That's fair to say." "That's pretty cool," Daphne said, a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up. "I haven't run out during curfew time yet, but I can try it later," she said eagerly, and Sepulus looked over Daphne's shoulder at Blaise, who just looked at Daphne's back and smiled. "Quite doting on you?" Surplice looked away. "But how did Filch find you so quickly?" Theodore asked a question. "It's not like those Gryffindor idiots," Draco snorted. "There were 4 of them, bringing their families with them. One of them, Granger, came out wearing this pajamas and dropped his blindfold in the corridor. It's in. I asked Filch to pick it up and touch it all the way." Chapter 40. Sleep, sleep, sleep. "How many of them went there?" Blaise was a little unbelievable. "Isn't it a wizard duel? They used to fight in groups." "Maybe they won't be in this lineup for group fights," Surplice said a little hesitantly. "Granger aside, Longbottom just broke his wrist today. What can he do?" "Longbottom is here too." Blaise clicked his tongue. "They are really making a joke." "Yes," Draco yawned. "It's too late. Go to sleep. We all have classes tomorrow. If you have any questions, we'll ask you tomorrow." After he finally made the final decision, everyone stopped making noise and went back to their dormitories to rest. Surplice bid farewell to the people around him and returned to the dormitory, but did not lie down. Instead, he opened the diary and tapped on the cover page. "Tom? Have you slept?" Tom didn't sleep. Maybe ghosts don't need to sleep very much. Anyway, Surplice just knocked, and Tom came out with the same poker face. "What's wrong?" "My trip out at night is not in vain." Surplice had something on his mind, but he was not sleepy, so he told Tom about the evening's events in detail. He saw it in the trophy display room. "That medal, and the grey mark that doesn't match the number." Tom listened, lowered his eyes and thought, and when he raised his head, his eyes became clearer. "Do you think it is possible that the person who moved the medal deliberately let you know that the medal was newly moved? Since the man wanted to move the medal, he must have known that Surplice was going to the prize showroom, so he moved the medal so that Surplice could see it better. But it was only decided during dinner that night that Surplice was going to the prize showroom. It was decided that night and he left at midnight. If that person knew about it and acted so quickly, he must have been there long ago. He became interested in Surplice's actions, and maybe even spied on him secretly. So the dust marks were not wiped away, but Sepulus found out that someone was watching him secretly. This makes sense." Sepulus frowned. "But, who is it?" He thought silently. Was there anything worthy of concern about him? Why would he spend so much time staring at him, and even send him the news about Tom he was looking for at a certain location? "I don't know who you have crossed paths with in Hogwarts," Tom said, speaking very slowly, "But let me guess, it's just Dumbledore or Quirrell." Sir Please paused, knowing that Tom was right, and thought for a moment with his eyes lowered. "Maybe I can take the initiative." Sir Praise raised his eyes to discuss with Tom, "What do you think of me taking the initiative to ask Quirrell who Tom Riddle is?" Tom paused, "Go to Quirrell first. I feel like Quirrell should have asked better. Doesn't he look like that?" Sir Praise looked for an adjective hesitantly. "He doesn't look that smart." Tom's expression was a little weird. He is still your professor after all, so that's it, doesn't it matter?" Sir Praise thought about Quirrell's defense against the dark arts class, and then looked at Tom. "To be honest, when I first saw Quirrell, I really had serious doubts about the strength of the teaching staff at Hogwarts, but apart from that he and other professors are quite reliable, but he is probably an exception and unreliable." After a pause, Sir Pulus added, "I heard them say before that it might be the Dark Lord who cursed the position of Professor of Defense against Dark Arts because he wanted to stay in school to teach this class." "Professor," but was blocked. After hearing this, Tom fell into a certain degree of silence, but his eyes flickered. Sepulus looked at him and knew that he was thinking of something again. He reached out and knocked on the table. "What did you think of?" "I'm not sure, but I think," Tom said with a slight hesitation, "have you ever thought about staying in school after graduation?" "Staying in school to teach?" Sir Praise was stunned for a moment. "I have thought about it. I want to stay in school and work after graduation. This is a super job, right? It includes food and accommodation, and plenty of holidays. Although the salary is not generous, but I probably won't live purely on salary." Halfway through his words, he paused. He looked at Tom in front of him, raised his finger tremblingly and pointed at Tom, and then tremblingly pointed back at himself. Tom nodded. The expression on Sepulus's face suddenly became weird and powerful. "Yes, I haven't thought about it in this direction, but it's not no, and it's not impossible." Sir Pruse murmured for a long time. He had indeed never thought about this, but what Tom just said did give Sepulus a new way of thinking. He and Tom have similar thoughts. Since he has thought about staying in school to teach, it means that Tom must also have thought about leaving a curse on this position if he does not get the position. Spulz asked himself seriously and found that he really couldn't do it. "After all, I came from a place like an orphanage, and this orphanage is not a very kind place. It is normal to be a little sick." It has been confirmed that Tom Riddle must have studied at Hogwarts, but why did Sir Please search everywhere but find no trace of him? There is no trace of him in the alumni list. But he should not be an ordinary, unknown student, as evidenced by the Academy Special Contribution Award medal found today. He should have been very good back then and done some great things, but why can't there be any trace of him? He may have been erased. But why erase him? What did he do to be erased? Originally, he had no ideas. After all, his understanding of the magical world was only limited to what was in books, and his ideas did not broaden much. He has never focused his thoughts on the guy known as you-know-who, he who must not be named, Dark Lord and Voldemort. But now that he thought about it, he really didn't know the true name of the Dark Lord whom he even somewhat yearned for. Can't really call him Tom Riddle? Sir Praise pressed his temples. "I'll go to the library to look through it tomorrow. Besides, I'm going to Durmstrang on the weekend. Maybe I can find some clues in Durmstrang, right?" He looked at Tom in front of him with complicated emotions, and said, "Wow, if this was true, then he was talking to his idol in his youth. This is a bit strange." Tom Riddle himself was much calmer. "I'm just raising a possibility, but it may not be accurate. You don't have to have such high hopes." Then he raised his hand and sent Sepulus to bed and quickly went to sleep. Spulz rolled into bed obediently. Chapter 41 My life is over. The next day, Sir Please had quite a few dark circles under his eyes. After the day's class, he turned around and rushed to the library, and then read books everywhere in the library. He focused on looking for information and flipped through the entire library area. As he was flipping through the pages, he saw a figure with twitching shoulders and sobbing softly in a place where the family spells section was hung. Spul stood in front of the bookshelf, wondering why the figure from behind looked so familiar. After looking at it intently for a while, he finally came to his senses. Granger. The girl whose name was read was stunned for a moment. She raised her hand to wipe her face in panic, then turned her head and looked at Sir Prus Grindelwald. Her eyes were red and she looked like she had been crying. Sir Please paused, touched his pocket, and handed over a pack of tissues. Are you okay? Hermione Granger took the packet of paper hesitantly, and smiled forcefully. No. Why are you here? I'm here to read a book and look for information. Sir Pulus gave a general idea. Why are you here? Granger's eyes wandered for a moment. I don't want to say it. Well, Spuls nodded in agreement without asking any more questions. Then you can rest for a while, I'll leave first. He left so simply, but it made Hermione a little confused. She muttered for a moment, and then called out to Spuls. When you were in the orphanage, did you meet any particularly annoying people? Sir Prus turned back, leaned against the bookshelf, and raised an eyebrow. Every place has people worth hating, and the orphanage cannot be regarded as a distinctive place. Granger's face paled slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Sir Prus waved his hand. I know, but, Miss Granger, since you know how to ask me, then maybe you should also listen to other people's voices. Why are those who are not liked by others not liked by others? Like. Granger's face was still pale, but she hesitated, nodded, and said thank you in a low voice. Thank you. Sir Prus nodded to her again, then turned and left. This was an ordinary little episode. Sir Pulus quickly forgot about it, because he dressed like a dumpling the next day and walked directly to the fireplace in the dormitory. A student dormitory in Durmstrang. What greeted him was a tall boy, wearing a red uniform, with brown hair, deep and overly eyebrows, and deep dark green eyes that reminded Sepulus of the black man under the Hogwarts castle for a moment. Lake. Bulwer Wolf. He stretched out his hand to support Sir Prus, who had just walked out of the fireplace and was slightly dizzy. The voice is also quite nice, with a bit of a strange accent in English. Spurs Grindelwald. Spurs held his arm to steady himself. Well, the young man nodded. I'll take you to get familiar with it in school first. Are you taking me? Spuls was surprised. I'm sorry, but don't I need to see the principal or report to you? Wolf looked at Sir Please and shook his head. Principal Karkaroff is just a decoration, you don't need to pay much attention to him. Spuls was startled again and thought to himself that he might have heard wrongly and directly called his principal a mere decoration. Is this really okay? But Wolf apparently sees no problem with that. He didn't seem to be a talkative person, but rather an activist who took a little too much action. He directly took off Sir Pray's coat, and when Spray was still confused, he only took off his coat. He was left with only a shirt and a pair of pants, and he was almost bitten by Natasha. This, my pet, is also my family, Natasha. Sir Pulus felt that his mind was not turning very well for a moment. Is this a welcome ceremony? Is Durmstrang such a simple people? No way. Wolf paused, then took a set of clothes from the sofa on one side and handed them to Sir Please. He said nothing. Confused and a little trembling, Sir Prus took the clothes and saw that the lining of the suit was the same as Wolf's. This could be Durmstrang's school uniform. Sepulus's mind turned slightly. No, are the people of Durmstrang really so simple? What's wrong with jumping right in? If I were a girl, would you do it directly? If a girl doesn't give you a slap, that girl is cowardly. Sepulus saw that Wolf in front of him had no intention of turning around or leaving. He resignedly calmed down the somewhat irritable Natasha, and then changed his clothes under Wolf's eyes. When he picked up the coat, which could not be identified as animal skin and had a red lining, Wolf held his hand. it's not that cold indoors. Sir Pruse nodded stiffly and held the coat in his hands. Natasha hissed at Wolf for a moment, then got into Sir Pruse's collar. Durmstrang also has a castle like Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but their castle is not as big as Hogwarts Castle. It only has 4 floors, so there are not many students. Wolf and Spulz explained that it was because Durmstrang only recruited purebloods. Oh, a large number of them were screened out invisibly, right? Sepulus understood. Durmstrang has considerable grounds and stunning views. The large tracts of Nordic forest are covered with frost and snow, bringing with them a biting chill. They are quite beautiful. Behind the castle there is a mountain lake where some dark, ghostly ships dock. Students also dive here in the summer. Wolf looked at the lake, and in the winter too. Sepulus breathed a sigh of relief and watched the water vapor at the exit turn into small crystal frosts. Okay, it is indeed a school famous for physical skills. If you ask Sepulus to jump in for a swim now, Spulz might just turn over on his belly and die in front of you. Wolf didn't say much, but he took Sepulus around the entire Durmstrang, and stopped in the duel practice room, personally went on stage, and picked up an unlucky guy from the ground. Sun gave Sepulus a duel demonstration. About 10 minutes? Maybe less than 10 minutes. Sepulus looked at the opponent who flew out with blood on his face and was randomly caught by Wolf, and was dumbfounded. He can reach out and beat you to death, Natasha snorted in Sepulus's ear. You are really in a good place. Wolf walked back to Spulz at the end, not even breathing. You also need to train. Wolf's voice sounded above Spulz's head, which was no less than a thunderbolt for Spulz. When you come every week, I will guide you. Chapter 42. Wow, you are such a good person. When Sir Pruse returned to Hogwarts, he felt like his whole body was broken. That guy from the Wolf family was really ruthless. Whether it was opening his back or something else, he really went to death to loosen Spulz's bones. He pressed Spulz so hard that he almost died. But Sepulus gritted his teeth and endured. After all, he also knew that Wolf was right. He had no foundation, and if he wanted to excel, he would have to work hard. However, Wolf didn't just go crazy. He gave Spulz a lot of herbal bags to soak in, and he also made an exercise plan for Spulz. Spulz followed it and carried it out for the first time. God, and then I discovered that this guy had very good control over the volume. It's the kind of thing that Spulz could finish if he worked hard, but it wouldn't be possible if he didn't work hard. Sepulus, I can't stand it. But after all, I have no time to spare for this, and the frequency of going to the library has been greatly reduced. I am running circles and doing exercises every day. Then I went to Durmstrang the next week. After being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Wolf for a long time, Wolf nodded, simply cleaned Spulz and threw it into the bath, and threw in a pack of herbs. There was not a bathtub in Durmstrang's dormitory, but a rather small one. You're not slacking off. In the steaming water in the bathroom, Wolf spoke quietly. I don't know if it was Sepulus's illusion, but he seemed to hear a sense of relief in Wolf's voice. But Sir Pruse may not have the energy to care whether Wolf is happy or not now. He came over and wore a pair of underwear. Although he was very grateful to Wolf for not stripping him completely, what should he do with the underwear? Perhaps because Spulz's eyes were too sad, Wolf also took off his clothes and entered the bath. Sepulus's eyes fell on his exposed and thin waist, but then his eyes were attracted by the layered injuries on Wolf's back. There are also injuries on his inner thighs. If the nuns at the orphanage are angry, spanking can be a public punishment, but sometimes when they vent their anger privately, they will twist the child's thighs. That would hurt the child enough, but not be discovered. But the wound on Wolf's back was obviously not pinched out, it seemed to have been pulled out by a whip. Spulz raised his hand stiffly, and then quietly took it back without asking. Wolf followed Spulz's gaze and understood clearly, my father left it. The Wolf family is considered a new aristocracy in Germany. They come to the stage with the same wolf nature as their last name. The patriarch is the alpha wolf, and he will work hard to hone his chosen successor and then train him. The strongest, the next wolf who can withstand the wind and snow for the wolves. Bulwer is the eldest son, and his burden is particularly heavy. Sir Pruse nodded, indicating that he understood. He didn't ask if it hurt or send him any care. He knew that Wolf probably didn't need it very much. Even if he did, he probably didn't need someone he had only met a few times. Own comfort. But the next time he came, he brought candy. When Draco gave them to him, he selected the most delicious ones, then wrote an order to buy them, and finally put them on Wolf's bedside table. Wolf's room is very simple, as clean as a model house. There are no traces of his own life. The box of candy looks even more awkward. But at least it can be seen by Wolf at a glance. Life has been hard, so there should be something to sweeten it. Time is too thin and the gaps between my fingers are too wide. I can't catch its passage, so I can only run forward staggeringly at his speed. Halloween soon came, and Wolf gave Surplice a day off, telling him to just have fun at Hogwarts on Halloween. "You've been really busy lately." Draco looked at Surplice, who had lost a lot of weight recently, and condescended to serve Surplice a Halloween limited lamb chop. "You've been very busy lately. Haven't you grown taller?" "Maybe." Sepulus also served himself a ghost-shaped custard. "I have indeed exercised a little harder recently, and it is reasonable for me to grow taller." "Is Durmstrang really so strict?" Daphne was the most talkative among the group. She came over curiously and asked, "I saw that when you were changing your robe in the herbology class that day, you had bruises all over your back. Then beginner won't hit students, right?" "Theoretically, there is no fighting," Sir Praise smiled, "but there is a dueling club over there, and students fight each other. I could only get beaten at first, but now I can do more or less. It was me who beat them." Hogwarts takes on a new look for Halloween, with 1,000 fondant bats flying between the walls and ceiling, and 1,000 low dark clouds made of fondant hovering over the dining table, which you can reach out to pick them up with a fork and eat them. The flames in the pumpkins' bellies seem to be dancing, but the ghosts are not here. It is said that they have their own way of celebrating Halloween. Dumbledore is willing to spend money here. Blaze forked off a dark cloud and ate it. This is the craftsmanship of the cake shop in Diagon Alley. Their aristocratic young master is very talkative and can taste good food. If it were Surplice, he could only take a bite and then sincerely praise how delicious it is. He was showing off an apple pie fiercely. He was exercising recently. The list Bulwer gave him told him to eat as nutritious and healthy as possible. It had been a long time since he had eaten sweets happily and wantonly. But he did notice that Bulwer would eat the candy he brought over. "I brought you all the food, but when you came to my place, you restricted me from eating sweets." Surplice was depressed about this for several days. The door of the auditorium suddenly made a loud bang. Professor Quirrell rushed into the auditorium, his big scarf tilted on his head, his face full of horror. Everyone stared at him and saw him walking crookedly to the center of the auditorium, panting and looking like he would faint at any time. "Troll in the underground classroom, you should know." Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Sir Pruse paused with his fork stuck in his apple pie. "Oh, I've been so busy lately that I haven't gone to ask Professor Quirrell for questioning." However, he found the complete life of Tom Riddle in Durmstrang's library. Durmstrang is not as strict about dark magic as Hogwarts, so Surplice easily found the information he was looking for. Tom is indeed Voldemort. Tom Marvolo Riddle rearranged the letters to form "I am Lord Voldemort." Voldemort means flying away from death or stealing death. He spent his entire life with the goal of death. Maybe he succeeded, but anyway, he disappeared since he attacked the Potter family 11 years ago. There is no evidence that he is dead, he just disappeared. Chapter 43 1 or 2, No one can worry. At this moment when Surplice's mind was wandering, the auditorium was already in chaos. The troll is a magical creature with no IQ. To round it off, it has no brain, but it has very high physical defense. It has rough skin and thick flesh that can be made into protective gear. According to the troll's IQ, it is obvious that it cannot enter Hogwarts on its own initiative, because Hogwarts has a layer of bottom-level defense to prevent some strange things from entering the castle and threatening the students. Life safety, after all, there is a forbidden forest behind the school. The Forbidden Forest is an abbreviation for the forest that is forbidden to enter, because it is a vast and extremely dark forest, and there is everything in it. It is true, there is everything. If we leave it alone, maybe tomorrow the underground classrooms of Hogwarts will be filled with giant spiders, and the observatory will become the territory of centaurs. Therefore, the appearance of the troll seems very unreasonable. Dumbledore obviously didn't know how unreasonable this was. In a low voice, he arranged for the prefects to take the students from each college back to the dormitory. The Slytherin student quietly followed his prefect on his way back to the lounge, but suddenly, Surply's head began to hurt again. But this was much better than the last time when he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This time it was a sharp sting. It was only momentary, but it was enough to make Sepulus tense up and wake up completely. "What's wrong?" Draco helped Spul stumble just now, with a hint of hidden worry in his beautiful eyes. "Have you been working too hard recently?" Sepulus stood up straight, and then pressed his temples hard. "It's okay." Sepulus breathed, then turned to look at the auditorium, looking in the direction where Quirrell fell just now, but now there was no one there. Sepulus was startled. "Where are people?" But with Draco by his side, Sepulus could not stay any longer. He turned around and quickly followed Draco, returning to the Slytherin lounge with the large group. The appearance of the troll disrupted everyone's pleasant Christmas dinner. The girls complained that their makeup was wasted, and the boys were also aggrieved that their good leisure time had disappeared. "Don't leave the lounge," the tall Slytherin prefect warned everyone. "The troll appeared in the underground classroom, and the straight-line distance between our dormitory and the underground classroom is not that far, so it is not safe outside." Everyone went back to the room calmly. "Why are you back so early?" Tom appeared next to Serples as soon as he came back. "Didn't you say that there was a dinner party today and you would stay out a little late?" To be honest, although this may not be a good description, Surply's really felt that the young Tom Riddle waiting for him to come home every day was very much like a good wife. There was an accident. Surply's took out the hard-boiled eggs he brought back to Natasha from his bamboo hat. "A troll entered Hogwarts, and my head just hurt again." Natasha got out of her super luxurious snake nest, bit the egg, and went back with the boiled egg. Sepulus gave her a complicated look. But he didn't say anything. After all, it's winter, and snakes hibernate. Although Natasha was well raised and moved the snake's nest to a relatively warm place, Natasha was still tired and prepared to sleep after eating. "You're not going to faint again, are you?" Tom was very worried. "There are trolls outside now. It's in danger if you go out." "I think it shouldn't be." Surprise said hesitantly, "How about I tie myself up when I sleep?" The bed in the Slytherin dormitory was a rather luxurious four-poster bed, which met Surply's requirement of tying himself up. However, he asked Natasha to come out and help him get the key to the handcuffs on his right hand. "Stay away. Didn't you expect that?" There were all kinds of strange things in his luggage. "I fell asleep with the shape of a big letter one night." There was no strange sleepwalking behavior, but he saw something else in his sleep. He saw himself walking, hurriedly heading towards the corridor on the 4th floor, but from the height of the perspective, Surpulus knew that the running person was not him. He was obviously an adult of this height. This man's movements were very fast, and his goal was clearly clear. Surply's felt that his soul was trapped in that body, running in the now deserted corridors of Hogwarts. Sepulus saw his hand on the door, pulling the gate of opening, but saw Professor Snape with an expressionless face inside the door. "What are you doing, Quirrell?" Surply's heard Professor Snape say. "What a real dream." Surprise opened his eyes, but because his limbs were tied tightly, he could only spread himself flat like a pancake, then raised his head and looked at the curtains on the four corners of the bed. He was not even going to ask for confirmation. He had now concluded that there must be something wrong with Quirrell. From the very beginning when he led him astray, there must be something wrong with Quirrell. Now it is better to prove Beauculo's purpose. He is most likely for what is under the trapdoor. As for what the thing is, I don't know yet. And why are Quirrell's actions reflected in his dream of Sir Pruse? Still don't know. But it doesn't matter if I don't know. This kind of question that doesn't sound like the earthly world can be left to Wolf. So the next time he was beaten by Wolf and thrown into the bathtub, Sir Prase held up the snow-white tiles and asked Wolf if he knew what happened. Serpulus himself was born fair. Although he was busy in the orphanage and had to do a lot of work, he had a good foundation and could not get a tan. This was especially because his diet was not very regular, which added to his delicate whiteness. Diving in the pool with Wolf, who had fair skin, he looked particularly fair. During the long back-and-forth exchange, Spulz got a clear idea of Wolf's temperament. He was a cold-hearted guy on the outside and hot on the inside. It was true that he was not good at words, but he saved the time of talking and went straight to action. For example, Sepulus was yelling that Wolf was not serious, and he didn't know how to do it until his whole body hurt, so he just threw him into the herbal pool, which was not considerate at all. He just complained at that time. After all, he, Sir Prase, had already taken advantage of Wolfkin's teachings to him. How could he force himself to do anything else and press his arms and legs? Moreover, Wolf had no reaction after hearing his humming. It must have gone in the left ear and out the right ear. As a result, the next time he came back, after the routine teaching was over and he was pressed down and rubbed for a while, Sir Pruse was splashing water in the medicinal bath, but Wolf came over with a bottle of medicinal wine. "Come here and press your arms and legs." Chapter 44. We are all children living in the shadows. Wolf just frowned and thought for a moment, and then gave Sepulus several possibilities. Among them, Wolf said with some hesitation as the biggest possibility: the friend you are talking about, and the person on the other end who does these things, may share the same soul, or may have the same origin. Wolf's hand was still on Sir Prue's back as he spoke. This belongs to the category of black magic, but it is more mysterious. Sepulus nodded hesitantly. Him and Quirrell? No, he would rather think that this Quirrell is the adult version of Tom pretending to be. But after thinking for a moment, he pushed the idea out of his mind. Although he didn't want to say it, Quirrell let it go. He acted a bit too cowardly. To make him think that Quirrell was pretending to be the adult version of Tom, it would be better to make him believe that the adult version of Tom was possessing Quirrell. One word becomes a prophecy. Later, Spulz was lying on the hospital bed in the hospital wing, covered with a warm snow-white quilt that exuded bitter medicine, staring at the ceiling blankly, with a very complicated mood. Do I really have no prophetic talent? Sepulus thought angrily. I feel that I can take the place of Professor Trelawney in the West Tower. I feel that my predictions are more accurate than his. It was a dark and windy night. Yes, it's a dark and windy night. Draco came and knocked on Surply's bedroom door. What's wrong? Surply was a little confused, thinking at this point, it's almost midnight, why haven't you fallen asleep yet? Draco's eyes were bright. Let's go to the astronomy tower. Sepulus? Is what I'm looking at really Draco Malfoy? Draco didn't seem to realize Spulz's shock, but handed Spulz a letter. Spulz took it and opened it in confusion. Inside was a letter from Charlie Weasley. A letter to Ron Weasley. The gist of the content is that a fire dragon will be transported and smuggled out of Hogwarts at midnight this Friday. Oh, what day of the week is today? Oh, Friday is coming. Sepulus looked at the letter, and then at Draco, who was quite, well, eager to try. Go and take a look. Draco had a strange excited smile on his face. I'm going to take a peek at the fire dragon. You go to Professor McGonagall to complain and ask her to severely deduct points from Gryffindor. Seppulus was somewhat silent. He felt that the last night out had turned on Draco's strange hobby. He nodded hesitantly, okay. It's not a big deal to go out for a run in the evening. If Draco wants to, he can just do it as a favor. Draco rushed to the observatory, while Seppulus drank 2 half-baked bottles of upgraded invisibility potions before going to find Professor McGonagall. Wolf is also a well-deserved pride of heaven, and his potions are also very powerful. When Sir Pruse tentatively asked him about the purification of the acromantula venom, he quickly provided it to Sir Pruse. Found a solution. Although you can also go to Professor Snape for help with the same problem, but if you go to Professor Snape, you will definitely be scolded. Spuls didn't want to be scolded, so he decided to throw himself into Brother Wolf's broad and warm chest. It was indeed very warm. He had the courage to try winter swimming last time, but when he was shivering from the cold, Wolf hugged him tightly with his coat. It was super warm. Professor McGonagall was obviously shocked when she saw him, but she very gently bent over and asked Sir Pruse why he was here. Professor McGonagall has a very good impression of Spuls. After all, Spuls has shown unparalleled talent in her Transfiguration class, and now she doesn't find it difficult to follow the third-year course. No teacher would dislike it. Such a talented student. Draco is gone, Professor. Sir Please said softly. He blinked and adjusted the angle of his head, trying to make his eyes look bigger and look more innocent. I heard that Draco is missing. Laco said that Harry and the others are going to the observatory to send off a fire dragon at midnight tonight. He scratched his nightgown nervously. I'm afraid that Draco will go out at midnight, and I don't worry about going to his room to look for him, but he's gone. Sir Please said pitifully, I'm worried that something will happen to him, Professor. Professor McGonagall nodded. She leaned down and kissed Seppulus gently on the cheek. Good boy, don't worry. She went back and put on a thicker cloak, and took out a thick scarf to wrap Sir Please, and then she took Sir Please's hand and walked to the observatory together. Before arriving at the observatory, just when they were still a few steps away from the stairs of the observatory tower, they already saw Filch, who was leading Harry and Hermione. Oh, Professor, I was planning to go find you. Filch smiled at Professor McGonagall. You little Gryffindor guy, he stayed up most of the night. He turned his head to look at Harry and Hermione behind him, smiling sinisterly. This is not a good thing. And Draco's voice rang out at this moment, with surprise and a little helplessness. Sprus. This was the rhetoric they had already thought of at the door of the dormitory. If you can't share the stolen goods, then you must insist that Harry and the others deliberately designed it to pluck themselves out. Mr. Malfoy, Professor McGonagall's expression was not good-looking. She looked at her 2 students and then at Draco, who was pale-faced. I think I need an explanation. Draco was very good at sizing up the situation and showed his weakness. I'm sorry, Professor. Harry on his sweet side looked at him and almost popped his eyes out. I picked up a letter. It said that Potter and the others would send a fire dragon away at midnight today. I believed it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have run around casually. I should have given the letter to the professor first. As he spoke, he took out the letter from his clothes. Professor McGonagall took the letter and glanced at it briefly, then landed on Harry and Hermione with angry eyes. Filch's voice suddenly sounded in surprise. Oh, Professor, look what good stuff I found. Another student who doesn't sleep is also a Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall's expression turned grim. She turned her head, and everyone followed her. The person being dragged over by Filch was Neville Longbottom. He looked in a hurry. Harry. I've been looking for you. I heard Malfoy said he was coming to catch you. He said you had a fire dragon. But he only said half of what he said before he stopped because Professor McGonagall laughed angrily. Chapter 45 Confinement is coming. I can't believe it, Professor McGonagall's expression was quite exciting. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you want to explain why you are here? This is Gryffindor's know-it-all. Hermione has prepared well for every class and can answer almost all the professor's questions. She knows everything, so she is given this nickname. This is not considered in a complimentary sense, this is more to say that Hermione doesn't know how to restrain herself, she only knows how to show off. Now Hermione couldn't answer Professor McGonagall's question at all. She could only stare down at her slippers, motionless like a statue. I think I understand exactly what's going on. Professor McGonagall took a breath. You made up a set of lies out of thin air to tell Malfoy, telling him about a fire dragon or something, trying to trick him out of bed and make him miserable. Unexpectedly, Grindelwald was worried about Malfoy's safety and went to find me, let alone to think that Longbottom also heard this lie and believed it was true. I guess you must find this very interesting. Her eyes fell coldly on a few people, and were a little softer when they were directed at Serpulus. I feel very angry, said Professor McGonagall. 5 students stayed up one night. I have never heard of such a thing. You, Miss Granger, I thought you were very clear-headed. And you, Mr. Potter, I originally thought you were more interested in Gryffindor's honor. You will both be put in solitary confinement, and Gryffindor will be deducted 50 points. Her voice was calm, and she had obviously passed the most angry moment. As for Mr. Longbottom, no matter what happens, it is very dangerous to wander around the school in the middle of the night. The same goes for Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Malfoy. She turned around and said, you 3 will also be detained. Serpulus and Draco looked at each other, and thought to themselves, forget it, just turn it off. It's not a big deal, it's just wiping the picture frame and packing things up. Hogwarts is very important to first-year students. For students, confinement will not be so severe a punishment. In the upper grades, it will be a bit harder. You will have to weed the school grounds or clear snow from the owl loft. You are not allowed to use magic. It is pure hard work. Draco was slightly dissatisfied, but he didn't make any rebuttal. Anyway, his goal was achieved. He saw the fire dragon and successfully deducted a lot of points from Gryffindor. He did a little work. It doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, Laboon and Gall can be used instead. 50. Harry looked stunned. He opened his mouth and tried to plead with Professor McGonagall. 50 points each. Professor McGonagall said coldly, without giving Harry the slightest chance to plead. Professor, please. You can t. Serpulus felt Draco's shoulders tense suddenly, and he grabbed Draco's wrist, saying to himself, buddy, don't laugh out loud. Draco coughed slightly and adjusted his facial expression. Maybe he was laughing in his heart. Gryffindor took away 150 points. Directly ranked first. You don't need to tell me what I can and cannot do, Potter. Professor McGonagall's selflessness was fully demonstrated at this moment. Okay, I'll take you back. Draco must have endured a lot of hardship. He managed to hold on until he reached the lounge and then laughed heartily. Did you hear that, Serpulus? 150. Serpulus coughed. I heard it, 150. I'm afraid the other Gryffindor students will be scared to death if they wake up tomorrow and see the college hourglass. Draco smiled with great satisfaction. It's because they were careless. They dared to put such letters in the library books and forgot to take them back. Serpulus tilted his head. You won't follow others to the library to keep an eye on them, right? Draco's expression stiffened for a moment. How can this be called stalking? He puffed up his face. I discovered a major safety hazard and took perfect precautions. Spuls smiled softly, and Draco scratched Spul's waist angrily. In the empty Slytherin common room in the early hours of the morning, 2 little guys who could usually be considered informal in their laughter and expressions of emotion and anger fell into a small ball and fell on the soft carpet of the Slytherin common room. It's the nature of children at this age. After everyone does something bad together, the relationship will quickly become closer. It was as if Surprise had heard that Harry and Ron accidentally rescued Hermione from a troll on Halloween night. Surprise didn't know the specific story, but he knew that the three of them were now a very close group. The two of them quarreled for a while, each lying flat on the carpet, too lazy to move. Anyway, no one would go downstairs at this time, so they could just lie down for a while. It's rare that I can be so bold and do things as I please, Draco said suddenly. Spulz turned his head and looked at Draco's side face, looking at the ceiling without saying a word. As the heir of Malfoy, I feel that my life is quite boring, Draco snorted. It's actually quite boring to follow the rules all the time. Surprise still didn't speak. The friends around me are like this too. Everyone follows the rules within a fixed frame. Occasionally, if someone does something out of line, everyone will advise each other. Draco didn't seem to want Surprise to answer. He just wanted to speak out urgently. He just wanted to talk. Probably the night is the best time. The soft moonlight judges everyone, no better than some lives under the sun can only escape. The moonlight is gentle and can take care of a person's weakness and fragility. It can also take care of the deepest desire in a person's heart that he doesn't want to be discovered by the sun. The last time we ran away from Filch, it was me. Draco paused, as if thinking about how to say this. That was when I was happiest. Does it sound a bit exaggerated? Draco suddenly turned his head to look at Sepulus, looking a little nervous and shy. Don't laugh at me. And what Sepulus did was roll over, and he gave Draco a hug. Chapter 46. But what did I do wrong? The night's heart-to-heart talk brought the two people closer together quickly, and Draco began to get close to Surprise unconsciously. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, but Surprise could clearly feel that Draco was more willing to stick to him. And every time the Malfoy family sent a package, the first one began to be delivered to Surprise's hands. Did you two go behind our backs? Blaise was at the dining table, watching Draco finish the meal but not leaving. Instead, he was cutting fruit for Sepulus, and he finally couldn't help but ask. Hey! Sepulus raised his head blankly, then glanced at Draco. What did we do? We went to slay the dragon. Draco calmly replied to Blaise, then pushed the orange he cut in front of Sepulus. Eat it. Spulz said dragged the plate in front of him and continued to eat. Blaise's brows were raised high. Draco's name comes from the Latin for Draco. Slay the dragon? Who to kill? Draco could tell with just one glance what his friend who had grown up with him was thinking, and he rolled his eyes implicitly. Close your imagination. Blaise just laughed. Confinement came to Surprise and Draco on Wednesday. They received a note from Professor McGonagall, asking them to go to the hall to find Mr. Filch at 11 o'clock. I really don't want to see Filch, Draco groaned, leaning half of his body on Surprise. He's so annoying. Blaise's eyebrows almost flew into his hair again. He seemed to want to talk and laugh, but he did neither. Hold on. Surprise pressed Draco's shoulders and helped him up. The most I can do is go and pack his things. It won't get worse. Then he walked out of the castle at 11:10 and set foot on the road to the Forbidden Forest. Draco looked at Surprise with a complicated expression. Why don't you stop talking sometimes? Draco looked at Surprise. You have the effect of reverse prophecy. Surprise looked embarrassed. Traveling with them were Harry, Hermione and Neville. The three of them had been having a very difficult time recently. Originally, Gryffindor's score was very high, on par with Slytherin, and there was great hope of winning the first place. However, due to the recklessness of the three of them, the gap of 150 points between them was now 150 points away from Hufflepuff. The scores are still far behind. When they saw Draco and Sepulus, their expressions were a little uncomfortable. Especially Harry, who looked a little apologetic, just glanced at Surprise and looked away in panic. I won't say anything anymore, Surprise smiled bitterly. I'll think about it in my heart at most. You'd better not think about it, Draco told him, to avoid accidents. It's really a good mouth that opens up. They followed Filch through the dark field. The only light source was a dim small kerosene lamp in Filch's hand, which illuminated a small area of the surrounding road. Walking across the grass, they bypassed the Quidditch pitch and walked to a huge, somewhat dilapidated stone house further back. This stone house was stacked very strangely, that is, it looked shaky from every angle and almost fell over, but it did not fall down, but stood there firmly, and it seemed that it wanted to continue standing. Hagrid emerged from the stone house. This explains why the stone house is so huge. He strode towards them, followed by a big dog, carrying a huge crossbow and hanging on his shoulder. Dressed with a full quiver. "I've been waiting for half an hour, you're late, Filch." Hagrid's voice was still loud, and then he looked at the children behind Filch. "Oh, Harry, Hermione-Sepulus. I haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have grown a little taller." Draco's eyes immediately fell on Surply's face, as if he was accusing Surply of knowing such a guy again. Sepulus smiled at Draco and said hello to Hagrid. "Long time no see, Mr. Hagrid." Filch's brows furrowed and his voice was cold. "You shouldn't be so polite to them, Hagrid. After all, they are here to be punished." "Okay." Hagrid seemed impatient to talk to Filch. He frowned. "Your mission is completed. I will be responsible for them next." Filch sneered. "Whatever, I'll come back at dawn." His uncomfortable gaze fell on several children. "Come and collect their remains. I hope they can emerge from the Forbidden Forest head and tail." Hagrid frowned and stepped forward to stand between the children and Filch. Filch glanced at Hagrid again, then turned and walked towards the castle with his kerosene lamp. Staggeringly disappeared into the darkness. Hagrid relaxed a little, looked back at the children, and coughed. "To be honest, I didn't expect to send you here. The Forbidden Forest is not a place where you first-year students should go." "Then why did you send us here?" After Filch left, Hermione's energy improved a little. She seemed to be quite familiar with Hagrid, and she asked questions more naturally. "Maybe Dumbledore and I reported it, hoping that some people would come to help." Hagrid sighed. He led a few children to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, picked up a lamp on one side, and blew it into it. After taking a breath, the flames immediately jumped up and almost burned Hagrid's beard. "Look over there, do you see that path?" He pointed to a path that didn't quite look like a road. "Did you see that shiny thing on the ground? It's silvery white. It's lonely. The blood of the horned beast." Draco was stunned for a moment, and his expression began to change. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest was injured by something. It was seriously injured. This is the second time this week. I also found one dead last Wednesday. We have to find the injured one, help it. Hagrid and several people explained. "The thing that hurt the unicorn discovered us first. What should we do, Mr. Hagrid?" Looking at Draco's face, Surply thought he was scared, so he went over and held Draco's hand. Then he raised his head and asked Hagrid. "As long as you're with me or Fang, it'll be fine." Hagrid patted the big dog next to him. "As long as we hurry up, everything will be fine. There are blood stains everywhere, and that unicorn has obviously been as it stumbles around. I think it's also looking for help." Draco's face looked even worse. He grabbed Fang's collar chain and said, "We're with Fang." Hagrid shrugged casually. "Okay, then you and Yai will go together." Chapter 47, Okay, you are noble, you use me as a chessboard." No matter how reluctant they were, Hagrid was certain that they had no choice but to follow him into the Forbidden Forest. Surply and Draco were in a group, with the big dog named Fang. They divided into two groups and entered the Forbidden Forest. Originally, Hagrid planned to ask Harry or someone to join in so that the numbers of the two teams would be equal, but Draco was not happy for anyone to join, and his face was so sullen and ugly, but he succeeded in the end. No one was allowed to join them. When they reached a fork in the road, the two groups began to separate. Hagrid left a lantern for Sples and the others, and then gave them another warning, telling them not to leave the path. If they found a unicorn, they would use their wand to shoot green sparks. If they encountered something threatening, they would use the wand to shoot red sparks. Both Sepulus and Draco nodded in agreement. After walking for a while, Draco and Serpulus stopped in unison. "Stay here for a while," Sepulus said what Draco was thinking. "It's no problem even if we can't find the unicorn, let's go back after a while. Life is much more important than this so-called confinement." Draco nodded and pulled Fang's collar. They thought well. They found a slightly more stable place and squatted down silently. Under the shadow of Fang, Sir Pruse took the lead in pulling out the wand, and then drew a checkerboard on the ground, and Draco played tic-tac-toe together. You will indeed relax during the game. When Yaya fell to the ground with a crash, both Sepulus and Draco were startled, and they both jumped up in fright. Yaya fell to the ground and twitched, and white foam began to spurt out from near his mouth and nose. Sir Pruse braved it and went to explore it, and tried to pull Yaya. As a result, Yaya's weight was really impressive, and Sir Pruse couldn't pull him. "Move." "Sorry, Yaya, I'll leave it here for you. You're a little heavy." Sepulus pulled Draco. "Let's go, let's run." But suddenly there was fog around. It was a blue-purple mist, which looked poisonous. It fell from the sky, because just now the two of them were squatting on the ground, which was lower than Yaya, who was standing upright. In addition, the dogs sense of smell something more vigorous than humans, so Yaya fell first. Now they stood up suddenly, and the two people covered their mouths and noses in panic. But then, a black figure rushed towards them. Draco froze completely. It was probably the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was so frightened that he couldn't move at all. Sir Pruse was a little better, because during this time in Durmstrang, Wolf probably had the same speed and momentum when he rushed over. Durmstrang's magic attack is part of the attack, and the biceps on his arms are not a decoration. The first time he saw this formation, he was panicked for a long time and couldn't move his feet. Now it has been upgraded. During the duel, he was able to avoid Wolf with flying colors everywhere. But the black shadow came very quickly, very quickly. Draco froze on the spot, and all Sepulus could do was to rush out, hold Draco in his arms, roll on the spot, and rush forward. Draco only reacted when he fell to the ground and started to run forward. While running, he didn't forget to use his wand to start shooting red sparks into the sky. It can be seen that his IQ is very online. But he was just disturbed by the sudden movement. Terrified. But they still couldn't outrun the black shadow that was chasing behind them, until the black shadow suddenly increased its speed, knocked Sepulus, who was half a step behind Draco, through him, and quickly disappeared. The last sound that Sepulus heard after the world was spinning was Draco shouting his name in panic. When he opened his eyes again, Sepulus found himself lying in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. His limbs were as soft as noodles, and his body was in severe pain. He could not move his limbs. "Are you awake?" A voice sounded softly in Sepulus's ears. Sepulus's eyes widened. He moved his eyes to look at the source of the sound, only to see the back of his head wrapped in a large scarf. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't. He could only blink his eyes and thought to himself, "If I close my eyes now, will you think I'm dead?" Then he heard the soft and thin voice laughing, "Naughty." Sepulus was stunned. "I know what you are thinking," the soft and thin voice spoke again, "didn't you guess who I am?" Sir Pruse rolled his eyes blankly, "The adult version of Tom Riddle?" The soft and thin voice laughed again, "Your adjectives are interesting, but I think it's very vivid for you to distinguish between me and the little one in your room." Sepulus was stunned, wondering how you knew everything. "Didn't you ask the German, among the options he gave you, which one do you think is more reasonable?" He really knew everything. Sir Pruse was a little nervous. This feeling of being invisible in front of a person was really terrifying. He hesitated for a while and guessed that they were connected by blood. Yes, that's right. There's only one difference. Our blood is connected and our souls are shared. The soft and thin voice was still laughing. You are me. Sepulus was stunned, and for a while he couldn't think of anything else. After he calmed down, he said, I'm not you. Suddenly, my throat hurt so much when I spoke, my voice was not loud, and I was hoarse. I don't know how long I had been lying there and how long I hadn't taken a sip of water before I could do this. Why are you not me? The soft and thin voice sounded again. If it weren't for me to cut out the flesh and bones, you would not exist at all. How do you think the little one in your house came out? Your blood fell on the diary, you woke him up. Spulz had a stiff face, his heart was in a mess, and he was too confused to speak. You are me, the soft and thin voice said. I know you can't hear this. I have always paid attention to you. When you didn't know it, I was there every day when you were in the orphanage. Follow you. I watched you calm down little by little, I watched you learn all kinds of things, I watched you make various efforts to find a good way out, I watched you grow up, and I watched you come to me step by step. You are really outstanding. I made a total of 7 babies back then. You were the most well-behaved and sensible one. You didn't cry or make trouble. That's why I sent you to the orphanage where I stayed to let you live. Live the life I lived back then. Do you know what happened to the other babies? 3 died, 1 was adopted by a family, and the other 2 are still suffering in the orphanage. Spul's lips trembled. You just watch. Useless people shouldn't be seen, Tom Riddle's soft voice sounded, but it sent chills all over Sir Prey's body. You all have the same starting point, I won't lie to you. They are useless and have no ability to come to me. Spul's lips trembled and he could not make a sound. Are you afraid? Tom Riddle suddenly asked. Why am I not afraid? Sepulus asked back, I am only an 11-year-old child. Even if I grew up in an orphanage, I would at least be a slightly smart child. Now tell me that I was originally there are 6 brothers, and now I am the only one alive to come to the magic world and come to you, and these are all your good plans, why am I not afraid? He spoke a little more hastily and choked slightly, so the body sitting next to his bed moved, took a water glass from the bedside table, inserted a straw and handed it to Spul's lips, calling Spulz took 2 sips. Sepulus looked at that figure, and it turned out to be Quirrell. He was so stiff that he looked even more frightened than Spulz, who was lying on the bed and couldn't move very much. You don't have to worry about him, Tom noticed Sepulus's mood and comforted him. He is a young man I met in Albania, but he is just a usable person. He suddenly smiled, and his voice sounded pleasant, but the words he said would only make Spulz purse his lips and say nothing. As long as greed still exists, there will be many people available. I have a question. Sir Praise was silent for a while, then spoke again. Who am I to you? You said you cut out the flesh and bones. Could you possibly be my father? I already had a Dark Lord as my father, and I didn't really want a second one. That dad was kind to me and would still care about me. Although he still disliked me when he wrote me a reply, he would still ask me to eat more and wear more clothes. But you, I feel that if you get angry, you will talk to the nanny at the orphanage. Just like playing with me. Maybe he'll do something stupid like stab me twice and then cure me. Tom Riddle smiled again. Sir Please felt his head hurt when he heard him laugh. I was only in my early 20s when I had the accident. I was still unwilling to ask me to be your father. Sir Praise was numb. Eve was made from the dust of the ground and Adam's rib. If you don't want to be my father, you can't expect me to be your wife. He had already begun to act like he was breaking a jar, and the thought in his mind was that if the worst happens, just kill him, forget it, and save me from suffering while alive. Then Tom Riddle laughed again. You are an interesting person, but you are only 11 years old, and I am not a pervert. Let me allow you to call me brother. Anyway, you and Diggory are good friends, isn't it because you want a brother? But that's it for Gory, don't worry about the two Weasleys, they are filthy blood traitors who don't deserve more attention. Spulz was silent for a while and said, "Oh. It's not convenient for me to stay here for too long. That old guy Dumbledore is paying close attention to you. I can only spare some time to see you in the evening. I guess he should come to see you later. You should know what to say and what not to say, right?" "I'm just an 11-year-old student," Surplice repeated again. "Mr. Dumbledore is a well-known wizard. Are you expecting too much from me if you expect me to fool him?" Tom also said, "Oh, you don't have to worry about this. He knows that you are related to me, and his legilimency is not effective on you. Just tell him that you always dream that you are there. If someone else does something in their body, he will definitely make arrangements for it." Okay, you two are plotting against each other and using me as a chessboard here, right?" Surplice just wants to faint again and escape reality. But he failed to faint. He just lay on the bed, looking at Quirrell's body, which contained an unknown percentage of the adult version of Riddle, and then he continued to lie on the bed, looking at the white ceiling of the hospital wing. I thought to myself why I wasn't dizzy yet. He was so bored that he began to memorize potion ingredients in his mind to pass the time. Finally, the door to the hospital wing opened, but it was not Dumbledore who entered the door that Surplice had been waiting for, but Draco. He tiptoed open the door, and came to Surplice's hospital bed with ease and familiarity. Then he looked at Sepulus silently for a few seconds, and he took a step back. You're awake." Surplice wanted to nod, but it hurt a little when his head moved, and then he opened his mouth. "Wake up." Draco hesitated for a long time before approaching, then touched Surplice's forehead with his hand, and then pinched Surplice's face, and then let go after hearing him mumble the word pain. He sat beside Surplice's bed. "Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink some water, or eat something?" He was silent for a long time, and then he sighed. "I was terrified, Spulz. I thought you were going to die." His voice was so low that Surplice began to feel a little distressed for no reason. "Am I not dead?" He still feels uncomfortable now. The sip of water that Riddle handed over just now can't do much, and now he still feels like there is some movement of a blade in his throat when he opens his mouth. "But I thought you were dead." Draco's voice was low but stubborn. "You just fell down because you were protecting me who was scared to death, and because you were behind me." There was a hint of crying in his voice. "No matter how I called you, you didn't respond, you didn't move, and you stopped talking to me. Hagrid and the others sent you back, and the Godfather gave you a lot of magic potions, and then even the principal came. You were in a coma for a week." Maybe Draco was really crying. He turned his head and turned his back to Spulz, not even wanting to show his face to Spulz. Spulz was lying on the bed pitifully, his eyes rolling. "It almost hurts. The one lying here should have been mine. I was too frightened and didn't know how to run, which is why you suffered." Chapter 48. What's wrong with Cannon Fodder? Cannon Fodder just wants to live well. Sepulus was stunned. What Draco said was not wrong. Surplice indeed missed the best time to escape because he called Draco. But this shouldn't be entirely Draco's fault. He, Spulz, is not a completely heartless person. Even if he spared his life, under the circumstances, he couldn't just watch his friend die directly. "God! If you feel really guilty," Surplice said hoarsely, "can you get me some hot water to drink? My throat hurts a little." Draco was startled, and quickly took the water glass from the bedside to get water for Surplice. The straw when Riddle handed the water just now was still in it, and Surplice took a few sips of water through the straw. Then his neck softened and he fell back on the bed. Looking at it this way, Riddle might still be able to take care of people. Surplice thought blankly for a moment. Riddle knew how to hold his neck when feeding him water. But after a pause, he was astonished as to why he had such an idea. Now that I'm awake, should I call a professor or a doctor? Serpulus regained his strength and asked Draco, I fainted for a week, what happened in the meantime? Draco paused, I can't call anyone over for the time being. I sneaked out at night. If I go find someone, I may not be able to avoid being scolded. Ever since you had an accident in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore was impeached by the school board and the Ministry of Magic, and was also scolded by his father and asked not to run around casually. Ah, this is understandable. After all, Draco is the only young master of the Malfoy family, and he is really precious. That's okay, I'll just lie down and sleep for a while. Serpulus tried hard to show that it didn't matter. I guess the professor will come during the day tomorrow, so I'll just lie down for a while. Draco said, I'll come see you tomorrow at dawn. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll bring it to you. Surprise looked at Draco's still gloomy little face and thought to himself, I've just been in coma for a few days. I'm afraid I won't be able to take a few bites of the delicious food you brought. But looking at Draco's face, he was. I didn't intend to provoke him, after all, Draco looked really guilty. Then. Surprise thought hard for a while, let's have apple cheese. I thought it was quite delicious last time I ate it. That shop in Diagon Alley. Draco's eyes indeed brightened a little more because of Sir Prue's words. Yes, that's it. Their pear cake is also quite delicious. Sir Prue's moved his chin and took it as a nod. Draco nodded, then got down from Surply's bed and walked to the door. Then he turned back and shook Surply's hand. I will come to see you at dawn tomorrow, and then at noon I'll bring you something to eat after class, and I'll come over in the evening to tell you about what happened recently. Just wait for me. Sir Prue's responded, go back quickly, be careful on the road, don't let Filch catch you. Draco then turned around and left. Spul spread out on the bed again and looked up at the ceiling. What day is this? He has been lying here for a week, and Natasha and Tom in the room are still anxious to death. When can he be discharged from the hospital and return to his dormitory? And that Riddle, I don't want to recognize you. I admit that I was too hasty to regard you as my idol before. You are so nervous. I always feel that there is something wrong with you. I feel that I am not like you. It's easy to die if we stay together. He was filled with sorrow, and just as he was thinking about why he was so troubled and unlucky, the door of the medical wing opened again. But this time it was Dumbledore and Professor Snape who came in. Professor Snape came over and saw Surprise with his eyes open. He was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and took out a jar from Surplice's bedside table. He took out something from it and lifted it up. Serpulus's chin was stuffed into Serpulus' mouth. Sepulus blinked in confusion. Slices of the root of the dragon's tongue to relieve pain. Professor Snape said coldly. Sir Prue's blinked again, this time to express his gratitude. Although my mouth was very bitter, my body did feel better. At least my arms and legs no longer looked like noodles and I could move around a little. Dumbledore looked at the exchange between Surprise and Professor Snape and smiled. You two have a good relationship. Professor Snape didn't answer, just crossed his arms and stood back. Dumbledore smiled and sat beside Surplice's bed. His eyes fell on the water glass beside the bed. It seems that someone still cares about you, Surplice. Sir Prue's blinked again, this time pretending to be stupid. But pretending to be stupid, the two people in front of him are not stupid, so Sepulus looked innocent. Can I not pursue it, sir? He still had the tail of the dragon's tongue in his mouth, and his voice was more or less vague. He is also worried about me. Dumbledore had no intention of pursuing the matter. He simply asked Sepulus a few questions, asking him if he remembered what he saw in the Forbidden Forest, how he was attacked, and how he felt after the attack. Sir Prue's gave a general idea based on his memory. He knew that Dumbledore must have asked Draco before. After such a big thing happened, they would not just wait for him to wake up before asking for news. As expected, Dumbledore asked no more questions after asking once. He just paused, and when he spoke again, he repeated a question he had asked before in his office. "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" When he asked this question at the beginning, Sepulus didn't understand what he meant. Now after these twists and turns, he finally got a taste of it. Dumbledore must have known for a long time that he had an inextricable relationship between Surplice and Riddle. The question he asked himself was to test whether Riddle had come to him. What was more likely was that he was testing Surplice. Isn't Price loyal? It can be said that what Dumbledore wanted was to know whether the child he brought back had lied to him. Spulls didn't know how much Dumbledore knew about Riddle. He was the unlucky one, entangled between two smart people, confused and pushed to the front. He was silent for a while and then spoke according to Riddle's wishes. "I always dream about doing something in other people's bodies," he said slowly, remembering the time after Halloween, and roughly described it to Dumbledore based on his feelings, maybe nightmare, but very real. He spoke slowly, without even looking at Dumbledore's expression, but just talking to himself. "Natasha sometimes slaps me with her tail when she sees that I am not sleeping peacefully, and I can't wake up." Chapter 49 Good Brother, you are quite scary. Dumbledore was indeed not surprised by this description of Surplice. Perhaps he had already known that Surplice would be in this situation, and he just asked in more detail. For example, what did Surplice dream about? How you feel, your position, and whether you know whose body you are on when you are there. Surplice answered the questions he knew, and those who couldn't answer or didn't dare to answer said he didn't know and couldn't remember. Dumbledore didn't make things difficult for him. The magical world is so magical. Dumbledore smiled and did not give any further explanation. In the days to come, you can learn occlumency from Severus. Severus was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, who is Severus? I heard Professor Snape on the side sneer, I am not your nanny, Dumbledore. Ah, it turns out that Severus is Mr. Snape's Christian name. Severus' doubts were answered, but his eyes widened in an instant. No, Professor, it doesn't matter if you speak so rudely to your boss. Yes? Will he deduct your bonus? Dumbledore didn't mean to be offended at all, and still smiled at Professor Snape. You will do well, Severus, I believe in you. The corners of Professor Snape's eyes twitched, and the corners of Surpulus's eyes twitched as well. Is this a CPU? You don't even want to make a fool of your employees, Principal. Go to my office at 5 o'clock every day. But in the end Professor Snape agreed, even though his face looked disgusting. Sepulus nodded sarcastically. Hey, I can nod my head and move my arms and legs. Pay attention to your health. Dumbledore saw what Sepulus was doing when he wanted to get up, and pushed him back down with great precision. You are indeed seriously injured. You should rest more. He said a few more caring words and left with Professor Snape. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back and wink. If there are friends who come to see you secretly in the future, remember to ask them to restore things to their original positions before leaving, so as not to be seen. Dumbledore. Professor Snape said with a dark face. Sepulus glanced at the ceiling guiltily. Then they walked away. After they left, the ward fell into complete silence again. He was the only one lying here, and he was really lifeless. He closed his eyes and tried to sleep for a while, but he probably slept for too long recently. He lay down and closed his eyes for a long time without feeling sleepy. Finally, he opened his eyes angrily, struggled hard for a long time, and sat up. It was difficult to fall asleep after sitting up now. He propped himself up and held the wall to get out of bed and walked around the room in the hospital wing. Although his body still hurt badly, and when he first got out of bed, he had been lying on his legs for a week. I was not very energetic and even fell down, but after walking for a while holding on to the wall, I felt okay. Thanks to Wolf, who is far away in Germany. If he hadn't been urging him to exercise again and again, he might have been injured more seriously in the Forbidden Forest, and he would have to lie down for a longer time now. I've been in a coma for a week, and I probably didn't go to Wolf's place to sign in this week. Surplice leaned on the balcony and looked at the dark sky outside, still sighing in his heart. He is really just an 11-year-old child. Really, he can't stand so much training. He is very pitiful. There was no one in the room, not even a book. Surplice was so bored that he could only pass the time by looking at the human anatomy diagrams posted on the wall. The bell tower struck 5 times outside, and Sepulus realized that it was actually dawn. He estimated that someone would come to the hospital wing soon, so he moved back to the bed and lay down again. In the end, he didn't lie down for much. Minutes later, the door rang. Surplice thought it was the teacher from the hospital wing who had arrived, so he stood up and was about to call someone obediently, when he saw Wolf wearing a Durmstrang school uniform coming. Surprice was a little dumbfounded, and raised his hand to wipe his face. After taking another look, he realized that he had seen it right, it was really Wolf. Eusples watched Wolf walk from the door to him. He took off his cloak and folded it and put it on the bedside. He didn't even organize his words, "Why are you here?" In the end, he could only ask this question dryly. "In fact, I probably have a lot of questions I want to ask. For example, do you have no classes today? Are you going to come to Durmstrang and let Hogwarts go again? And why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming? I finally came to my school while I was still in bed. I even boasted to you before about how beautiful my school is. I will definitely take you around when you come dash." But Wolf just lowered his gaze and circled around Spulz. Spulz started to get hairy when he looked at him. When he was thinking about saying something to lighten the atmosphere, Wolf the husband suddenly raised his hand and touched Sir Prue's cheek. "Lost weight." Sir Praise was stunned at the moment, blinking for a long time before he said in a panic, I heard that I have been unconscious for a week and haven't eaten anything for a week. Isn't it necessary to lose weight?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Wolf just looked at him solemnly, took back his hand after a while, and said but there was nothing more to say. Sitting on the bed, Spulz was sitting on pins and needles. He opened his mouth and held it in for a while before he said, "You won't have class today." "I've asked for leave." Wolf's expression was still calm, but he actually took out an apple from nowhere, and then started peeling it with the dagger he carried on his waist under Surpulus' increasingly horrified gaze. "I come to see you every morning during morning classes." Surplice really wanted to jump out of bed now. What virtue could he have? The heir of the Wolf family skipped early classes just to watch him? "You," he trembled, "you come here every day?" Been here for a week." Surpulus' eyes darkened. "I can't be killed by that father of yours, right? Because I caused his son to skip school? That father of yours doesn't have a good reputation." Perhaps it was because Surplice's expression was so wonderful that Wolf comforted him when he put the apple on the tip of the knife and handed it to Surplice's mouth. "It's okay." "Are you okay? Are you really okay?" Sir Praise opened his mouth and took a bite of the apple. He really wanted to cry. Fortunately, Wolf didn't make any more frightening remarks in the following time. He really came to take a look. When Surplice woke up, he peeled an apple and fed it to him. After feeding, he glanced at the watch on his wrist, left a message, "Come back tomorrow," washed his hands, put on his cloak and left. "Sepulus, my dear brother, you are quite scary, do you know that? Chapter 50. My ward is your check-in place, right?" Sir Praise didn't recover after watching Wolf leave. He was still in a daze when he took a tissue from the table and wiped his hands. He was confused when Draco came in again, holding something in his hand. "Draco." Surpulus looked up blankly. "Why are you here at this time?" Draco has never been one to get up early. Usually it was Surplice who woke him up, but why did he get up so early today? "I came to see you." Draco lowered his eyes and handed the thing in his hand to Spulz. The toy looked very familiar. It was the egg custard that Spulz usually used for breakfast before going to class. I asked Pansy, and she said she was just too sick to eat, so I brought custard over. Perhaps he was afraid that Surplis would be worried, so he continued to add, Pansy has many younger brothers and sisters at home, so she is very good at taking care of others. Draco came over with this egg custard. Surplis guessed Draco's route of action when he got up today. Either Draco went to the auditorium and brought back this custard, or Draco went to the kitchen. Then I brought custard over. No matter which one it was, Draco must have gotten up very early today. You don't have to get up so early. Surplis felt a little distressed. Wow, didn't he ask Draco to get up every day just to make Draco stay in bed? Now Draco gets up early for him. Doesn't this mean that all his previous hard work has been in vain? He felt sorry for his efforts. Draco didn't think there was any problem. When Sepulus asked him, he just said he was used to it. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Do you have a good relationship with that wolf family?" Sepulus was stunned for a moment, and after thinking that it was indeed the time when Wolf left and Draco came over, the two of them might have met each other, he nodded. He looked after me very well when I was in Dumstrang. Draco paused after hearing this, seeming a little wilted. Spulz was a little confused, not knowing what he said that offended Master Malfoy's fragile heart. He could only reach out and tug at Draco's sleeve. "What's the matter?" "It's okay," Draco suddenly felt excited again, "I just saw him when I came here recently." "You have breakfast first, and I'll come see you after class at noon." He handed the egg custard to Surplis, then gave Surplis a hug, turned around and ran away. Surprise was holding the egg custard, feeling a little confused. "I was just slightly injured and I lay down for a while. Why do I feel like the world has changed?" Draco came at noon and brought a bunch of things similar to supplements to Sepulus. The basic situation became, "This is delicious, Spulz, you eat it, that one is delicious, Spulz. Lay, you drink it, that's good for your health, take a look." Cedric also came in the afternoon, also bringing condolences, but what he brought was not food, but he was worried that Surplis would have to stay in the hospital wing for a while, and that he would be bored. Brought a book to Surplis. Surplis was quite moved and got up from the bed and gave Cedric a hug. Then Cedric pulled him off his body and carefully stuffed him into the quilt. Cedric's books were truly life-saving. Although Cedric might have coaxed him like a child and brought him fairy tales from the wizarding world, they also made Sir Prue read them with gusto and turn them over and over again. Draco came over again in the evening. And this time he brought more food to Surplis, filling up all of Surplis' small bedside table, and the pile of fruits. Surplis, I've never seen Pulus on weekdays, and he obviously spent a lot of gold galleons. A little later, Theodore came again. What he brought to Surplis were the course notes of the last week. Surplis looked at the course notes and said to himself that Theodore should have been assigned at first. Ravenclaw is right. I feel like my place has become some kind of tourist attraction. Sepulus bit into the fruit that Draco brought, holding the notes that Theodore just brought in his hand. The book that Cedric brought is now in the Theodore was looking at it in his hands. Does everyone want to come here to check in or what? This shows that you are a nice person and everyone is worried about you. Theodore calmly turned the page. As far as I know, Potter and Granger also planned to come see you, but they never found the opportunity. Spulz blinked and fell into confusion again. Why didn't they find the opportunity? Is the ward a place that is inaccessible? After what happened to you in the Forbidden Forest, Draco put all the fire on Potter. He thought that if Potter and the others hadn't been bold enough to bring out a fire dragon, then these things wouldn't have happened. Theodore said. Surplis explained, Potter has been having a hard time recently. On the one hand, he has deducted a lot of points from Gryffindor, and this house already dislikes him. On the other hand, he has completely offended Draco. Draco always gave him trouble. Sepulus smiled. You should have a good rest recently. The first-year classes are not difficult. You can definitely keep up by reading your notes. Theodore shrugged. Is there anything you want in your dormitory? I can bring it to you. Come over. So considerate. Sir Pruse covered his heart and made a touching gesture, thinking that Theodore was still reliable. You don't need to bring the things out. Sir Pruse hesitated, thinking that it would be better not to bring out the diary where Tom lives, so as not to cause more trouble, and Natasha is sleepy in the winter and has to hibernate, so as not to cause trouble. Please you go to my house and tell Natasha through the cage that everything is fine. I'm just injured and I need to rest outside for a while. Just speak louder. Your snake. Theodore was a little hesitant and confused. Do you understand? In fact, it's not meant for Natasha. If you speak louder, Tom will hear it. If Tom hears it, Tom will explain it to Natasha, but Spulls can't tell Theodore frankly that Tom existence. I can only insist that Natasha is very smart and understands human speech. Theodore was confused, but Theodore did as he was told. Sir Please stayed in the hospital wing for another week, receiving visits from all kinds of people. In the morning, Wolf would come and sometimes meet Draco. This time was the most difficult, because Sir Pruse always felt that the atmosphere between the two of them was very strange. If I had to say it, it might be a competition for favor. Feeling. Ah, what a sin it is to describe them both that way. But with the weird atmosphere of the two of them, it was not difficult for Professor Snape to teach occlumency at night.